against the world.
My turn to shine.
Outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine! That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 For something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum, let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Winner.
I've been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you! Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Hello everybody and welcome to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia. I'm Mitch, with me is Tom, and we've got more Marvel action for you. Tom, we had a crazy day yesterday. We got to see Spider-Man lighten up the server. That was definitely my highlight, and even a bit of Squirrel Girl as well. So I'm getting a little bit less mad when people pick her in ranked. So now that we move on to day 2, the competition levels up. The teams we're looking at are in the money already, and they're seeing how far into the tournament we can get. We'll be going into top 16 a little bit later on, starting out with a BO3 first. Tom, how are you feeling today before we get into all the action? Are you ready for more Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm hoping for a slightly less lunar snow, but other than that, I'm very excited to see what we have. Maybe even get a few extra strategists into the mix, but a lot to come, I'm sure.
There absolutely is a lot to come up, but before we get into the action, we want to let you guys know about the skins available in the shop at home. Of course, you can attain glory by any means necessary, and you will be with these skins. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Fist of Vengeance and Black Panther's Thrice Cursed King costumes. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. These skins have been available since March 28th at 2 o'clock UTC, so they're in the store right now. The Power Knight will shred your opponents, at least if used right, Tom. I'm not sure in your or my hands how the Black Panther would go, but I've been putting in the work. Just wait till you see it in the ranked. servers. We've also got a second set of skins available since March 21st at 2 UTC. The streets of Marvel Rivals are about to get loud as Iron Man's Steam Power and Spider-Man's Spider-Punk 2099 suits are bringing two majestic visions of alternate timelines, an innovative past and a raw, unfiltered future. In the fight for the past and future, who will you stand with? For me, Tom, without a doubt, I'm looking at that Spider-Man outfit. The same kind of thing that we saw with the Invisible Woman outfit. It's making noise. It's getting busy when you're getting involved in your actions, and it looks damn cool as well. I want the emote.
Yeah, I'd say like the thing that always gets me with these skin sets is like the different sound and music that you get with it. I think even the alt has something additional to it, which I think is really cool. The problem I have is that I am terrible at playing Spider-Man, so I think like I'll look cool while I'm losing, but that's about all I'll get. Well, we'll have to see. Maybe maybe the skin will help me with practicing. We'll see.
Well, it'll get you motivated, I'll tell you that. It's about the only time I sound good shredding a guitar is when I pop the emote. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, folks. You've got it here on your screens. We've already covered rounds 4 to 6 and 7 to 8. We have got a little bit of round 9 today. It's a bit of a treat for you folks at home. We'll be dipping our toes in there, so still doing a BO3. But then, as the day continues, we will move after our first series to round 10 and round 11. These are best of 5s. And at that stage, when we hit round 10, and we'll let you know, that's when we're in top 16. That's when every team you're looking at is already in the money. They're already taking home a prize. But the question is, how big is that prize going to be? How big is the transaction at the end of the tournament? Well, they will be finding out, and so will all of us at the same time. Isn't that wonderful? I'm excited for today because, like I said yesterday, I think we got to see some new takes on how to play Marvel Rivals than previous tournaments, but also some old takes as well. The Luna Snow bans have been floating around for a long time, and I think we really got it highlighted to us as to exactly why that's the case. Maybe we'll get another example of it later on. There's your prize pool. As I was saying, top 16 already raking home the $200 per faction, but it only gets bigger and better from there the further that you can push into this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And especially when you look at some of the upper bracket games, like you are basically getting into that like top 8 era already in this sort of stage of the tournament. So not far off from really getting into that sort of big money area. And I'm sure that there's a few teams here and there that we're going to be looking at later on that will have those sort of expectations, like a Genji Academy, Ground Zero. I think Kanga as well, who are very popular within that Oceania region of how they managed to succeed. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be making that run, and if there's a few surprises, because I think like especially right now, the state we are in Marvel Rivals, a lot of those unsigned teams, a lot of those teams that haven't really had their time in the sun yet are going to be looking to try and prove to organizations and to others that, hey, we're worth a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a proving ground for a lot of these squads, right? Because we're even going to look at pretty soon one of the squads who we've seen before or at least most of the squad we've seen before in an invitational capacity. But yeah, when you come into these open qualifiers, that's where you're really proving that you've got the salt, because many a times in many different esports, you'll see teams getting their invites, getting into tournaments, but once it comes to qualifying, someone else, the unknown, the ranked demons come out of the shadows, and that's when things get really spicy. So I'm very excited to get into the games, Tom, and you know what, let's not waste any time. Why don't we just dive headfirst in? We've got Hulk Tua, one hell of a name, up against Eternity Era. This is going to be an interesting pick fan phase, because I'm assuming that Hulk Tua are a fan of playing the Hulk.
Yeah,
and obviously as well
back to the game in round 9. So this will be obviously the upcoming matches will be fresh off the board, but we're going to be looking back at basically this matchup between Eternity Era. Now, you okay?
Shield on Human Torch.
Yeah, no, you are.
Are we all right?
It's an interesting one. The thing is, right? We have seen some bans that maybe we didn't expect, with the Jeff bans coming through a lot yesterday. I don't know. Clearly, there's maybe a little bit worried about a potential counter to something they want to run. I'm a bit surprised that maybe their opponent didn't go for something of a Storm ban, because that was still one of the combos that became pretty effective in terms of those potential wipes. Either that or Hulk just having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it's going to be like you're baiting out the Stormban on the other side. I don't know. It would be the first time that we've seen Human Torch played, but I'd love to see the ideas they have. I don't see a Storm for Hulk 2, so even if Esh is about to lock in that human, that's not a Human Torch. All right. Well, look, maybe this is like a fallback. If the game starts going badly, they'll swap over. They'll have that Storm and Human Torch. Maybe it's a second half type deal. Who knows what we're going to see. The main thing, though, NTTA Hover Jeff didn't pick him. What is going? I feel like I'm just being toyed with over these last 2 days. We're not going to see a Jeff here today, though. And as you said, Tom, we are diving back into round 9. So this is still the BO3. It's going to be first to take 2 maps, brings it across the line, and then we'll be going into round 10. And that's the BO5 territory as well as your top 16. So there will be a little bit of a change up there. Now, defensively for Hulk Tua, fairly standard comp, running your Groot, running your Magneto. It's giving you a lot of quite a strong, stable defense. It's not that high of a mobility comp, but you're defending a choke point. You don't need to go many places typically. It is a possibility for a portal from Eternity Era off whip, but it looks like they're going to challenge him head on.
We've seen the swap. So I was looking at the Magneto in combination, and it was basically just removed almost immediately. Not going to see the Scarlet Witch actually played. It was just to try and get that extra damage off the team up, and then immediately swapping over to that Lunar Snow, then giving a further team up available alongside that Namor.
I think that's sort of the idea, right? To break the house at the very start, to open another lane for the squad to push through, and it's worked really well for Eternity Era. They've got straight through that first choke point. We talked about your Groot, your Magneto holding strong in that choke, but once that got opened up and there was more room to play with Eternity Era, I mean, they're making it look like the payload's already moving. They've just claimed it, and they're already past, halfway to the first checkpoint in terms of where the fights are taking place. This is great space taking from Eternity Era, and we need to see Hulk 2 stem the bleeding, because they are just being toyed with. They're being pushed back, and now with a healer pickoff, and we're getting Kraken's impact. This is a terrible start for the defense.
Oh yeah, we're already having to see those strategist ults basically being utilized just to keep themselves alive back towards their own spawn. Like, this is an absurd amount of space that's already been taken. And you can see they've now tried to basically switch into their opponent's sort of choices. They immediately came in with that triple strategist, but it didn't exactly go to plan. We saw them going with their Adam Warlock, which you could see the Star-Lord ban on the other side to make sure that combination couldn't come through. The problem, though, is it's so strong to have that Lunar Snow alongside, well, I was going to say alongside the Namor, but already it seems like just the amount of damage that's being done by Ray Momo, Meteor M, utilized, funnily enough, normally to get rid of a strategist, but in this case, it was used to get rid of Namor.
Oh, Magneto's right there as well. As the res is going through from Adam Warlock, at least the Soul Bond's going to keep them alive and in it for now. 87 clinging on to life, but then gets the heals, and with the Luna Snow ult, they've got plenty of space to work with. A pick off onto another healer for Hulk Tua, as they'll soon be sent scrambling. You can even see them trying to put the pressure onto Fears, and they were getting that payload still moving. This is the thing. Even as the fights go back and forth for a split second, there's no contention on the payload, only now putting a stop to it. But we're 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock with just meters to go. And the fight, well, it seems to be going Hulk 2's way. They've got the KOs, they've pushed them back, and finally stopped the rolling of Eternity Era. But that's the first reset that we've seen. And there's, again, 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of time to play with, but they're at least able to gain a little bit of extra ground. Meteor M available once again, and already some pretty aggressive positioning being taken by Ace. It seems like he has absolutely no fear in terms of where he wants to be playing. I guess having that double shield setup does allow you to be a little bit more aggro. Spacing taken by 50, but unable to capitalize and being pressured because of it. Has to use the bubble just to stay alive and retreat. And while Lone Phils has just been plowing down damage from afar. Another pick of very close to that Kraken's impact.
Oh, a big smackdown from Meteor M.
Oh, hello.
At least the heal, the res coming back through. Of course, the benefit of having that Adam Warlock Spears can, that's not the first time that we've seen it either, bring herself right back into the fight. But the problem is Eternity Era, they're wiping the floor. Ult has to come out from Pizza, gonna try to bring them back into the fight. Soulbond to keep them alive, but we've already seen Luna Snow's ultimate utilized by Hulk Tua. Guy Agamotto not leading to much more than the one pick, but it's alone fills to fall. He's been doing the damage, but the problem is now the Vanguards are here for Eternity Era. 2 players still on that point contesting, but they will not last long. And the checkpoint now taken. Eternity Era, a bit of the clock has run down, but with that extra minute and a half, they've got plenty of time to move towards this Budokan.
It's definitely still tough, though. This last choke could be difficult to get through. With the spawns being so desperately close, you need to almost end up staggering a lot of these wipes. While for the attack side of Eternity Era, they don't have themselves much in terms of ultimates just yet, but I do feel like by the time they get towards this final fight, they may all be online.
The problem, they'll have a just now one coming on, but as you said, that percentage above 80 for a lot of them, and it's immediately expanded. It only needed one. I'm waiting for the ult dump, Tom. They don't need it. This squad is looking so good, and a portal put in play in their spawn just to trap them. They're gonna struggle to get out. They're walking from one side of their spawn to another. That's insane.
They can't end like this. Do they not have their own portal?
They're having the... Oh no! They can't get out of their spawn, the portal, Tom. They're just stuck. That's ridiculous. They've actually won the point off of an Eye of Agamotto and a strange portal. Oh, I can't believe what I've just seen.
That was painful. It's just awful just watching a team just basically sit there and just look at a portal as you try and just do anything.
You can see him go from the left to the right, to the left to the right.
Oh, that's absurd. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if maybe that protect onto the Human Torch might have been a bit too much of a meme, because that has not really helped them at all.
Oh, that's tough, man. If that happened to you in ranked, you're not playing the second half. You know, you're voting surrender first. If someone rejects, close the game. There's no why are we wasting our time here. Hulk Tua, I don't know if they've got a depth of coaching staff, but I hope they've at least got a mental coach at this point, because I would need a reset after that one.
I don't know if there's too many teams with mental coaches in Marvel Rivals right now. I think you're a little bit early. Come back in a couple of years, I think.
To be honest, with my experience in ranked, I think Marvel Rivals needs a mental coach more than any other game. I think there's a gap in the market here that we could be exploiting. But wow, look, the first push looked good. We had one contest from Hulk Tua. But that last point, again, we're looking at Eternity Era. They don't even give them the respect of waiting for more ultimates to come online, waiting for the full push from the team. They just go straight in. Raymomo destroys them. Okay, there's an opening pick.
Shot.
You know, I'm kind of looking at the Scarlet Witch as just another Human Torch protect kind of troll, but they've managed to pick off one and then another KO up top. This may be a point take in record time.
Yeah, very nice. It was well played by the Black Widow for that opener. It really is a hero that you don't see often at all, and removing one of those strategists can help out quite a lot. This is a map, at least for that first point, the high ground can be so valuable with that sniper, but a lot of it has been Dryptosaurus, who's done the majority of the work, and while continuing that reign of terror is 50, I'll be honest, they took that point almost equally as quickly as their opponents did.
Yeah, no, this is, you know, I'm already going to take back my point. Don't surrender. Just pick up the Black Widow and start picking them off. The mental coach has obviously come in, Tom, and he's given them the rousing speech. Worked wonderfully. Eternity Era, struggling to hold on to the space and
play Black Widow.
It's a hell of a coaching call, and, well, I got to say, I commend them for it. But for Eternity Era, they've lost a player already, 87 sent back, and on the defense especially, that Namor with the Luna combination, that's a big pickup. The dance commences on the side of Hulk 2, at least avoiding losing their Luna Snow and getting a lot of space. Meteor M comes into play as well. This could be big picks for them. Fears had gone down, but again, thanks to Adam Warlock being in play, they can easily come right back into the game, and they have dominated this fight, at least to start with, and with Ray Momo down, it looks like it won't be changing anytime soon. That payload can continue to move, and Spider Zero on her way to the Budokan.
Already saving that Soul Resurgence as well on the Mantis, so it would put them into a decent position to keep themselves standing. See, already having to use the Fate of Both Worlds, so that's going to be set on the other side, and I'm ready for Alone Feels to go again and again and again in just a moment as that Kraken Impact is available. If he needs it, the amount of chip damage he does with the pistol alone, Rain Momo, again, it's a powerful use of the Eye of Agamotto. I feel like his connection, well, he basically won them the first half. Again, though, we're going to see that res, and the instant heals, actually, a hell of a lot of damage from 50.
50's just got it down 3, nice and easy.
50 sent them.
Oh my goodness. Well, as lethal as the Raps would make you believe, Hulk 2, they're really coming back into this game. That's going to be the checkpoint claimed with no contest on that final couple meter approach. Eternity Era, I mean, honestly, this looked like just a skill diff. It looked like they were just a better team. Celestials against Golds in the first half, but we've come back into it now with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Hulk 2 making this final approach with even more time than their opponents, making it look more dominant, with the Black Widow being, honestly, I thought it would be an eyesore, but she's been a real treat, picking up so much damage and single-handedly winning them the last point.
Here we go. Kraken Impact. An ultimate that it's almost impossible not to talk about, an immediate pop of the Fate of Both Worlds, but there's going to be a little bit of patience from Alone Feels just to give an opportunity to potentially get that ultimate again. It's not going to happen this time, and they have managed to push those defenders back. Juicy's done well, but Alone Feels still going strong, so lethal with that pistol. Has to be a little bit careful, though. Some decent tags coming the other way.
Yeah, we're already starting to see an identity shift. Eternity Era realizing that their play wasn't working. We've just had Eye of Agamotto put through the Captain America pick up an AV7 swap over to the Luna Snow. These seem to be working wonders so far. They're really getting right back into the fight where previously they were being swept away the second that resistance was shown. Eye of Agamotto definitely got them some ground this time around, and they've got double healer ults as well to work with. The same can be said on the other side. Fears and Pisa, there are picks. Those players can easily be brought back into it. Lumi, this is the switch up. This is the Captain America. 88% on the ult. Should be farmed up in this fight, but Eye of Agamotto now online for Juicy. An opportunity with a lot of players over here. A bubble needed to keep them in it as Eye of Agamotto connects with the players that are caught by it are in. Oh, it doesn't matter. The invisible boundary won't be protecting them whatsoever as it fades away. So too do the chances of this defense stopping the push here.
Okay. 50 is just having the time of his life throughout the game. I thought it earlier when I saw that electroplasma explosion get as much value, because I think that's an ultimate that you see just do chip damage most of the time. Like, it's not really known for the clearance. Oh, they're now dealing with their own problems. It's the same sort of play with those portals holding them back at least a little bit longer. Lumi in the backline is at least still standing to try and hold on for a little bit, but that hasn't worked out. The thing is, though, the defense has managed to escape their prison.
Yeah, at long last, those portals have faded away. The spawn trap no longer in play. We saw the Captain America ultimate put through, keeping him alive in those backlines, and now, oh, an attempt to do just the same on the front as Luna Snow's dance comes to an end. This is where Hulk 2 look to respond. Meteor M online. Eye of Agamotto pulled into play. That's not as much as you might think. Meteor M, though, will find a solid connection. Luna Snow hanging on for dear life, and that will fade quickly. This is becoming a little awkward with the res onto Juicy. Their Vanguard is still going to be here for the fight, and they've gotten onto Ray Momo. Eternity Era. They need a response, and it doesn't look like it's working. Alone Phils goes over to the Wolverine, and you can see definitely getting busy. keeping that payload still for now. Ray Momo with the switch up as well. It's going to be clobbering time in a while, but Kettle needs to be farmed up. They're trying to get this dive comp to play right back into it and disrupt the lines of Hulk 2, get onto 50 and stop that impact from so consistently being had. Still a minute on the clock, but a big stop here with the player being pulled out of the ultimate. Juicy didn't stand a chance, and oh no, I don't think Magneto does either.
Oh, so close to surviving because of that fate of both worlds, but unfortunately I don't think it quite connected onto the player that went down. And this is the thing, the switch up almost seems to be like you're playing up against a composition that has the triple strategist. You could see how difficult it was to clear out players with Soul Bond and obviously the heals that just latch on to other players. So the goal is just, okay, a Lone Fills is going to go in, take someone away, and get them away from all of those additional heals. And that was enough to segment this squad. Another swap up, 50 now. Gonna move away. They only need that one victory, so the Kraken impact could be huge if they get it online. But at the moment, Lonefield seems to have completely turned the game on its head. Meteor M gets absolutely nothing as they still hold. They had 5 minutes to get this over the line, Mitch. They're down to 10 seconds, and they are getting slaughtered.
And that's it. Hulk 2 needed that space for these squishy players to still fight from. And instead, Eternity Era swap it up. They run this quasi-triple Vanguard, this dive comp. They bring in Wolverine, who is destroying the Vanguards as is. And then the whole team is just diving onto their backline. That's a wonderful approach and a great switch up at the final hour. I mean, we were maybe 15, 20 meters away from the payload hitting its final point and us going to overtime, but instead they're able to bring it across the line here in the Eternity Era camp. Hulk 2 stalling out on the final point and not finding any solutions, any answers to the problem in front of them, try as they might have. Ray Momo, no surprise that the MVP is going to Ray Momo. Unbelievable impact. I don't think it's even going to account for the fact that the portal saved the entire last point. Like what should have been the final fight was instead just stalled out to nothingness. And then obviously the swap up here to the thing, I don't think we got to cover it as much because it's more of an identity alongside the rest of the switch ups. I think Alone Phil's kind of took all the credit sort of for that last fight. But this was just a really nice game to watch, to be honest. We saw both teams having to adapt. The Black Widow, though, I have to say, Tom, did a lot more than I was expecting her to.
Yeah, I think firstly, the openers. Secondly, as said, actually having an impact for ult, which I was really surprised by because, as said, I think the only time we've ever really seen like mass value, even just in like ranked games, is when it's combined with a Hawkeye so that you could steal the vision and hit them up multiple at once. Otherwise, it's just all about timing, which I guess is the case with a lot of ults, but the timing was clearly very, very good. I'll also say I think the Vanguard players that came through for Hulk 2 also did very good. Like Juicy being able to consistently find them those eliminations and get up in their face, and when they were having that sort of aggressive triple strategist, just having the backline keep him alive for so long was impressive, but not quite enough for map 1.
It really was. Well, it looks like we're ready to dive into round 2. Hulk 2's second chance, and it will be on domination on Birnan T'Challa. Now, NTTA, I really don't like what you're up to here, man. You can't keep hovering the Jeff if you're not going to lock it in. That's all I'm going to say. Loki ban off rip, Tom. That's going to make you happy. Less chance to see that Luna Snow ultimate 4 times in a row. Just people popping and locking it like it's step up 2. Hell is going to be taken out of the play as well. Again, a really annoying hit scan. And to be honest, with what I've seen just moments ago from Black Widow, it very much makes sense why Eternity Era don't want to see what Hela can do in their hands.
I like the fact that they actually protect the Wolverine as well. I think realizing that was the hero that sort of changed the tide in the previous. And interestingly, I don't think we ever really see a Magneto ban purely because everybody likes to play Magneto. So I think they've kind of looked at this and gone, okay, their Magneto was so good, even though ours was good, we don't want it in either. And I like the fact that we've seen the ban come out of the Venom, because this was one of the, again, you go back to the Invitational, one of the compositions that was super powerful was Venom and the Thing, because you can jump directly in, give the extra shield, and they'll basically just keep each other alive in essence. So I like the fact that that venom has been removed so that that composition is no longer possible.
Oh, Pisa was hovering the Human Torch for a second there. I thought, could it be?
Didn't protect it this time.
And now they play it when they don't protect him. But no, it's going to be a bit of a more conventional approach. This will be a hell of a battle. After the first point, I didn't think there would be any sort of contention here, but I'm excited to see sort of with these potential swap ups. Well, swap up in playstyle, right? You're not one team attacking, one team defending. This is competition for the middle point as we are on domination. And the Hulk has been changed up. Of course, this is the thing. Those comms can change very as they are changing very quickly. With 10 seconds left before those doors open, we've got a storm float over here for Eternity Era. I'm not sure we're going to see that. Are we going to see that? Okay, well, we're out of the spawn. We're on our way. There's the swap up. Alone Phil's bringing it over to the Star-Lord. We will keep a Hulk in play. We haven't seen too much Hulk action, so I'm very excited for that. And 50 on the Hawkeye. Good luck to all the players. This guy was cracked.
Yeah, I think as well, Eternity Era are working off a lot of those combinations. Like this is a team-up dream where when you have that Star-Lord in play, you've got multiple opportunities to bring yourself back from the fray. I think also Av7 was one of the, I was about to say, one of the insane players where when you put him over on the Adam Warlock, the amount of damage that you could do as Adam Warlock cannot be understated. Well, that is one of the fastest team wipes I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned it, Tom, and as you're mentioning it, it comes in. The self-res, it's so powerful. You get a pick as Hulk Tua. Alone Phils was the first to fall, playing a risky dive play. They turned, they eliminate him, get rid of the danger. Oh, and he's back in the game a second later. Same thing for NTTA, AV7, and they can then bring the whole team back with the ultimate from Adam Warlock. So it really, that ability to reset, I think, is one of the strongest comms or combos that you have in the game at the moment. If you're looking to win, if you and two buddies want to win ranked games, that's what you want to do. And this is why even the healer in this comp, your Adam Warlock, is often doubling up as a duelist for those final hits.
Oh, 100%. I would. There are matches where we have seen Adam Warlock being the top straight away. Star-Lord is going to be popping at ultimate, but there is a counter once again. That Fate of Both Worlds will deny the majority of the damage. The problem, though, is Av7 is still there once again, genuinely doing so much damage. The Dance of the Butterfly used in an attempt to find another pick, but you have to bear in mind again, NTTA has just brought himself back with the res.
Big res here for AV7. Soul Bond instantly to bring them all back in. Shield goes up just in time to block Eye of Agamotto. Hulk Tua being pushed right back into their spawn, and it's Hulk diving down on them from above. That will be the end of this push, and it's 77% on the point. Hulk 2 are running out of time. They're being stalled out as well. Psylocke surviving that little bit longer might come back to bite them. Only 15% on that. And Eternity Era are applying the pressure, 10%. And Hulk 2 have to run through this onslaught of damage. We can see a portal in play, but it's too late at this point. All they can do is hope that someone makes it near. And with the ultimate pop from Alone Phils, there is no chance. The Galactic Legend locks in the payload, the point, and this first Stellar Spaceport onto Imperial Institute of Science. And this, Tom, is a different flavor again from what we saw. That first half looking very dominant.
Yeah, well, we had it in the first map where if you see like that Adam Warlock getting protected, the immediate response, it might have even been by Eternity Era, was to ban out the Star-Lord, because that combination, those three together, are just disgusting. You're also, I believe, getting the bonus radiation coming from the combination of the Strange and the Hulk. So it's basically like, I think the only one that doesn't really combine is going to be the Luna. So everything else is like a perfect matchup for Eternity Era to just get these team-ups into play. So I think that they are in an incredibly strong spot going forward. They're doing the same thing where they could get the extra jump boost and the extra shields just by placing down the rocket utility. But yeah, I think we all knew that swap was coming again.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, Lone Phils Last time was, what, finishing out the map on the Wolverine, and played incredibly well. Now coming in on the Star-Lord after it not being banned. I think Hulk 2 banned it last time. They might regret leaving it in play this time around. Now we're on board with Spider-Man, the big switch up for Hulk 2. Try to get into the back lines and deal the damage that has been hard to connect so far. Gives them a little bit more mobility in the group, blocking off a lot of the space for the rest of the squad. Those picks, well, they'll need to be found sooner rather than later. Alone Phil's farming up ult, and NTTA already in with the Mantis again. You know, for Hulk 2, finding one pick or two picks, if it's onto, well, half the team, they can just self-res. Pretty soon, there's going to be a full team res available for Adam Warlock as well. Eye of Agamotto, though, is already online. The invisible boundary was fading, but a good pullback gives them a chance here for Hulk 2. Ult popped by Adam Warlock. It will bring Spider-Man back into play, and anyone else who falls for the next second or so, but those picks now slow down. And then Galactic Legend comes online. That's a big problem as they're running out of opportunities here on the side of Hulk 2.
They may not have fallen, but they've taken so much damage. They're just being able to heal through everything, but I don't think that's going to last for long. Eventually, they all begin to fall. Only 7 fears, and well, Dryptosaurus, and I don't know. I think Dryptosaurus will just have to hide. It's an immediate switch. The Spider-Man, well, I say that, maybe a little bit hesitant, went over for a second to the Squirrel Girl, but it hasn't had the impact they desired. Well, just dancing across the map, but it almost feels like this is just a consistent hunt to get healed back up.
Yeah, but again, this is the problem. Alone Phils is just on his case. There is nowhere for Dryptosaurus to go that he doesn't immediately get picked, or at least a lot of damage onto him, and has to just go falling back for Hulk 2. When all those healing ults faded, you could see how quickly, even after rezzing the squad back up, popping the Luna Snow to keep them in, and it was just decimation. And again, the same thing happens. That was an attempt to get involved with the Eye of Agamotto. It gets cancelled out, so he's got 50% of his charge back, but 70% of the point has already been taken by Eternity Era, and they have so much to fall back on, Tom. An Eye of Agamotto of their own. They've got the Fate of both worlds on Luna. And, well, the Hulk is smashing them. This is an attack on the spawn of Hulk 2. Even if they wanted to put a portal down right now, they couldn't. They can't step outside, or they will be met with a lot of heavy force. 90%. Well. 4 ults online for Hulk 2. They need to go.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to make it in time. Already having to leave the site into that overtime. I don't know if it's going to be the survival. No, Drypto doesn't make it away. Decent damage, though, but immediate response with the res and heals, making sure that there's no teammates to go down. Solid from the Hulk, but the problem is they're all soul bonded, so you're unable to clear. Res had to be used on the other side as well to bring back a couple from the fray, and they will take the point at the very last second, but it's going to be close, just about.
It's not over, though. They might have taken it, but they're still losing the fight. Eternity Era gave up the space on the point itself, but reset further back after that big group play. Problem was, you had Luna Snow and Mantis ultimates online, so there was no way to deal the damages. They just tanked all of it, healing it right back up. And Galactic Legend online, but not even needed. We did get to see the Human Torch at the end, but somewhat of a desperation move to try to break through the choke point in their spawn. What a phenomenal display this was. And I have to say, for Eternity Era, we've obviously gotten to see this squad a little bit before, but they are looking sharp coming into today.
Oh, no surprises. Alone Phil's, I think, was having an absolute field day in the last couple of maps, like just having fun, it seemed. And I think anybody going forward, when considering this Star-Lord Mantis Adam Warlock combination, may want to ban one of them. It might not necessarily be the Star-Lord every single time, but I think at a minimum you've got to make sure you get rid of the Adam Warlock, because that was such a clean victory from them. Again, AV7, one final hit less than your DPS. It kind of shows you exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to how easy it can be, especially with that right click charged up, how much damage you can actually do.
Yeah, and as well, like, you know, alone fills 29 elims, and you can see how fast and loose he was able to play in this very quick game. Let's not let that slide away. Seeing 30 elims in a ranked game, yeah, that happens. But in one where you've basically taken 100% to 0% of the point on both maps, that's damn impressive. And I think this is just because, and we saw it in every opening fight, he was diving in, peppering up the back line, maybe getting a pick, and in the worst case scenario that they reacted perfectly to that dive, that they punished him, it's not that much of a risk. I just go over there, bring myself back in the fight, and we're ready to go all over again, maybe a little bit more passive. And by the time that he went down again, AV7 had the ult, because that was farming up very quickly between the soul bonds and the headshots. This was a very clean second map, but I got to commend still Hook Tua for being able to perform like that on map 1. I think the mental reset after being boomed and locked into their spawn and having only really one successful team fight in the entirety of a Convergence is impressive. But Tom, that is the end of our first series of the day and the end of our round 9 coverage. We'll be moving on to round 10 and BO5s. This will be a little bit more juicy as the top 16 have been decided. For now, though, let's take a look back at the game we just saw in the highlights.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. We can open your all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
The moon haunts you. Say good night. Tremble before fast!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again. Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia ongoing, and the games are happening right now. Tom, I'm excited to get into this one because we've reached the top 16. Yesterday, we got to see a whole bunch of different teams. We cast a wide net and we learned a lot about the competition. Some of those teams will be coming back up today. So for those of you who were here yesterday, you'll get a little bit of extra lore. But for now, we're going to be going into the best of fives. This is round 10 and the top 16 with Genji Academy against Legit L. And already, Tom, a lot of familiar names here on both rosters for both of us, at least.
Yeah, it's funny because we were looking back at, like, obviously the team Reject that played in the Invitational, and yeah, there's a few players from that team, but they're currently on opposite teams. JT3 and November 24 looking at that one, so maybe a little bit of a grudge match for the Japanese players, and obviously for Genji Academy, a lot of sort of talented youngsters that are looking to come through. I'm already liking the Protect for the Wolverine. I think it's been a huge choice. But again, if your opponent's going to protect Groot, one of the best counters you can have is being able to steal him away to try and get that elimination.
Well, as much as obviously Euphoria or NLE Choppa were the squad that gained our affection in the Invitational, Reject, November 24. I mean, as soon as I saw his name, I had like Winter Soldier flashbacks. This guy was unreal. And I think it was the Psylocke that is most strong in my memory, most clear, as in I don't remember anything other than the Psylocke. So maybe we'll get to see a little bit of that here today. Maybe not. I can already see he's on the Namor now. In terms of bans, I think it's the first time we've seen the Doctor Strange banned out. It's a strange enough approach to things. I mean, again, when you look at these Vanguards, I suppose they must have an idea of how they want to play it out, or what Legit L like to do. It seems like the solution here will be to pad the gap with a Venom. Also, someone we haven't seen a lot of. And there we go. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. The group comes in.
Yeah. It seems like a lot of the picks we're having, at least in this matchup, are a little bit more common. Like, again, we've heard more about the group coming into fashion a little bit more. The triple support seems to be quite a common thing that's happening, at least a little bit more recently. And of course, Namor alongside that Lunar Snow, the amount of damage that you get from the little squids is pretty insane when you can get them buffed up, and when you're looking for some of those openers, especially in combination with that Winter Soldier. The chip damage means that a bullet to the head will get that KO you've been looking for.
You mentioned as well what Z used to play in the Overwatch League as well, just to give you an idea of the level that we're at here. I mean, a lot of the players on the server November 24, and I'm sure most of the players here from what I was looking at, won above all. So this is really the best of the best when it comes to those ranked ladders. And, well, with a lot of team play experience, I think we're in for one hell of a battle already. You can see a fight up in the spawn with one pick going the way of Legit L. It seems like they've claimed all the space. It will just be a fallback and regroup for Genji Academy if they're allowed to do that. I mean, still quite a big chase going on. And although November 24 goes down, it'll be brought right back up by your rocket. And the picks keep on flooding in. Legit L making good ground in this first battle.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite interesting because you have that rocket that's still able to do quite a large amount of damage at times if you have the aim to do it. And considering you've got the triple strategist over on the other side, the fact that we've already seen Seong-hun be able to find quite a bit. However, though, Kadia is not looking to give this one up. An early aggressive take will do some damage, but with that Kraken impact on the other side, having to be that little bit more careful, trying to sit back behind that Magneto shield, and I don't know if we're going to see it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, the roof was really getting in the way there as well. They took cover. Kraken's impact not finding it, but well, that certainly is going to turn the tide. Legit L sweeping through the Genji Academy defensive line, and this will easily see the payload onto the checkpoint. The first one acquired, and 4 minutes and 45 seconds left for Legit L to make the next. A very strong start from this squad that I think you'd have to pin as the underdogs in this matchup. Even just, you know, first of all, Genji Academy have stolen some of the previous players, so that's obviously going to be one thing. But also, one is Genji Academy, right? That prestige comes with a weight of expectation. And for now, it certainly seems like Legit L are able to match them pound for pound, if not more.
The thing is, a lot of the times in early games, you have those swap-ups of the big organizations if you manage to beat them. So there's definitely something on the line here. JT3 will be able to pick off one, but it's immediately rezzed straight back into the action. Kadia as well doing work alongside this Winter Soldier. It has been such a common pick throughout the majority of these matches, and you can see why. Zune, however, is already going to be able to pick off, and that's the thing. I feel like these walls and a lot of chokes are able to do so much damage, but I do look at that strangling prison as a real big reason you're going to see this group play, being able to drag all of your opponents into a very tight space with the amount of damage you can do with other ultimates potentially. It is a great combo that you can find.
Well, immediately, and even as we've seen, right, your Meteor M or your Kraken's impact, whether it's Magneto or Winter Soldier, if they're all grouped up on one spot, you can do a whole bunch. Apparently, you can do a bunch without it, though, because there's a big sweep from Genji Academy. Well, there you go. You get to see on board with Z as he's taken down two, dishing out damage on the healer with the triple pickup. And Legit L stalled out. They had 4:45. And for minimal gains, we're down to 3 minutes. There's still plenty of time on the clock.
That's always the cool thing when watching the triple strategist is, again, in other games you might be looking at it as just having 3 healers, but in this case with potential damage boosts that you can add into teammates and to yourself with the natural anger, there's a lot of potential to do damage. Again, though, you're going to spot out the attempt to try and trap all of these players with the strangling prison. It hasn't, however, worked out too well. In fact, the response is insane from the side of Genji Academy. That is the second time we have seen the entirety of the squad wiped.
With Groot and Winter Soldier, Kraken's impact alongside the strangling prison put into play for Legit L, and they don't get the reward. We're going to immediately see swap ups. Bibiak moving over to the Wolverine. I mean, the hope here probably that he can drag some of those Vanguards out, even get some of the healers who've been causing big problems and remove them from the play entirely. But here's the problem. Now you've got the same play on the other side for Genji Academy, putting in a lot. Kraken's impact, though, not going to find the picks. An immediate response from Rose fans to pop in the fate of both worlds. Both squads doing the same. The amplifier comes into play, though. Legit L now look to capitalize on that damage, but the shot's not landing for November 24. They're dodging around, and now they're up close and personal. That's going to be decimation in the upper fight. And with November 24 down, the picks keep on rolling is what I thought. A massive response, though, as the Vanguards picked off for Genji Academy, and that will leave them with nothing to defend the payload. 1 minute 30. Legit L have cracked the defense.
Yeah, the danger, though, is we know all about that third and final point. The second one, a lot of the time, will be a walk in the park for quite a lot of teams, but the third one, getting up that ramp, can be so incredibly difficult. Already, continuation of those heals, trying to keep a decent position. Again, that strangling prison thrown into play. Meteor M utilized to at least trade onto one, but this is still an aggressive stance from the defense. They're not giving this one up just yet, and Groot, crawling in the center of it all, is working out fantastically for Zune. Having a great game over on the Groot. JT3 is going to add another to that death toll. And while I mentioned it, the attack side now have one last attempt, it seems, to try and get just 0.2 over the line. This will not be where they hope to stall.
20 seconds. Fate of both worlds available for Legit L and possibly needed.
They trap Zoom.
JT3 goes in with the Meteor M, not going to find it. Big slam down by Kaida. And looking for a little bit more, but ends up using it just to fall back. The Fate of both worlds cancels out any real impact. Good bubble. That's going to keep Kaida alive, but unfortunately, with a dive in from BByak, he survived.
They lost him.
I just saw that
They lost
go
him.
to 1. I watched the bar in top left, thought someone's going to pick him off, but no. That's huge for Genji Academy.
Switch up as well from Zoom just to bring in that Venom, try and keep the dive a little bit more aggressive, lock some of these players into position. That time ticking ever so low onto the overtime. They need to win this fight, but it looks like the fight is theirs to be had. Invincible Boundary, though, has helped them out massively. JT3 just on that survival effort, stuck in the mud, and now almost looking to just force them off the point. Of course, Venom can launch players into the air with that dive. Every second is being removed off the clock, and BB knows it. Needing to get in their last stand is more than just the ultimate name. More so it is what's currently in play for this attack. They need to stay on this point, and they are losing HP by the second. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold on to this one.
The survivability of JT3 is something to write home about. I don't know how he lasted so long. Kept them on that payload, kept them from moving forward, and bought time for the squad to get back. The invisible boundary came in just in time to keep Magneto up after Bubble and Shield had just faded, and their HP was down to the last. Somehow, holding on alongside Venom for that long bought them enough time to stop the checkpoint from being taken. And we talk about getting up the ramp. That is usually the big trouble. But that final corner here on the second checkpoint proves to be just as big of a task for Legit L. Now having to mount their defensive side, and it looks like an attempt with some of the same. The Bucky alongside Rocket, a strong combo. They'll have an Namor. And look, defensively, if you've got to make a big hold like this, I don't think there's anything else you want but a Namor and Luna Snow. Still, with the way Genji Academy are playing right now, I mean, there were multiple points in that last fight. Kaidia should have gone well, probably a minute before they went down. They were on 1 HP 3 or 4 times. Between the healing, between their evasion, and whatever else happened, they managed to cling on to life. The same thing happens for JT3, and like even one of those fights going the other way buys the extra couple of seconds for Legit L to get to the checkpoint. That was just phenomenal.
Yeah, I think as well, something I've enjoyed is seeing, and similarly to the Adam Warlock, it's like what you can do with a Mantis, having those damage buffs, but then it still gives you that extra layer of healing if you need it. Like, let's not be silly. The Soul Resurgence is still an incredibly strong ultimate if put into play at the right time. And I'll be honest, G is someone who seems like he knows when the right time is.
Yeah, that's definitely been the case so far. Genji Academy. We'll see if there's any trouble breaking through this defense. Legit L. They started out strong. They've had some signs of life, and obviously this is a BO5, so quite the distance to go. So that's a good sign for now, at least. Not able to take control of that first corner. Zune already pushed quite far. The damage output, along with the fact that, you know, you step even a meter too far forward, there's a group wall behind you, you're pulled in by Bucky, and you've got a lot of people with nowhere else to look but at you. It's a very difficult comp to play against when they're hitting, and so far, Kaidi has been hitting every time.
Yeah, that does seem to be the reason for the popularity of the Groot, is just with how strong some of the strategists are in this game. You're trying to isolate people from their healers. You're trying to take them away from a spot where they can do anything. The horn from BB not going to be quite as effective as they'd like, and well, their damage boost combined with that strangling prison is going to leave them trapped, but not finding the value they'd hoped for. Good work coming out from Rivars, but it's basically a trade of Meteor M's. I think maybe the loss of at least one of those strategists might hold more value, but you have to bear in mind there are more strategists over on that defensive side. They're able to hold the line, time the fate of both worlds to perfection. And well, it seems like Kadia is not stopping on this tear with the Winter Soldier. JT3 hits the final blow, and well, there is no one there to contest.
Yeah, those Meteor M trade-offs is where it all went wrong, right? As you said, picking off a strategist, that's really what you want. That's what Meteor M's usually aiming for. But when you've still got the Luna and the Mantis, Gen G can sustain, whereas Legit L losing November 24 just as Kraken's impact was coming online, you don't have the damage to break through all that healing, and you certainly don't have the ultimate that would have turned the tide in that fight. So they lose the checkpoint as a result. 4 minutes on the clock for this push, and that's a big deal. Like a pick like that going the other way, going on to anyone else almost, especially with Kraken's impact, would have been better for Legit L. And now, again, picks coming in. Luckily, they have that res, but for the next 45 seconds, that's not going to be the case. So Gen G Academy on the offense.
Already getting it. A decent margin. Again, the horn put through. This time does take down G. Again, though, still a similar scenario where they have those additional healers available. Meteor M being utilized and will get rid of Kadia. I believe that was actually him within the Kraken impact as well. So had just utilized his ult and is removed from action. That is a huge pick coming out of the defensive side.
It's clobbering time online for Legit L, but it's Gen G Academy doing the clobbering in a lot of the fights. This one has gone Legit L's way, but now the regroup through, and Gen G move forward, 3 ultis in hand. Meteor M alongside that Prism from Zune could be a big problem if Groot hits, and maybe not even needed. It's going to be a deep play from JT3 through the ceiling and has torn the foundations of this defense apart. They are sent scurrying to their spawn, and huge ground will be made up. A stagger as well. Oh, that's devastating.
Oh, that might be it. You have to bear in mind how far their opponents actually managed to get.
Another stagger.
The second point was not reached, so they have just been caught. G as well, doing unbelievable damage, but finally falls. But that's all they really cared about, was just delaying as much as possible so they could get to that line. That is all they needed. That JT3 Meteor M was definitely the deciding factor. And I have to say as well, being able to spot those two players through a hole in the ceiling that basically wins you the game, that is phenomenal stuff.
But, you know, for us, we've got X-Ray, and even then I'm like, oh, where's he going with this one? Which one's it going to be? And he's got a meteor-sized gap, and he just slid it through. I don't want to play this guy in bowling. It'd be like coming up against Milan in his prime. 1-0 start for Gen G Academy. A strong performance here. And for Legit L, honestly, it's not even the last Meteor M. It's both of the final Meteor M's that JT3 hit. Swung the tide of a battle as they were coming to a checkpoint. Phenomenal play. 22-3 as well. And Z, who, because obviously, look, Kaidia's got the MVP. Kaidia did great. 13 final hits. We saw that impact. But Z with 29 eliminations, matching that of the Winter Soldier, the Bucky, on his squad. That is very impressive indeed. And I think we just saw a well-rounded and very scary-looking squad here. Gen G Academy 1-0 up. But again, Tom, it's BO5. So there's a little bit more room for that bounce back. We'll see if Legit L have got what it takes. But early on, it's certainly looking like there's a favorite in this series.
Yeah, I'd say as well, something I've noticed with like those, a lot of the top level pros from other games that are coming in seem to really enjoy the support damage. So like an Adam Warlock and in this case the Mantis, and it is just like you look at the damage that was done, the healing that was in there as well, and then the assists, and that's the real value of having a Mantis. If you are timing correctly who's getting those damage buffs, it becomes so difficult to play against. And obviously the way that the healing works is the more headshots you are hitting, the more you're able to use your abilities, which basically means if you're the cleanest player in the server, you are going to be earning more heals, more damage boosts for yourself and your team. So it's such a powerful character if you're good enough, which, hey, someone on Gen G Academy is probably going to be good enough.
Guys, I'm going to need to put a formal request in to stop hovering the Jeff. you're bringing my hopes right up, and they keep falling. They keep falling far. It's not making me very happy. Again, we'll talk about the picks and bans as they come in, and we've got Hella taken out of play again. No surprise when you've got so many strong hit scan players from what we've seen. I mean, even Z might be pulling out the Hella with that Mantis performance. And again, a very reasonable ban. We saw it in our last game, the impact that the Mantis alongside an Adam Warlock and a Star-Lord can have. It just the self-reses, the team reses, it's a little bit too much. Groot protection, standard enough. I think Groot has been a favorite for a lot of squads. And now we'll get to see sort of the idea behind that ban on Doctor Strange, as this time he gets protected.
Yeah, I think probably alongside a Magneto, the most popular that we've seen from all of the Vanguards played. Like we got, I think last time out at the Invitational, we had a lot of the Thing, of obviously a very new hero and still very strong, and actually now going to remove the Magneto. So again, it's like clearly wanting to have one of the shields, but I think they definitely struggled with a lot of those late eliminations. The Meteor M from JT3 decimated them 3 or 4 times. The funny thing is, though, is the opposing side Magneto is also the SVP for the side of Legit L. So they are basically hurting themselves a little bit, but just respecting JT3. However, Mitch, if my memory serves, JT3 was also absolutely cracked on Doctor Strange.
Well, I was looking back here. JT3 was the guy who was flexing into a little bit of the Thing as well.
Yes,
so it was November 24 on the Psylocke, as I remembered. But Ripasuko was the one that was a lot of the time destroying on this hero. And I think they were looking at, obviously, with a Psylocke in play, with the Thing, with Strange. There was a lot of dive. There was a lot of backline annoyance and really getting in their opponent's face. So I think there's definitely an exciting look to this Legit L side as we move on into this. And I think, you know, on a domination compared to a convergence, that dive can have, you know, if you're attack side on convergence and you're getting into the back line of the defense, you're buying yourself 50 to 100 meters. But when we're looking at domination, it can sometimes be a little bit harder to find that connection. BB Yak, now again, the unique feature of this map is that you can see your opponents in the spawn. So you're going out on Spider-Man, hey look, I'm gonna be jumping around with my webs, and straight away then he gets into his spawn and swaps it up. There we go. Sorry, English is hard.
They will keep the Venom though. So that's the thing. They will have had the team up available if they kept on to the Spider-Man. However, looking like they want to get more in the face of their opponent this time around, not allow them to get away with anywhere near as much. We've also got that combination of the rocket. But it once more, it is still this triple strategist, something that Genji Academy clearly feel is the right way to play in this meta.
Well, we'll see if Legit L can find the success diving in already. You can see that the shotgun from the Punisher is being used to counter those close-range squishies. A nice opening, and with Kaidia easily getting back into the fight thanks to Rocket. We're going to have a bit of a reset, perhaps, for Legit L. You can see them backing off, not looking to play as aggressive. The dive in from Venom, punished immediately. Just too many players there, and the Groot Wall's giving them a safe bit of area to fight behind. Ripasuko, well, Ripasuko indeed. He's down and out of this, and a full reset for Legit L needed as percentage now starts to build up for Genji Academy.
You can see why the steal came onto JT3. It's definitely been one of the difference makers and winning that 1v1. But I will say I've thoroughly enjoyed, I think, Zoon's target selection. I think that's something that's so important in this game, is where you're placing all of those walls, where you're putting everything into position to try and make it more awkward for those fights and those heals. And I think so far he's been an absolute expert in that field.
Galactic Legend online, as most of the ults will be from Legit L for this fight. It's used early, trying to get ahead of those healer ultimates, and it's done exactly that. A pickup onto Z. The Squid's the ones to find that, but Ripasuko goes down. Kaidia now popping the ultimate. The Judge, Jury, and Executioner is here, and Genji Academy not pulling any punches with Doctor Strange. JT3 up against his former teammates, Ripasuko as well. Matching roll to roll with his Doctor Strange from the Marvel Rivals Invitational. And it looks like he is the one to really deliver the death blows. Gen G Academy 66%, and they're coming ahead in terms of the ult economy with Z having that nice defensive ult, but the Eye of Agamotto from JT3, that's what my eyes are drawn to.
Yeah, the right timing here could be everything. It could basically end the map itself. Both teams going for a level of the high ground. It's a great combination, but for both sides. The horn works out for one, but then G has stuck it alongside those Groots, both finding so much value. It comes down to this final moments. This fight needs to be won by the side of Legit L. Unfortunately, it won't be. And now with 199, 100, I don't think there's anybody who's going to be able to contest. That is a ridiculous trade. That was 3, ended up being caught by the strangling prison. But then also the same on the other side, caught by the Eye of Agamotto. The timing for both were fantastic, but worked in the end in the favor of Gen G Academy.
Well, the real problem being that Z, it was a 2v2 on the point. Legit L had both their Vanguards on half HP. Gen G Academy had 1 Vanguard and 1 healer. So who's winning that fight? You know, a healer who can do damage as well, who can be a DPS. So Groot is just tanking the damage, staying alive, and by the time they drop Z, it's already a 1v1 where Zune is full HP and the other player is clinging onto life. 20 seconds before these doors open, and well, this won't be the doors shut on the series if Legit L lose again. It is a BO5, so you have to take the 3 maps in order to win. But Gen G Academy winning that first one so dominantly, it's not the sign we're looking for. That's why Legit L makes some swap-ups, and this is what I talked about. November 24 on the Psylocke. This is where things get nasty from what we saw in the Invitational.
I think especially when you're up against that triple strategist, having somebody constantly hammering home the backline. You also have the Dance of the Butterfly, a powerful ultimate for attempting that clear. Does have to be careful, though. Being caught out, I think they are well aware of these sort of positions.
And just dumping those shurikens into the Vanguards, ensuring that there's going to be an early Dance of the Butterflies online for Legit L, or at least that was the idea. Mantis popping on Legit L, but maybe a little bit late. The infinite ammo being used by Kaidi. It's a great effect. Finding the opening pick, looking for more now on Venom, and a great sleep stun as he goes down. Legit L's chances do as well. It is domination on this point, and I mean, I'm not even sure that the rocket ult was necessary here. Gen G Academy swept easily through that first fight.
I'll be honest with you. Watching Kadia play feels like watching someone with aimbot. Like, that machine gun just does not leave the head of the opponent. The second the infinite ammo was in, it was literally, you hear the headshot sound, just like it's madness how accurate this guy is. And I'm not sure if there's anybody on the other side that's been able to match up to the level of individual brilliance that he's been putting through. But now it seems like they're still trapped back, trying to clear a lot of these angles. Even a slightly more aggressive push, though, coming out from Venom, attempting to split up this defense, tempted to make them turn around. The problem, though, is that they're having to deal with that final judgment.
Yeah, the executioner was up in their face yet again, and I think that's the thing for Kaidia. You know, watching him play, it makes me think someone's ringing my doorbell the way he's hitting those headshots. Agamotto comes into play for JT3, and that will put Legit L to bed in this duel. The stagger through as well from the shotgun, and more being sought after up in the... What? It's just ridiculous, man. It hits everything, and Legit L, they're having to go to their spawn to get a moment's rest around Gen G Academy. Jeff!
That's how you know when it's gone from bad to worse. 78%. Like, if you change with the last 20% on the board to, I think that's a last-ditch effort, hoping you can find something here. The flank has come through, though. This is a good opportunity for November 24 to clear out some of those strategists. They needed to clear these players from action. And, well, I don't think you can credit that to the Jeff swap. But it does seem like
I will. I mean, at the end of the day, Tom, that just shows your game knowledge. That heal, you know, without the heal before November 24 probably would have been dead. I I can't say
Yeah,
for
no,
certain that BBX saved the day, but I'll say I'm certain about it anyways.
The butterfly needed water to survive, so obviously that's why. That's why
Well,
it wouldn't dance without any water.
Let's need water, okay? It doesn't have to always be so obvious. Oh god. Well, I'm gonna. Oh my goodness, here we go. Jeff Volt is online. A lot of stuff is happening, and my mind is on one track. I want to see BBX, but not now. There's no chance. They're being destroyed in the spawn. Legit L. You know, you can contest whether it's because of it or not, but since the Jeff came out, they've looked a lot better.
I will contest. But nonetheless, I rip Ahsoka with the Eye of Agamotto. Like, we've already seen that. JT3, a fantastic clear in both maps, but it was in the last one just now where Rip Ahsoka's been able to find it. Potential for Jeff to try and steal them all. And how much is he going to get? I don't think he got too many. Maybe it's one or two. Doesn't he get away? Oh, eliminated right at the final moment.
No!
Has ruined Mitch's dreams and potentially removed his own. Rip Ahsoka's done well, though. The same for Venom. November 24 coming up with another. They are clinging to life at 98%. They have brought it all the way back within 20 of their opponent. And well, there's no more portal. There's nothing to get in behind. Actually, the change from Zune onto the cap just seems to be an opportunity to try and run in behind the opponents.
I gotta say, let down by Legit L there. Obviously, I'm joking. It's this is the thing. As soon as you get that eat on, I think you might have had one player in, and then everyone's just coming for you right off rip. Overtime reached. This is an impressive comeback by Legit L. However, it ends up swinging, but the point being touched now by the side of Genji Academy. They will not be letting go of it. JT3 makes it on. Agamotto already burned up, but to good effect as Legit L lose basically the whole squad. It's just going to be a stagger one by one as they go in to keep this overtime ticking, desperately trying to buy time and doing a good job of it. But now Venom down, and that was the main player contesting. Look how quickly it ends once Venom falls. What an attempt of a recovery, but unfortunately this will not be Stellar Spaceport falling in the other direction. I don't know why I can't say Stellar Spaceport. Every time I try, it messes up.
Stellar Spaceport.
Yeah, well, you're just showing off now, Tom, aren't you? It's an unfortunate scenario, as I think we really saw a resurgence towards the end there, but we walk out of it 2-0. We walk out of it again with Kaidia being the MVP, and I think that this is kind of the result we expected after that first map. But, you know, they're really being undersold with how much of a fight was there in that final contest.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think even still, like, to be honest, for me, especially in the second map, I would have given it to JT3. Ends up with most final hits. Definitely had the two most impactful ultimates in the entirety of the game. It obviously just that Kadia is consistently putting up significant amounts of damage, but I think there is a reason that JT3 has been brought into that Genji Academy, because he has been phenomenal so far.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, looking at the Jeff gameplay, Tom, I think that's the main takeaway from today. We got to see
final hits.
Well, you know, that was situational, Tom.
Even had the ice buff as well coming out from Luna.
From Luna. That's the thing. You want to see Jeff typically as a dive. I mean, the other thing I'll say is, like, I think really the mistake there, and I think it only would have led to one pick and Jeff immediately dying afterwards, but is just putting down the healing orbs. They give you that little speed boost, so once you pop ult, you can immediately make it to the edge of the map and go much quicker, make it further distance, and get heals along the way. But this was an anticlimactic debut from the Jeff. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more, because of course,
technically not like a debut. There was like 3 seconds of it the other day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Someone picked him when there was 1% left on the point before. So we got to see him heal 4 damage. It was really fun. It's a big debut. But yeah, obviously now this is the thing. We're not finished. 2-0. It's not looking fantastic. It's not looking easy for Legit L, but they have the possibility to reverse sweep it, as we are in round 10. That means top 16. That means we move to BO5s, and no surprise when we've got, again, like, we're talking about these players as mostly one above all, who have a mass amount of experience. I mean, you look at Legit L, they were what, third place in season 0. So like these are pretty good teams that we're looking at, and I think we see that in the gameplay. Well, maybe we'll see it in the pick ban phase as we get on into round 3, map 3 of this series. Gen G Academy winning will push them on to the next round.
Yeah, it's worth stating as well that this is an upper bracket matchup, so we are looking at squads that will not be eliminated in this stage. So it's obviously important to you get into that upper bracket semi-final. You're less likely to potentially like just get eliminated if you come up against the toughest teams, but realistically it is not the end of the world. No surprise really that the Groot has been removed. I think it was fantastic for Zune throughout this series so far, evidently not wanting to play against an Morlock at all throughout, and they've actually protected the Hela because it wasn't banned. So clearly that was something that Legit L were targeting going into this series. Like, okay, we don't want to play against the Hela. Well, if you want to get rid of the Groot, you have to play against the Hela now.
Yeah, curious to see where Zune is going to take it now. We've obviously seen the Captain America from him, and it looked decent. We've seen the Venom as well, so there's some good potential when it comes to his hero lineup. Now, the protection on Psylocke as well, no doubt. That is for November 24. Where do they want to target? Honestly, Winter Soldier's been very strong so far for Gen G Academy. Kaidi has been taking, I think, both MVPs. But again, the danger of having that Loki alongside a Luna Snow, it's just such an annoyance. It changes the landscape of the game so much that teams typically don't want to deal with it. But that does mean giving Kaidia the hero where he has just single-handedly shaped the course of the game. How I would say if you weren't going to go for Loki or Luna Snow, I think the play is either taking Kaidia or get rid of Magneto, because JT3 has been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, but then again, JT3, as said, I think JT3 was the best player on Doctor Strange in the last map. So it kind of, I guess that was their plan before, where it was like, okay, yeah, we don't want to... we don't want to play against that. Then they play against the Strange, and they go, actually, you don't want to play against that either. So it's not really... It seems like trying to nerf JT3 at this point is a complete waste of time. And interestingly as well, at least thus far, we haven't seen that Hela actually brought in, even though it was protected. So I'll be intrigued to see if, like, maybe again, we're just going to have the rocket or something switch out early into the match. But we'll have to wait and see.
It could also be that it's being saved as a last-ditch effort. Maybe they've got a specific comp. Maybe they don't want to use that comp yet. This is upper bracket. And if you're Gen G Academy, for example, if they have an idea of where they want to take Hela, why show it now? They're 2-0 up. And if panic stations come into play, then they can show us something else. An extra little bit of flair for the game. Looks like we will have the rocket used, obviously, on defense as the game starts. You're not really going to to the spawn to change out.
I like the positioning as well. It's having that res all the way up the top. Going to make things that little bit more difficult. Here is November 24, the player we've talked about on this silo, someone we've witnessed have mass amounts of impact. Have to wait and see what's going to be in play this time. Kadia has got those squiddies on board, the buff that you get from having that Luna Snow, and with how clinical he has been, I'm a little bit nervous for the opponents.
Yeah, understandably. I'm talking about taking Winter Soldier out, and he's showing us he doesn't even need to play Winter Soldier. Maybe the impact will be there. But like you said, with the Luna Snow buff, it is just so damn strong. Now, the choke point, although the building's being broken down, Legit L still haven't been able to get through. Now, for the first time, Vanguard goes in, and look at the response. Gen G Academy say, hey, where's your Magneto? Where's your protection? I'm on you. And Venom diving straight in. It causes problems, but they're able to sustain through it. Legit L not falling for that first wave of attacks. The second, finding damage, but again, it's just being out healed. It is drawing heals away from the front line, but again, they're not being able to follow through with the damage that they need until now. Finding the duelist up top, that's a free pickup, reducing the damage output of Legit L, especially with those squids gone by a lot. And it's actually enough to send them running backwards back through the choke point, as they don't want this to snowball into a more time-consuming scenario.
I'm just looking at that backline attempt from November 24. You have to bear in mind that the Dance of the Butterfly is available, consistently having to switch their gaze towards the other side of the map. BB taking an awful lot of damage, witnessing the spam of different ultimates, and here we go. The Dance of the Butterfly used on that backline again. This was one of the ways they found openers before. However, it seems like Zoon's actually been the one to do the majority of the work. They were so worried about his Groot that they banned that out in this map. Oh, well, he's still doing exactly the same amount of damage on the other side, and well, this is just aggressive. I love that you've just got your two strategists trying to chase down November 24.
Yeah, sent running to the hills. At least, well, I mean, actually sent quite far. It's gonna be staggered out, having to pick up the heal packs as well.
Guys, I'm on point too. Yeah, bring it to me.
Bring the payload. Bring the payload. Dive in from Venom. Again, it's just gonna be sent back, but ult is there, okay, to keep that sustain deep into the fight. Removing a lot of the heals again, just being an annoyance to this squad as Legit L have themselves an opening. Is the res online? It is. Yeah, Kaidi is just going to be brought right back. This time, November 24 wasn't able to find it and deal with it first. Now goes for the rocket instead. But look how much healing is in that little corridor. It's hard to follow up with an elimination, but November 24 makes it look easy.
And they've got it the majority of the way as well. 43 seconds, but I think they have managed to get the job done. It took an awful long time to get that payload online, but Rose will add Zoon into the death toll for the opponents, and it is going to be at least a chance to get things moving.
Well, Kaidia has made the swap up. They found the checkpoint and they've said, okay, they've made it through the choke on checkpoint 1. That's where the squids can do a lot to stop you and slow you, protect your high ground and so on. Now it's a bit more fluid, and so he wants to have the ability to take the fight to them rather than sit back and wait. That's where a lot of damage can be done indeed. Amplifier coming through for Genji Academy. They're going to be doing more damage, but November 24 pops a big Dance of the Butterflies. That's a clean sweep. Legit L are going to get to stagger both of these Vanguards as well. If they just keep up the pressure, there shouldn't be a way out, as proves to be the case for J23. Venom, he's just about managed to swing his way back to the spawn.
Yeah, the symbiotic resilience always helps quite a bit. Just the lower health you go, the higher shields you can retrieve from using that ability. So a very good piece of utility to sustain your life. It's being utilized by either side, locking in a couple of those. They try and fall back. Obviously, you can see that lunar snowflake on both Kadia and the Venom, just as they look to try and get aggressive. It helps with those extra heals to teammates. For now, though, they've got it quite far. That initial point took quite a long time, but it has been looking a lot better for Legit L in this position.
Yeah, they're able to keep things moving in the right direction. They've got a minute 15, 1 or 2 fights for the side of Genji Academy, and they'll be setting themselves up with a nice marker. But that
this is
it. They should be hitting the checkpoint now without all too much resistance. November 24 having a field day. At least we'll be stunned and gunned up. Okay, that's one pick back in the other direction. Ripasuko manages to return it though. From now, it seems unimaginable that that payload doesn't hit the final point. It's a formality, I suppose, and for Genji Academy. Okay, they've got at least one healer ult to get them into it. Rocket also has the amplifier to maybe up their damage. Kaidia, benefiting from the infinite ammo, will be dealing 1 death and a little bit more. Okay. This is now 1 minute, 1.5 meters with 30 seconds left, and they've won the team fight. Legit L need to get back into it.
Yeah, and you can see as well, there is a constant push coming in from Zoon just to try and hold back a lot of those players. It's less about even just surviving and more about let's just delay them as much as possible. If nobody touches that point within the next 8 seconds, it is all but over. And to be honest, it doesn't look like anybody is particularly close. Finally, the Venom gets into position. the chance for the most likely to survive. Lots of damage being done by Ripasuko, but they still need to hold on to this position, and it's the Rocket that ends up getting the first elimination. What could be the beginning of the end for Legit L. A lot of damage done once again, but those heals have just been so devastating. The fate of both worlds will keep them standing, keep them on the point that little bit longer.
Oh, man. They've done the damage as well onto another healer for Legit L. Players fading out of existence. The bubble used by Magneto to try to sustain, but they are all over him. Venom falls too. This was down to 1.5 meters. A matter of seconds in it, and a Mantis ult got them back onto the point just in time. They've managed to stop that push. I cannot believe it. I was waiting for the payload to just take that one extra step. Hell, if Venom gave it a little bit of a shove, they would be already on their way to the Budokan, and instead, the final barrier is set much shorter for Gen G Academy on the attack. Let's hope that Legit L can hold them off. Again, already 2-0 in the lead. Gen G Academy seems set to take this across the line.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios as well where you see the usage of that Soul Resurgence from Mantis and you go, wow, if this doesn't work, you're going to feel a bit silly. But now you look like an absolute genius using that strategist ult to get you back onto the point. Obviously, a decent shift after what was a slow start. And that's the issue. I feel like the likes of Zune and Caddy have been so good at finding those openers for the squad. I am nervous that they're going to be able to hold this, at least this first point, anywhere near as long as Gen G Academy did.
Yeah, and that little bit of extra time, like if we have just a conventional hold here, it's going to make a huge difference.
4, 3, 2,
With not even the second checkpoint being needed and plenty of time to take it there. The thing is, for Gen G Academy, this is the squad that I'd say more reliably will come in with those team wipes from what we've seen, certainly in the first 2 maps. And they'll make a lot of ground as a result. This first fight needs to last a long time for Legit L. They need to keep them back. If this point is taken with even more than 2 minutes on the clock, I would be doubtful that the stop will be anything close to easy. That's a great start with 1 pick, although Rocket brings them right back into it, and it snowballs into Gen G Academy's favor. Maybe greedy to go in for a little bit more, and they will pay the ultimate price. The bubble coming into play for Ripasuko is the only reason that he survives that little bit longer.
Wow.
But that does not last long at all. We're talking about a minute off the clock by the time that payload is taken.
They've managed to get back on, but the problem is there's not really anybody able to hold. It takes the strategist that little bit longer to get there. One of them, in Rose fans, has made it, but I think they've realized that, yeah, there was no time left. That was 2 minutes faster than their opponents managed to retrieve that initial point. And that's the thing. I think you do see the true value of the Rocket on this first point, at least, even if you are going to play it for the entire time. Just because if something goes wrong, if you have that slip up and lose a player, at least you have that free res, which we noted it when I think they were losing Kadia at the beginning of the last one, but he's right back into the action.
And I think this is another thing then, Tom. That's one benefit, but Kadia playing the way that he is, having a Rocket with infinite ammo and an amplifier, and they only really need to win 1, maybe 2 fights. Infinite ammo's already been used, and this time it doesn't result in Kadia instantly getting a kill, but enough hits that the Kraken's impact is online. In fact, every single ult is there for Gen G Academy. Dance the butterfly cut off early. There's no way that any sort of elimination can be found with the ultimates in play for Gen G Academy. And now they come in with some of their own Meteor M put in from Legit L, but the problem is Kraken's impact online and looking for that finisher with the amplifier in play, and there it is. It won't bring the ult back on though. The timer had already expired. Still, it will push Kadia forward, landing shot after shot. This guy has been clean, even landing it onto Psylocke. Oh, it's a big hit. But November 24 had the dash to get out of there. The problem is they're being forced back. They're not stopping the payload. And there's 4 minutes just under on the clock for less than half of a checkpoint to be acquired.
It almost seems like this fight is now going to be everything. A wipe here would almost indefinitely end. Maybe the Venom could get back in time, but you don't want to risk that sort of opportunity. Nice pick coming out from BB. That's a huge start to this battle, but as said, that's where the immediate rest comes in from the Rocket, and they can get right back into that action. You might have got the first elimination, but I don't think you're going to be getting any more. Venom just trying to self-sustain as long as possible, but it was not long at all. And look at Zune immediately into their spawn. They know that this is all about delay, and they still have that Kraken impact from before, just ripping them a new one. The bubble used to try and get past, but it is too little, too late. Genji Academy in record time will close out this final map.
Wow, I mean, it feels like this one was just a complete diff, wasn't it? Like, they come in to this as favorites after the first two. That is for sure, with being Genji's Academy as well. We expect great things, but this was just a phenomenal performance. Zune taking the MVP, but I think there's a pretty long list of people we could be giving that to as well. He was 19-2. The other Vanguard, 18-2. I mean, just the annoyance that comes into play by having Kaidia at any given moment. You find a squishy on their own, Kaidia is taking you down, and we saw that tying for final hits with him, though, is impressive. So, yeah, I suppose do give Zune the acknowledgement of the MVP. 3-0 for Genji Academy. This is setting them up as a serious contender, Tom. Remember, for the people at home, this is an upper bracket matchup. So this is legit L doing well in the tournament so far. And, well, once they come up against the big boys of Genji Academy, there's nothing to be said about it. Let's taking a look back as well. Like, it seems like in most of the rounds, Genji Academy have just been wiping the floor. So we'll see if anyone can really contest this squad.
That's the thing. When you look at hero shooter games, you're going to look at the Koreans. And I think Genji coming in early and picking up an academy team, putting some value down to see if these sort of younger players can do some damage in the tournament. And they're on the grind at the moment. So I don't think it's surprised that you see that organization and you see some success coming their way. But ultimately, still plenty of competitors within this tournament to go. And that's not the end of their opponent either. They will still be able to go through and attempt that lower bracket run, even if it's just to earn themselves some extra cash along the way. Either way, it was a quick game for a best of 5. But if you missed it, take a look back at the highlights.
fighting all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, racing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
The moon haunts you. Say good night. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia. We're going deep into round number 10, Tom. We've seen an upper bracket matchup, Gen G Academy looking good. They hit a 3-0, really coming into form by the end and defending what is a fairly spotless record throughout this tournament. That was a lot of fun to watch, but we've got a little bit more action coming your way. To say, Tom, what was your takeaway? What was your highlight of the previous games? We got to see some players we were familiar with. We got to see some ex-Overwatch League players. We got to see Jeff, but you know, there's a bit more to be seen.
I enjoyed the Jeff getting washed, but no, I think for the most part, I enjoyed the Venom. I'm always a big fan of watching Venom gameplay, and I think with how aggressive Woom was able to be, I think that it was just impressive with what he was able to do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a little bit more.
Well, there's going to be lots more action coming your way. Can't guarantee a Venom, but maybe we will get to see them as we move on to Midtown. This is a convoy map starting out with the payload right in front of you. You don't have to claim it. It's already moving once you touch on board. 3 is the score they need in terms of maps to take it across the line. We are in BO5 territory and fairly standard bans coming out with the Loki and group. Before we get deep into that, I just want to say this is a lower bracket match, so stakes a little bit higher between Old Man and Old Watch. And obviously, when it comes to Old Man, I believe this is a team that we've already gotten to see just yesterday.
Yeah, I remember specifically watching Use Alt Please play. Definitely had a decent performance, but I believe that they fell into the lower bracket from the match that we ended up watching. And interestingly, yeah, it was the Hela that did a lot of the work. So instantly saving that, taking out 2 strategists as well. I could respect it. No more Loki double ults coming in for the fate of both worlds, which I'm very happy about. But also, I think that Adam Warlock goes out because of the shielding of Star-Lord. You don't want to be coming up against that combination if it's not something that you're running yourself. So getting rid of the opportunity for those reses is huge. And interestingly, well, it's funny. They've taken out the Groot and then taken also out Groot's biggest counter. So evidently feeling that, okay, if we're going to come up against some tough vanguards, we want to get rid of that Wolverine.
Well, I was taking a look at the placements of these teams previously, and where both have competed in Season 0 Doom's Rise. One team, Old Watch, made it to top 64. Old Man made it to top 32. So perhaps we'll end up with a fairly close matchup, and well, let's hope that that is the case after Jan G performing a bit of a whitewash in that previous map. Old Man on the attack side to start with here on Midtown. And, you know, I'm always, especially with this map, this is such a long way down on that elevator. It's going to take 30 seconds or so, and we can always see those swap ups, CQB especially. I'm expecting that we won't see Rocket stick around. A strong enough healer and good in solo queue, I think, just due to the ease of use. But unless you're going to see a Bucky in play, the Winter Soldier, or the Punisher, it's not really a hero that we see being brought to play by most teams.
Yeah. Well, especially when you can get the additional shields and stuff thrown in at the beginning. A lot of the time you will see that. And then the swap, and yeah, exactly. It is going to be the Lunar Snow. This has been the sort of standard with how strong the fate of both worlds is, but also, well, varying buffs. That is one hell of a start. Use Alt Please has been diffed with an immediate pick.
Yeah, invading the high ground is a fairly common strategy for the attack, so you can see that they were ready for it on Old Watch, grabbing themselves an opening pick and leaving Use Ult Please to play a little bit later into the round. Now coming back online to try to fight back onto the opposing Hela, and I see the HP on the bar not looking good for Use Ult Please, but he will barely survive that. Clawburn all over with the haymakers from the Thing. It looks like Old Man holding strong, yet to lose on the point, but then Star-Lord goes down. Some of your DPS fading into obscurity, and they will step back off that payload for a reset.
Obviously, the main benefit here for Old Man is the spawns that they get, so they have a fairly fast reset, whereas the opposing side, not so much, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're winning all of these early brawls. It's at least a little bit of damage going the other way, but they are cleaning house of this opposing side. Not going to be allowing them to get anywhere near their point that they have now been able to take over the line.
Very nice stuff. And I think you see the benefit here. Like when we started out, the reason that Old Watch's Hela was up there defending that high ground is exactly what this is what they were trying to avoid. Once the opposite side is taken, Old Man just run riot in the back lines, leave the duelists on payload or up in positions where they can't really help out, and all that ground taken, all that space just invades and surrounds the only bit of space that the other side had to work with. But Old Watch do come back in to contest now on the payload, not only finding an opening pick, but they're in with a lot of ultimates. The invisible boundary used to just counter out what's in play for the other side, but Meteor M moments away from coming into effect for Old Watch once they see an actual fight in front of them. For now, all they're seeing is a retreat as Old Man back off.
Not getting particularly far forward, almost making it to that first point, but with a minute 35, breaking back through this defense could be quite difficult. Not really given the same sort of space. A lot of ultimates are set up ready though, and it's all going to come down to the counters, especially with those strategist ultimates of almost who pops second.
Well, the first is going to be Hell being unleashed by Use Ult Please, but he might regret using it as it gets picked out of the sky and then picked off the ground. An opening that's followed up on with a big Meteor M, but all of this being countered out by the dances on the point, activated by Merlin at the same time, but CQB's gone down, heals removed for the side of Old Man, and the rest of the line falls quickly as a result. Old Watch with a solid defense. And at this point,
that's the portal.
There's not much that Old Man can do but wait for one final fight. They've portaled up top indeed to take that high ground, but it's being invaded by Old Watch. They're not giving them any space.
Yeah, it's been an issue. Galactic Legend utilized, but invisible boundary somewhat used in response. They did at least manage to get rid of Irmo. He was causing an awful lot of issues in that backline, but the problem is they haven't been able to win the majority of these fights. Again, it's going to be this attacking side in trouble, and a nice shot out from Hela as well, leaving just this Venom, who is taking such a ludicrous amount of damage already in these fights. 4 seconds to just get onto the point, and well, Venom may even be a little bit far away. Just about makes the dive work to get them on.
Well, there's no counter invisible boundary this time, having been used to counter out the ultimate from Star-Lord. That Galactic Legend finding its value here as there's no response for Old Watch but to fall back out of the boundary and into the waiting arms of Star-Lord. So much damage being dished out, and they're inching ever closer to getting this payload onto the point. The Thing, though, dives in. Irma with a big play, managing to find a pick, and it's followed up on by the Goddess of Death up above. They've stopped them mere meters from the checkpoint. One final fight when it looked like it was all lost, and now it's lost for the other side. 0 on the board, and it shall stay that way. Oh, that was so desperately close, Tom. I thought the Thing was just diving into his death, but he really made that work.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is that extra sustainability you could get from these Vanguards, especially if the shields are available and some solid healing. But yeah, it literally was just buying that little bit of extra time to enable the chance for that Goddess of Death to rain down from above, and just that extra little bit of DPS helped out Irma. But again, I feel like that's something we've seen quite regularly throughout these matches, is when there is the Thing online, it is normally a difference maker. Like, I don't think I've seen too many matches where I was like, oh yeah, the Thing was a bad choice, because it is just so disruptive to play up close. It's something you constantly have to worry about. That Haymaker consistently doing vast amounts of damage. Well, as of yet, it's something that they've failed to deal with. And of course, yeah, it's a first point. That's all that's needed for that first point to be on the board for Old Watch.
4 minutes to do it. I will say that Old Watch had a pretty good start with the high ground defense, being able to push back 2 waves of assault before eventually caving to just that back dive that Old Man were able to do. And we'll see the same thing attempted here by the new defensive side. Right side congestion, Hela there, but it's not Hela leading the charge for the attack. Instead, it's Irmo, and well, it's a little bit of a different flavor when you've got to try to pick this big rock off. He's able to take all the damage and just keep on rolling, and opening for Old Watch a strong start.
Already removing one of those Vanguards. Luckily, the Venom will be able to get back into position with relative pace. A little bit nervous for Yuzol, please, taking fair amount of damage, but the response is there in turn. Showcamper doing well, and there is that right-left click combo that we've talked about so many a time. Shields activated, but not enough to keep Irmo standing in the fight. Well, I don't know if we're going to see anyone get out of this position. It's a good response with 5 cleared out from Old Man, as they will look to delay ever further.
Yeah, and delay more and more as the payload gets pushed back. I think that's just a really good acknowledgement from Old Man of the space that they have lost with that high ground dive, and the fact that they're able to reset so deep back into the spawn is massive. A lot of the time you'll see players just overcommit, fall, and again, it just snowballs on the attacking side. They've done well stopping that with the first. Yuzol, please, in for the pick. And so they will maintain a bit of control, you would think. The Thing's just gone down below and forced them to drop off the high ground to reclaim the payload, to stop it moving and thinning out the numbers. Invisible boundary in play, and a free pick onto a trapped and slowed Star-Lord. That's one for them as Old Watch look to move deeper, to push further, and they'll end up getting the fate of both worlds out, because Luna was about to go down and didn't know if she'd even be able to get back into the fight later on. We'll use this ult to try to keep everybody alive on Old Man as reinforcements are on their way, but they're not going to get here in time. Players are already falling. This could turn into a huge stagger as half the team fights at a time. It's the Thing picking players out of the sky. Great counter with the Meteor M. It was meant to absorb the shots from Galactic Legend, and instead it ends up ending the Galactic Legend. This tale coming to a swift conclusion if Old Man can't find the kill soon, and they're doing just that. Pick after pick going their way. The defense putting a stop to what could have been the final push.
Yeah, I think Uzalt, please, actually bringing in that Goddess of Death from behind. That was the turning point. Like going all the way into that flank position and then being able to eliminate a couple of players from that backline, one of them being the Invisible Woman. And that was enough to basically make this a winnable position. Obviously, again, it is that last opportunity. 50 seconds left on the clock to try and push this just over the line. That's all they need. The yellow point on that top bar will do the work. Will get them into position. With clobbering time still online. Potential combo with the horn. That could be enough to at least take down some of the squishies.
30 seconds left. It really didn't seem like that big of a task. You'd think that the first half was just a little messed up. Nice block coming in from Doctor Strange.
Oh, no.
But ends up taking the damage from down below. Goddess of Death finding the pick that they need on Old Watch to keep this payload moving. One Vanguard removed. And one more pick here, and we could see the game turn into Old Watch's favor right as we hit overtime. 4 seconds left. Desperately trying to stop that payload, our Old Man, but they're forced back. Shots landing from Hela, and then the dance commences from CQB. As a response, in goes the invisible boundary, so they've got a safe space to fight from with lots of heals, and the damage being dished out in the other direction as Fate of Both Worlds finally ends. And then is activated by Old Watch, giving them a safe spot to fight from even after losing one. Capitalizing on the picks will be hard, and Old Man finds some of their own players falling by the wayside. It's Roundcat, it's Showcamper, both of the remaining Vanguards out of play, and with those it's so much easier to focus on the squishies. Easy peasy with clobbering time. 1-0. This was a tight game down to the wire, but Old Watch barely managed to take the win in the final seconds.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't expect the first point to be the real contention. A lot of the time, it's getting more and more difficult as they go along, but both teams did fantastically well in terms of that defense, in terms of big moments, but it really did just come down to the end. Old Watch able to just about get it over the line. Irma with the MVP. I don't think anybody is particularly surprised by that, although Hela also had a very good game with 14 final hits to her name, but I think just the impact that Irma was able to have in these close quarters positions definitely made a difference.
Yeah. I mean, both of the Vanguards in this game doing a remarkable job over on Old Watch. The fact that you've got so much damage dealt, I think, was very much tangible with 9 final hits on Irmo and your Magneto. And again, when you have those squishies floating around, all the problems being caused by players like Uzalt, please, your lord on Hela, having a Magneto popping off in the back, in their backlines is so important as well. So we came into this saying, you know, hopefully we get a tight game. And after the first point, I was thinking, oh no, it's going to be another stomp. That's what we're looking at here. But I really didn't think it would be that hard to push the first checkpoint. We end up going the distance, and that's a great sign for what we're about to see, because again, remember, this is round 10. This is best of 5s, and for these teams, we're in the lower bracket. It's elimination time, so Old Watch getting a leg up here, and again, Old Man, I guess, would have to be the favorites. They made it to an extra round in the Season 0 tournament. Old Watch out for revenge, and it started out beautifully. I believe we're already ready to dive into our second map of this BO5. And Tom, like, after what we've just seen here, it's fair game, but I just hope that the one thing that continues is that Loki gets banned out, because we've seen high impact Luna Snow ults, and if there were 2 more, I don't think we're getting out of the spawn.
Yeah, I think that, but you get a similar thing with the invisible boundary. Like when you're running those 2 sort of strategic ultimates, it comes to a point where I think it's all about the timing of those that could basically change the fight. But you are correct. They are just going to continue to remove that Loki, obviously removing the opportunity to choose what ultimate you want, and then still going for the fate of both worlds every single time. Nonetheless, I want to see if there's anything else that's changed. Obviously, the group was removed. I think something that was confidently utilized elsewhere, and I think it was Hela ended up being protected by use alt please. I don't know if they'll do that again, because realistically, it was actually better on the opposing side.
Oh, let's see what the decision is going to be from Old Man. They now get their choice of ban with Luna, and as you said, Star-Lord coming through. You kind of think that we're going to need an Adam Warlock taken out of play, or this could get very messy.
That's
Even the
really
Mantis, but they go for the Namor. So you're not going to... Well,
they've banned their own combo.
Their own Namor. Yeah, I've just clocked that. You protect Luna, you ban Namor. You know, leaving Adam Warlock open. How are they going to ban Adam Warlock? Is that how this is going to go down? We'll just take our own cards out of our hands. All right, Hela taken out of play. So there's really powerful combinations possible, and then I kind of hope we do get to see Adam Warlock, Mantis in play as well. But
yeah,
with Luna Snow, what's second healer going to be for Old Watch? No, we're still going invisible.
Well, no, I'm looking at the
boundary.
other side. The other side have immediately locked in that trio, and then going for the same with the triple strategist, because it was basically the composition we saw run by Gen G. Yeah, Strange is there as well.
How strange is that very good. How unusual is it? I'm going to have to change my vocabulary now. That on the one side, you protect the Star-Lord, and then the other side is the one that brings out the arguably most powerful team up in the game. Certainly one of the most. I think it might be the most powerful, honestly. Getting three players a chance to go down and still reset.
Luna Namor for me is still just so strong. Like, I think that it makes Namor such a ridiculously viable DPS. But I do agree. Like, the res is absurd. And like being able to have it on a multitude. I also like the fact that they're doing it with that sort of additional strategist in tow, because you could basically have use alt please, who if you didn't know was basically playing DPS, playing Hela, just damage boost himself and just kind of do the same thing.
Okay, so I mentioned, you know, it's strange they're not playing the Adam Warlock. They actually are playing the Adam Warlock when we come into the game. Old Watch have picked up the triple, as you said, and then Old Man bring it in onto CQB. So they will have that res possibility with use ult please also on the Mantis. 3 players able to res, team able to be resed as well. This makes a lot of sense, but then the triple heal with Luna Snow that both squads have, it's a very hard combo to break through, and really you're looking for players like Star-Lord to isolate someone from healers. Very hard to do to actually land those picks. And Soulbond, Soulbond was activated, but CQB goes down immediately. Talk about how hard it is to find those picks, and the problem is, even with one pick, CQB just reses himself. He's right back in the fight.
Yeah, it's such a quick initial battle. The only real differences that we currently have is the Hulk on one side looking to be that little bit more aggressive, while this push through is doing an awful lot of damage. A fantastic start for the side of Old Man. And while I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for a response, it almost looks like this guy is using the Galactic Legend, but I promise you it's not been activated yet. Yeah,
I only know because I didn't hear the voice line, but what I'm seeing on my screen indicates that something's not right. He shouldn't be hitting those shots. Now, unreal performance to start it out for Star-Lord over on Old Man, and now Galactic Legend is online, but there's going to be a ton for Old Watch to work with. They couldn't quite get the safe space to pop their res, and I think a lot of that being Magneto was the first to fall for Old Man when they lost CQB. He reses, he's right back in the fight, and he's healing. But once you lose that Magneto, it's even harder to res because they're just going to be diving straight on you. There's not as much to protect that front line. Mantis activating the ult on Old Watch's side, and Meteor M put into play as well. This is an attempt to push Old Man off that payload, but it hasn't worked for now. Galactic Legend popped on both sides. It's going to be a game of who can take down the other Star-Lord first, and it's Old Man to win that battle, but they'll be brought down by the Hulk, sent running, flying away, and the Hulk is not letting them get out of this for free. Although not able to find much as a result, the heals are too strong in the evasion. The movement of Star-Lord difficult to follow.
Yeah, I wonder who might be the first to break ranks when it comes to this composition. Maybe drag in something like a Wolverine. We noted that as one of the major cancels, but at the moment for the attack, I don't feel like they found anything necessary. A huge pickoff again, utilizing that dark magic to be able to pick off one more, and this is going to get the point ever closer. Obviously trying to play nice and close so they can't actually maneuver back towards the point. Irmo obviously having quite a lot of success when it came to the thing in the last. At least now he's got to try and get a lot done with the Hulk.
They're saving up these revives as well. CQB and Star-Lord had a chance to res on Old Man, but they decide not to, saving it for this final fight. For a moment of desperation, Galactic Legend activated early, but it's traded out on both sides again. They'll be seeking each other out up in the sky. Eye of Agamotto put into play. Big connection. Picks coming in as a result. Old Watch losing out on a healer, but again, they saved those res, I believe, and they've got them online, bringing her Mantis right back into play. They'll have to take her down a second time, as is true for Adam Warlock. Blue definitely still has that online, but a deep dive into the back lines is picking everyone apart. He might be able to bring himself back into play, but who is he going to be healing for Blue? There's barely anyone left alive, and getting close to the Hulk would mean certain demise. Though keeping him alive, not quite possible from far away. This is looking like a disaster, with a desperate attempt with the Eye of Agamotto landing huge, but the response, it seems to be there with the Galactic Legend finding a pick in the backline. It'll keep boots on the ground and that payload from moving. Now it's even going to move backwards. Big space being taken, but the res from Adam Warlock gets them right back into the fight. You have to kill this team so many times before they'll be down and out. And instead, once they pop that res, they're right back into the fight with a 6-man elim.
It looked like for a moment the using that portal to get back in with the Eye of Agamotto, it looked like that was going to flip the script and change things for this defensive side, but instead, with 3 minutes remaining, Old Man are going to be hightailing their way towards this point. Still plenty of resistance, yet to see a single change to what started out this matchup. I think it's only been the Hulk being removed. Irmo has decided to just make this a pure mirror as they'll look to brawl once again.
Oh, it's now or never indeed. Old Man made some serious ground with 2 minutes 30 on that payload. It's Old Watch that have to stop them, but the fate of both worlds has been pulled into play, and a direct response to Mantis's Eye of Agamotto lands, and well, you can see the big clump right there in the middle. It's a mess of heals going either way, but it'll be harder to get those heals out now with Luna Snow, a valuable pick, a player that can't bring themselves right back into the action. And it looks like they've got a fairly good idea where those reses would be popped. For Old Man, no choice but to go back and reset for another bite of the cherry. 2 minutes on the clock to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've still got a decent amount of time to try and make this fight work, so an overextension not necessary. Rez is going to be online for Blue any second now, and already online for CQB, but this is where it gets interesting. The Galactic Legend attempted to be used. The Soul Bond will keep them alive at least a little bit longer, but the damage has been done. Looking like a complete wipeout. Watching for the res as it attempts to come through and trying to bring back the entirety of the squad, but that has not gone to plan. Instead, if anything, it's just staggered them even worse, with 2 of the 3 strategists being delayed behind the rest of them. That will allow at least to make it to the door frame, and with a minute left on the clock, they just need to get past this final stand.
Yeah, it's time to send everything at them. Adam can bring them right back into the fight. CQB can at least have that impact, but the rest of the squad, the clobber in time, something needs to land for Old Man, and needs to land soon. The focus from this squad is unreal.
Hey.
Doctor Strange had his eyes set on Magneto and was not turning his gaze. Even a chance to, well, not quite pick off. You'd be very lucky to do so there, but pepper up some of those healers. 35 seconds, and the ult's in play, favoring Old Watch at the moment. Still quite far away, but fate of both worlds will be here, is there. That will get them through this choke and up to the payload.
They were delayed at least a little bit by the Eye of Agamotto. That was the plan. Now Galactic Legend thrown in, and that will be Blue removed from action, forcing out that fate of both worlds once again. And only 10 seconds left on the clock to try and make it to that point. Losing some of these players would be the end of it all. The fact is, though, this defensive squad has had to use nigh on every single one of their healing ultimate, which means they're very vulnerable going into some of these final fights.
They've just gotten Blues back online, and that will be very necessary now as players start to fade away. The attempt to bring them back into play right here and now. Star-Lord self-resing and popping the Galactic Legend. The picks need to be found. They're focusing, trying to take him down before the damage is done, and they've done a great job of it. Old Man pushing ever further forward, and they'll make it the distance all the way to the end of the Budokan. 3-0 for Old Man, and quite a distance to go for their opposition.
Impressive stuff. I think especially coming down to the end, it was the force out of those remaining strategist ultimates, the fate of both worlds, used, I believe, in fairly close tandem to the Soul Resurgence, and it just meant that going into those final fights, you could see it. There was so much more health available for that attack as they were brawling, and that's all you could really hope for. You don't have the same sort of spawns to get into position as quickly as your opponent. If you lose a pick here and there, obviously in this scenario there are opportunities for reses, but it is a much tougher thing to get back in. It takes a lot longer, but they cycled everything to perfection, where they're coming in with that Galactic Legend at the end, and that was just about enough to get them over the line. Still, not an impossible task here for Old Watchers. They will now try and do the exact same thing again, and they are going to bring back in Irmo. But I've noticed he's switching between a few different options. They had the Hulk last time. I don't think it was amazing, but I think, especially with how he played on the Thing last time, I'd be quite happy to see that come in again.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, the timer ticking down, and we'll soon see the push come into play. Old Watch, they have to make it all the way to the end. They have to claim Spider Zero, get that vehicle moving, and make it through 2 checkpoints, and then take it to overtime. Quite a distance on this map. Old Man have done well to set those foundations, and they're looking firm to start. Hole in the wall being used to fire through a whole bunch of damage, and this is, although not resulting in picks, it's building up that ult charge. That is exactly what they're looking for. Already halfway to Galactic Legend for a big wipe as picks come in across the board, but it's the self-res possible consistently for the side of Old Man. CQB in the fight, Blue out of it, and I don't think has a way back in anymore. They'll have no choice but to reset, and you can see the Vanguards falling back on Old Watch, ready to make another push. That's a minute off the clock, and a good defense from Old Man to start.
Yeah, it was definitely a peculiar place to have one of those battles come in, with the site not really being contested. And now a more direct approach is going to be needed to try and remove these defenders from position. Of course, every second ball, every moment put onto that clock is going to make things more difficult. It was a very quick initial take. Galactic Legend again is going to be traded. Both teams trying to sort of time those shields to perfection, and to be honest, I think the shielding has been immense, and not a single player has been lost with 2 ults used. And well, finally it will be Irmo to fall again. Not what would have been desired by this team attempting to attack.
Uh-oh, yeah, we're hitting the 2-minute mark, or coming up to it. And Old Watch again being forced back. These waves are just crashing against the shore. And Old Man not showing much decay just yet. Star-Lord spotted up top, being challenged again. You know, you take him down, he's going to be bringing himself back. You take him down again, he's going to be brought back by Adam Warlock, soul bonded up, and you got to look for other picks elsewhere. Again, those the 3 that get taken down are the 3 that can reset, but they won't now. They absolutely won't. No, you just wait this one out and play the next push. But again, this is eating into the clock of that attack side. Old Watch are running out of time.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm really liking at the moment with Old Man is the fact that they are, as you said, once they get the clear on the players that can be res, they are realizing, okay, we need to push and take someone else down. If we get rid of a Luna, they're not going to use those reses. It's just not worth it anymore. This time, though, the fight's going a little bit better. A lot of initial damage done. CQB will be deleted. Eye of Agamotto, though, has been well placed. Unfortunately, at least one of those healer ults has been popped. Even still, though, the res has come back in on the other side. Old Watch have the majority of their players. A save to the opponents. Nobody cleared from action just yet. And in the backlines, patiently waiting to potentially try and utilize that res if needed. Again, we're going to see this Galactic Legend put into play, removing CQB, who was the one waiting, who was the one sitting back to try and utilize that res. Even still, though, yet to get a marker on this point, but it has to be coming soon, or maybe not. The tide swings completely back in the other direction.
How have they managed to recover on this? A res even
There
used
he
here by
is.
CQB alongside the
Gets to
soul
run
bomb, and they'll
back.
be right back into play. That was perfect timing just before they fade back into the spawn, and now the fight is here. We've seen up top, though, a portal with the Doctor Strange in play for Old Man. They're able to at least gain ground for the fight. Isolate, I don't even know how we've ended up with one of the healers being pressured deep into spawn by a duelist, by a Star-Lord, and they win the fight. The response by Old Watch at least taking down one Jeff pick by CQB. He is rushing back to the payload, and it's not even needed. They've stepped off 3-0 in the end, and it is a dominant second map. What a resurgence as well by Old Man.
Yeah, impressive stuff. It was a real grind for them to get that first half done in effective fashion, but yeah, it will eventually be them taking things with a 3-0, a very clean look to that defensive side. And I think a lot of it came down to just a little bit of unlucky timing. Like, I'm looking at that CQB res. That actually came about because the opponent on the other side, Star-Lord, was able to eliminate him in the backlines. And then when he went back through, he was able to res those two other strategists. I also have to point out that we are talking about a Star-Lord with 25 final hits, and then same with Strange on 18. There were so many effective eliminations coming out from those two players.
Well, we saw actually right when CQB got picked off, they were desperate. The reason that the timing was there for that run back to take play was because you had Luna Snow pop the Fate of Both Worlds at the same time as Doctor Strange is activating his Eye of Agamotto, completely decimating the squad that, from their perspective, we just got picks. It's time to push forward, and they ran straight into that. They can't do damage. They can't take him down, and now they're stunned up, and there was an immediate swing back. That it didn't make the fight entirely in their favor, but then CQB coming in on the res absolutely did. I mean, this was a game of fine margins in terms of when those ults were activated, a second either way on a lot of these plays, and it goes in the other direction. But for Old Man, they have managed to lock that one out. And let's not forget, that was the payload itself, right? This is convergence. You've got to claim the payload, but then they have to push with a minute 30 extra added to the clock all the way to the end of the checkpoint, and then do the same thing all the way to the end of the checkpoint, and then look even better in OT. So this was really a lost cause, I think, once we got to that overtime, unless it was about to be a clean game from that point forward, like just utter domination, like the likes of which I don't think we've seen. So that sets the momentum in the other direction. Old Man, the top 32 team, the favorites, I suppose, coming in, have claimed back a map, and we are 1-1. Yeah, slight favorites. One extra round in season 0.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if you look over to Old Watch now, if you're gonna take out either the Adam Warlock or the Star-Lord. I think when your opponent gets 59 eliminations, maybe you make a call to go, okay, we won when that wasn't in play. We won when the res wasn't available. A question would be, is there going to be a shield for one of those heroes? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they could take it either direction. I like the Adam Warlock protect just off the reses, but I suppose if you have Adam Warlock and no Star-Lord, are you really going to play it? So Luna Snow protect coming in from Old Man, as they will keep that Fate of Both Worlds, I guess, acknowledging the impact that it had in saving them in some of those fights where the first or second pick were lost. For Old Watch, choice of what identity they want to lock in here and now, and this is a tough call, to be honest. They've ended up on the Star-Lord.
Yeah, I think with how things have been going, like maybe bringing that back into the next, but it also could force a ban from their opponents to get rid of that Adam Warlock. So we'll have to see what they're opting to ban as well. I think we've seen the Loki ban quite often from at least one of the two teams. So I wouldn't be surprised. It's actually going to be the Wolverine. So again, just watching out for those Vanguard busters, getting rid of the Groot. Evidently, the Vanguard they don't really want to be up against, and then getting rid of the guy that can upset their Doctor Strange or upset their Magneto. So I don't mind that idea. Interesting to see if we are going to get rid of that Adam Warlock, or if the same sort of comp's going to be online. No, it will be the Loki. So I'm more worried about the duplicating of those ults rather than this same composition that they just struggled against. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see that potentially for both sides again.
To be honest though, like for Old Watch, protecting the Star-Lord makes sense if they want to play it and they want to run that comp. But after the previous map and how it went, I feel like on the one hand, banning it could even be an option. Your opposing Star-Lord got 25 final hits, but also leaving it open. What are the chances that they are realistically gonna get rid of a hero who had so much impact for them? So it strikes me as a strange pick, only because if we are going to run that same combo, that same team up with Adam Warlock, Mantis, and Star-Lord, I'm pretty confident that that worked better in the last map and therefore will work better in this one for their opposition. So perhaps a mistake. We'll see. If the Star-Lord on Old Man drops, 30 elims, well, we know who will be banned in the next one at least. Because, again, we're 1-1. This is essentially now a best of 3. It's whoever makes it 2 out of the next 3 of these maps. And for Old Man, they've got the momentum, the wind in their sails for sure.
Right, there's only one team running that same sort of matchup. And yeah, Old Watch have decided to go in for the Hela and the Winter Soldier as well.
I don't necessarily like this off the top of my head. We'll see how it works, but I think, ignoring that big team up when your opponent's definitely going to make use of it. I suppose it didn't work that well last time, but not bringing in your Rocket Punisher or something like that alongside, or even just Rocket alongside Bucky, with the impact that can have. We're going to see Hela instead, and we'll see how much damage can realistically come through from Old Watch, because again, they take picks, those players instantly come back. Use ult, please, taken down, but he's right back in the fight. When they trade picks though, it's going to be Old Watch that fall way behind, not having that reset ability. And indeed, you see, they eliminate a healer. Old Watch eliminate a healer, nothing changes. Res, and we move on. Old Man eliminate one player of almost anyone, and it's a reset.
Yeah. Well, especially when you don't even have something like a rocket, it's going to be difficult, but we'll see if they can make this composition work out for them. The start so far not going great. Old Man dominating in terms of that additional point. It is going to be CQB that goes down, however, but still has that resurrection available. Solid work to take out Show Camper as well. They are making this fight look like it's going to stick, but immediately there is that res from CQB, well positioned to also make sure that a healthy addition can be added in, and the only response that they have is that Goddess of Death, which isn't even going to last a millisecond. I don't even know if a shot was fired from above.
No, that was an immediate shutdown. I think, maybe one click of the mouse was had. That's about all I'll give you. The damage output from Old Man is crazy, and then you look back at how many picks went against them. They have so many players taken down. I think CQB was eliminated by Irmo, goes back, pops the ult, and brings everybody back online thanks to the self-res and team res ultimate. It's just ridiculous.
Okay.
Here's one pick on the Star-Lord. Great. Well, let's see if Star-Lord reses. I believe he still has it online, whether he can find the space or not. Actually, I didn't see him fly away in gold, so maybe he did use it already. That could be the first time we see a pick solidly followed up on by Old Watch, but they've lost their own Hela in the meantime. So again, we need more. Use ult, please. Going to be eliminated, and I don't see them flying away. A good chance that that will be concrete. So a double pick, a triple pick, and now surely they'll make
they didn't get on the point. They didn't get on the point.
The point. Oh my word! He was in the air.
That was the thing. That was why they were so deep in their spawn. Even though they had lost, I think CQB went down. And then we saw the same, as you said, with like Star-Lord alongside the Mantis. But because they still had their Vanguard so deep in position, there just wasn't enough time for the opponents to actually get past. So Old Man basically managed to win that fight out just with pure delay. And I don't think it would be overly surprising to see the change. But again, I think if you're not going to run that same composition as your opponents, there really does need to be some level of, okay, we need to counter it, because it is so unbelievably strong what you're able to do when you just get a free res every while. Like, it's a long reset, but when you have a player that could also res you, it's not quite as long as you think.
That's going to be a devastating close to the game. I mean, we saw it there. We saw it from the POV on broadcast. Magneto was, I mean, his foot was touching the line. You know, we need VAR to check in on that one.
I don't think we do. It's a video game.
No, I think VAR is built in. VAR is built in, but he'll still be sat there going, VAR, someone take a look at that. I was on. But sometimes, he had to jump. And if you're above it, doesn't count. You got to be on the point.
Ooh,
big
grapple.
pickup by Old Man. That grapple in, indeed, for Old Watch at least. Pulls someone close, gives them a chance, but there's no response possible. Again, Mantis ultimate used to keep them in this fight. There's a pick onto Star-Lord. Guess who's coming back in a second? It's Star-Lord. He's right back into the fight.
Oh.
This is ridiculous. They have to take him down a second time, and now finally he'll be put to bed for good. But you know, a 2-for-1 pick that's even is Steven Stevens, and then they go for Galactic Legend and get lit up out of the sky. And unfortunately, without an Adam Warlock on your squad, there'll be no self-reses. We've got to go for a full reset on Old Watch. They were so close to claiming the points, and now they'll watch the percentage tick up for their opposition.
It's rough because they're still trying to stick with this combination. Interestingly, the swap-up has come in, but they still haven't got that stalled. I wonder if it's going to be after that Winter Soldier ultimate is utilized, if they'll switch into the more standardized of this composition just to try and match them, but it's going to allow for quite a bit of percentage. We need to see if this ult is going to have the impact they desire. That is a really nice grapple once again, but as you can see, the Mantis still having that resurrection available and immediate usage of the ultimate just to get back into spot. Invisible boundary thrown out. Nice work as well from Adam Warlock on the other side. That will be another elimination, but straight away CQB is so solid in his timing of that ult. Make sure that there always seems to be another player coming back to life.
It's just really and truly ridiculous. Old Man just have this, and look, Old Watch have swapped up. They have to now. This comp can only be beaten by this comp, at least in current form, and it looks like the deep push from the thing will find its reward. But he's right back in the game, and because one of your tanks is in the back line, your squad is getting pushed on, heavily bullied in the background. Old Man, well, they'll have finally see the annoyance of when your opposition can just bring themselves back online, but the percentage continues to tick. An extra fight for Old Man bought by that ult, although a reset would have been effectively the same, as they will more than likely have to push this to OT, at least finding the start for Old Watch. Up top, they've got the invisible boundary to keep them in it, but it's used up top. It's not really the most useful position to be in, and it's not used to counter out the Legend, which is just online.
They've managed to soul bond at least, which will keep a lot of these players alive. Eye of Agamotto used, however, and that will likely be the beginning of the end. Not going to have any res, not going to have any other strategist ultimates available. They are being wiped out. It's just the thing running around in circles, praying for a miracle. No Doctor Strange to get them onto the site. It is another whitewash slaughter into this map. And Mitch, if we don't see some form of ban going into the next phase, I might even just think this is going to be a 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, like, I especially can't understand it if you're not going to come in playing it. Like, we've seen the strength of it. We know the strength of it. And this isn't just a ranked scenario, right? Like, this is somewhere that consistently we see, if you can bring 3 players, have the ability to bring themselves back into the game. And one of those players, and we saw it brings himself back in, pops an ult, brings everyone else back in. It's so annoying to deal with, and I really don't see much of an option other than to just do it better than your opposition. And we've now seen twice that's not really something that seems possible on the other side. And certainly if you're not willing to run that comp, that's the other thing, right? Like,
yeah, they're half playing it like that. Even when they swapped, they still kept the Winter Soldier, which is again individually a great pick, and they still wanted to keep the thing as well. So it's like they eventually brought in the Adam Warlock, but the res that they had was effective, but you're not getting all elements of the team up because you're not running all elements of the team up. And that was the thing. It was like, you could see, I think CQB was so good at timing when to ult, because it was like, okay, well, my Mantis has just used her res. I know that the Star-Lord has just used, okay, they have now both gone down. I will use mine, which will then bring them back because they can't do it themselves. And so the amount of times where it'd be like, okay, we lost one, that's fine. We lost one, that's fine. It's like, okay, this is the battle we need. I'm going to go and find myself a position where they'll be safe. And I think he was very, very good at choosing those spots wisely. So, yeah, it's a matchup that I think is severely favoring them when that comp is played. They won when it was a mirror, and they won when their opponents tried to pick it apart. I think the main option now has to be to go, okay, let's take one of these out of play, or try and match them again. Like, it wasn't like a dominant performance overall. Like, there were back and forth team fights. So I think that doing neither just seems like a huge risk.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you got to look at Old Watch. Their player that was playing Adam Warlock was also the one that swapped up to play Star-Lord. So, you know, we brought both in, sure, but not at the same time. That's not ideal. The team up doesn't work that way. It's not the spirit of Adam Warlock, although I suppose it is when he's going for the res. Let's see how this one goes down. Immediately, the Groot and the more bans come into play. But what I'm more interested in is Old Watch and where they take that second ban and where this Protect goes. If this is Adam Warlock, oh, okay. Hella for Usul, please, I suppose. The other comp has been working perfectly, so I'm kind of surprised to see them not protected in some way, shape, or form. But then again, Old Watch haven't been banning it, so who knows?
Well, the other thing as well is, either this second ban, if you protect Star-Lord, they're going to, if they want to, they are going to use that ban anyway. So you might as well just go, okay, I'll protect Hela, and almost bait them into the idea that, oh, we're not even going to use it again. Like, what do you mean? But yeah, I think this is the most logical choice. They have just been wrecked 2 maps in a row by reses. Just remove the guy who has all the reses. It means that even if you were to ban the Star-Lord, they can't do the same thing with the Mantis. I don't think they would anyway, but it just removes that from play completely. And I think this is the right decision, making sure that then they can have their own combination of the Winter Soldier. And actually, Old Man, I think they've missed the ban. So that's definitely a bit of an error. I would be surprised if it's a scenario where you don't want to choose something, because well, that would just be a little bit silly.
Well, I mean, I think back on last map and like maybe taking out the Thing, for example, for Irmo, like he was pretty good on that.
They were getting rid of Loki, right? I think that was
getting rid of Loki to avoid the standard double up. That's a very weird choice, because again, if you want to you don't want to get rid of Loki here, there's other options for things your opponent to be running that are working out, and then even Winter Soldier. But yeah, okay. Oh wait, Winter Soldier was protected, right? So you couldn't get rid of that. But I think the Thing would have made sense. I think keeping on Loki ban would have made sense. I just assumed that they genuinely just didn't click it.
Or maybe like a rocket, just in case they want to really spam the hell out of the Winter Soldier. Like there's plenty of options that would have made sense. The thing is, I'm looking at the choice. The CBQ is actually... Oh, sorry, CQB has actually gone for the Loki. So maybe their default choice no longer being an option because they lost out on that Adam Warlock. So I think it could be that they didn't want to ban something, but I'd be very, very surprised. Interestingly as well, we've seen the Protect come in onto Winter Soldier, but at least for now, not going to be in play. It's the Psylocke that's been chosen for the side of Old Watch. Something I'm always happy to see in the server.
Yeah, good Psylocke players, always fun to watch for Old Watch. We talked about it. BO5, they now need to win the next 2 in a row. And it starts here. First point defense for Old Man. They're being dove on heavy. The portal used alongside the Venom coming in from behind. High ground taken, and held onto for the time being with a big pickup coming in from Showcam for a second, followed up on. You might want to step away from this, man. He is doing a lot of damage, but those fields from Loki up top keeping them in it. CQB must have already used his as he is picked off for free and barely able to escape the Showcamper, but they just turn and face another. Star-Lord not able to self-res. Venom down and out of the fight. This is looking like an easy attack for Old Watch to finish off.
Yeah, the first point being cleared with relative ease, and I think a lot of the players over on the old man's side have sort of decided that it's better to set up here than actually risk trying to get back in. It's quite a difficult point to get back onto once you've lost it. And yeah, they have just said, I'm looking at the Venom up top, potentially about to try and jump down. I have enjoyed the Irmo gameplay so far. I think he's been one of the better players. Obviously, the map that they won, he was MVP with what he was able to do. But now on the Venom, slightly different story. Galactic Legend is going to be brought into play, but immediately counted out by the fate of both worlds. There's going to be some chip damage, but nothing major.
I really like the Irmo's Thing gameplay. Like you said, fun to see him here on the Venom, see what he can do. For now, Fate of Both Worlds is going to keep him out of the action. It's been activated by Old Man. Eye of Agamotto put into play as well. That's big. Old Watch trying to capitalize, but look, it's not really like anyone is stunned in the immediate response coming out from Loki, who's going to have this. So on the one side, you had Roundcat activate Fate of Both Worlds. As it fades, Old Watch do exactly the same. Now CQB is forced to react, but even through all that damage, they're able to claim two big pickups. It's the Goddess of Death alongside the Galactic Legend, and the damage output is huge. There's no way for Old Man to survive, and so they're forced back for a big reset. 3 minutes 50 on the clock, and the payload is halfway to checkpoint 1.
Yeah, it is moving fast, and there needs to be a response to try and get them back into position. It has been that addition of the Thing. Again, just that front line brutality that he can bring to the squad. Already getting rid of the Strange and a solid elimination from above. That's the thing. I've really enjoyed this hella gameplay coming out from Old Watch. It was something that was protected regularly to sort of help out, use ult please, but he's actually opted away from it right now.
Oh, Venom ult used in the back, and it's going to get rid of the correct one. That's not one of the clones. That was the real CQB. Loki down and out of the round just as ult would have been coming online. Well, 75%, I suppose. It'll still take a moment. Either way, it would have been nice to have him around. Instead, the checkpoint touches base with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. They have made it to the first checkpoint. Old Watch looking to speed run this map, and after the previous where Old Man very much dominated them, this is exactly what we wanted to see. They've got a resurgence, and this identity that they've gone for, and the ban as well onto Adam Warlock, working wonders.
I think the ban definitely has made a huge difference. Think about it. They were getting a lot of opening picks in the last map, but they were always coming back. Now they're not coming back. It's almost like it's a completely different story. They're able to deny a lot of these early fights. Already pressure being put in. A great grapple. That's the thing. Irmo wants to try and utilize the shielding from the Venom to escape, but not going to be available to them. Now the battle of that Hela versus Hela does put a stall on what Old Watch have been able to do. They were getting, I would say they got quite far without too much resistance. That first point and second point came easy, but we all know that that third and final can be tough. The tight choke as they try and make their way through the palace. It's definitely not an easy one to get through. Sure, taking that high ground, you can see Hela up above, could make things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, well, Goddess of Death is online, right? That ultimate, we've seen it combine from Old Watch alongside Star-Lord to eat through those healer ults. Magneto, sorry, with the Meteor M, landing the connection onto Merlin. That's Luna Snow out of the game, but ult online for CQB can be used to steal out that Fate of Both Worlds, as you can see right down below. That is the Loki dancing around, buying them the space, and with Ult coming in from Hela. It's not a bad situation. Old Watch have already burned up their Goddess of Death. They burned up. Oh, they got rid of Star-Lord's ult by using it, obviously. And now Bucky comes into play. They're gonna have the swap up.
Your powers are mine.
Irmo as well.
Understandable. It's a ult that can definitely be used to clear a lot of these positions out. And getting through this spot has been relatively difficult so far. Irmo bringing the thing back in. He was the man to run it earlier. Fate of both worlds being utilized by either side, so all damage is null and void other than to build up those ultimates, which are still available. The Lokis could also bring that in again, but here comes the ult that we've been talking about. Use ult, please, with a huge triple. Make that 4, just wiping out the opposition. We talk about that Kraken impact and how much it can do, and it is a full squad wipe. But use ult, please. The 6K to hold on to this for a little longer.
Just phenomenal stuff. Yeah, you see why Old Watch are bringing in the Bucky. This is exactly the kind of power that it can have. Swap up by Old Watch. We just saw the team up pop up top left. Blue has gone over to Invisible Woman. It's going to give Irmo that little bit of extra shielding. Hawkeye in play, and a wonderful pickup, being able to cut through those lines, landing the arrows right in the back and eliminating some of the heals on the other side, eliminating this time Hela, and that's a lot of damage reduced for the defensive side. Even still, there's lots of damage that can be output, like Magneto playing a little bit more aggressive thanks to the ultimate that CQB stole. They had another Luna ult in play. Big dive coming in from Old Watch, though, after seeing that both of the Fate of both worlds have been used, or rather Roundcats isn't online just yet. They know that they can take that space, that now is the time to find those pickups, and at least one will be in, but it's in favor for Old Man, and they're the ones with a defensive option. Roundcat gets picked off, though, so it's the Kraken's impact that's pulled into play instead, and a chance for even more to follow up on for his teammates. He might have fallen after 2, but he's done enough to buy them that time. 10 seconds and a portal needed to get on point.
It's a quick response to get them back into position. A last-ditch effort to try and get this point that little bit further. It would have to be a strong defensive side. If not already, though, it is not looking like it's going to plan. Slightly disjointed in this battle, already losing one of those all-important strategists. You can see there's having to be more passive battles being taken by the Hela just to make sure that they can get into position. That time ever ticking down, and they need a hero here, and unfortunately it only seems to be the one. Never mind, a second being picked up as well. This is all falling flat in a matter of seconds. It was looking like it was done, but somehow Old Watch have stepped up when it mattered.
A few solid connections from Hawkeye as well, just to finish out that battle. The seasoning on top of the dish. Old Watch making big ground compared to where they were. Now making it 3/4 of the way to finishing off this point, hitting 90 meters. This overtime, they just need to be pushed off the point one time. Bubble goes in, and Star-Lord desperately trying to farm up that ultimate. Meteor M put in by Show Camper, not going to land the kill. CQB has the chance to steal one over and does exactly that to keep the squad online. Kraken's impact comes in afterwards, though. That's a big pickup for Old Watch, desperately low on HP and jumping up in the air. Sent them off the point, off the payload, but still an impressive distance on that push.
Yeah, it was a decent shift in the end. Obviously, would have liked to get it all the way over the line, but I think from where they were in that sort of last battle to where they ended up, I think they could be quite happy with the position they've ended up in. Nonetheless, I don't know if it's going to get any easier. Like, Use Ult Please had some truly impeccable rounds of play, like in that battle throughout the middle. I think that Kraken impact was truly ridiculous, and if he can have a couple more like that, this might be done.
You know, I think the ult usage very good from Old Watch, making a case, I suppose, if a case needs to be made for that Luna Snow and Loki combo. Certainly in terms of the well, I'll say this actually. they've used that to great effect. And I bet Old Man are sat there thinking now, we probably should have banned the Loki. But maybe they'll be able to have some success of their own in the push-up. I know you see CQB swap off. That's not likely to stay. And if Yuzol, please, had have left Spawn as a penny, I would have been perplexed, amazed, and terrified for how quickly this game was going to end. But Yuzol, please, luckily on the bookie. It will be more conventional. They've spotted Irmo lurking around on the Venom, trying to dive down on them as they make their way towards the point. It's going to need to be a relatively pacey take, making it through 2 checkpoints. Well, claiming the payload, making it through the first checkpoint, and almost the full distance to the end. It's a difficult enough task. And Old Watch have already shown a lot of potential. I'm especially looking at Hawkeye being kept into the defense. Be something that Old Man want to use to dive on him, make him pay for all the impact he's having in the background. And if Yuzol please gets close, it could be dangerous. But at the same time, those arrows, very impactful. If the squishy step out of line, even more impactful. Is this man here the bookie for Old Watch? An immediate opener, and losing your Star-Lord, that seems to be enough to stop Old Man in their tracks.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time, so maybe looking at a reset. Mentioned this battle already, though, what he was able to achieve in that last half. Still definitely causing issues, but has fallen alongside that Strange and having to just go back. Not able to commit too much to this initial fight. Still plenty of time available. Ultimates also still online. They're just getting back into position, healing up to full, and then the portal going to be thrown in to try and take themselves that space.
Well, Merlin has the fate of both worlds. You're going to see that Luna Snow popping and locking, or Blue saving, or stealing, I should say. Never mind. Blue will be doing absolutely nothing. An immediate pick found, and the trade out of Luna Snow ultimates. It's CQB stealing it from Roundcat, of course, able to farm it quite quickly with the Loki, so you usually want to see Loki stealing first. Merlin ultimate has just ran out, and they know that they can use Roundcat to keep the squad alive. The dance on point, making it very difficult for them to deal any damage on the side of Old Watch, and their numbers being thinned out by the players inside the ultimate. Invulnerable and unstoppable with this point take. Just under 2 minutes on the clock as they managed to claim the statue of Bast.
Yeah, not a bad spot at all. 4 minutes to try and make this second move. Obviously, we know again that it does feel like, especially that first point can be a struggle at times, and the third one is definitely a difficult couple of chokes to try and break through. But for now, at least, Old Man are off to the races, and of course a victory here would send them continuing on in that lower bracket, and more importantly send their opponents home. It would be Old Watch out, but again, we already see those openers. Been very impressed with what we've seen from this defensive side. Showcamper, though, has done incredibly well. That Meteor M clearing out 2 players, more importantly clearing out the Lunar Snow and the Winter Soldier. This is going to give them a lot of ground.
Right. Also, Galactic Legend just came online. A chance for them to eat through that back line. Blue still capable of stealing, though. That Loki ult's been on for a little while now, but they haven't had the chance to group together and use it. CQB just hitting ult now. So in terms of ult economy, we're at a relatively even stage, but if the timing is right for Old Watch, they could end up in a wonderful spot, capable of popping both of these. Already the first goes through, and that's going to get CQB's response out. Roundcat desperately going to need to farm up Fate of Both Worlds, 86%, but when this other ult goes down, they're going to need it, and
wow.
Roundcat is the one to actually be picked off in the middle of the battle. That's a huge pickup with no healer ultimate to sustain them. Old Man won't have a chance to take that payload.
Yeah, normally the Feast of the Abyss is an ultimate that, well, it is more of a famine than a feast. There's not a whole lot that you see come out of that ult, but to get 2 picks, one being your main strategist in the form of Lunar Snow, and the other being Yuzol, please, over on that Winter Soldier, you are not going to complain about that one. Half of the initial time that was available for Old Man has now dissipated. They are about 3/4 of the way through, however, so just a single fight victory could be enough to turn things.
Yeah, it's not far to that checkpoint at least. Roundcat using the fate of both worlds here, and Galactic Legend up top with no response from Old Watch. That should have been a problem, but they've made it look easy with Bookie just picking that player out of the sky. And when Star-Lord goes down and the healing ultimate of Roundcat, the dance ends. Well, the music stops for Old Man, and now times turn to desperation. 1 minute 30. And although 3/4 of the way there, that payload is slowly moving backwards. They need to get back and involved, but the ult economy, Tom, firmly in favor of Old Watch. In fact, it's going to be hard for Old Man. They'll be building up these healer ultimates for what could be the final fight, but Old Watch have a window to take them down before that's even possible.
Yeah, they've also really been struggling with what Irma has been able to do in that backline, consistently causing issues for their own strategists. And well, that's not the start they were looking for. Again, it's Roundcat and Udot, please, two of the most important players, and they are being shredded because of it. You can't do much when you lose your strategist immediately and your main DPS. That is a terrible scenario for them to find in, from 4 minutes down to just 35 seconds to try and make this play. And you have to bear in mind, it will also leave them with nowhere near as much time going into that final point, if they could even get there.
If they can, exactly. Galactic Legend activated. CQB not able to steal ult in time. It's already one player down. They're going to have to use Meteor M to try and absorb some of those shots, but instead they end up losing their Star-Lord. Double Luna Snows as CQB steals ult 70% on Roundcat, but Merlin has the response. This is the ult economy favored towards Old Watch, and if Roundcat doesn't get that ult online soon, it's only coming up to 80%. There's going to be a Kraken's impact tearing through them, focused on eliminating Roundcat before she can use ult. And that's exactly what they do. 94%. If that was at 100, they'd have a chance. But instead, they will be shut down and shut out. A beautiful response from this side. And now we are going to be going the distance. That is a 2-1 scoreline, a victory for Old Watch, and a fifth and final map needed to separate the two. What a game.
Yeah, after Gen G Academy ended up dominating that previous map, you kind of asked the question, are we going to get that similarly in this series, that 3-0? And no, it is the complete opposite. Also, Loki ending up as the MVP. The thing we sort of questioned, okay, would that be the ban? Would that be what's taken out of play as it had been in previous matches? It wasn't, and clearly they have not lived to tell the tale because of it. I also, again, I feel like a broken record, but I've got to give a shout out to Irmo. I think what he was able to do on that Venom, massively impressive. The amount of times I think, again, we saw about Roundcat or CQB being taken out of action. And because of that, again, it just made it impossible for them to really get into those fights, not having that fate of both worlds in the right place at the right time, or not having a copy of it at least. It seemed like that just allowed so much for those healers to do work. And obviously, again, you have to give credit to the DPS, a huge amount of final hits closing out that map.
Yeah, it absolutely was. But, you know, you come into this game, you don't ban out Loki, your opposition MVPs on Loki. And it wasn't even not banning out Loki, it was leaving the ban open, right? This was the game where they just had that slot left
to ban.
So that's gotta hurt. And we come into the final game, I have some predictions, some suspicions of where these bans are going to be going. But it has taken both sides a little bit of time. That mistaken ban, but earlier on, Old Watch were leaving in Adam Warlock while not intending to play it, and that really came back to bite them. So we've seen the identities of these two teams shift over and over, but it's clear that Old Watch just had better ult econ management. Like when it came to that Luna Snow ultimate being used, the fate of both worlds by Roundcat just towards the end, that really set them out of rhythm for the final fight. And we saw 84% on it as Roundcat got picked off. It was close, but they just waited that little bit too long to use it in the first place, and then didn't have time to use it again by the end of the game. We're getting back into the bans, and well, I'm gonna go ahead and say Adam Warlock and Loki are not making it through this.
Yeah, I'd be impressed. Loki's gone immediately, so I guess that one's a nice, easy choice, and it's understandable. Like, it basically Well, it was MVP in the last one, and it was something that they had to do and go straight away. Both of those are gone. It makes a lot of sense with what both teams have struggled with. It feels like we're going to end up in a somewhat perfect middle ground from either side. Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see if either a Hela or maybe a Winter Soldier. I think dependent Venom. Okay. I guess with how much success I mentioned it, the Irmo was having with the Venom, and now because that initial group ban wasn't in, we're now going to see that protected as well. That's the thing. I guess you could have looked at potential of protecting the Loki instead, so that was why they banned it initially. But it seemed like throughout the day, Old Watch didn't want to play against a Groot. And now going into the final map, we might actually get to see why. The Hela gone as well. So they must have really wanted that Venom.
Yeah, that's such a strange defend with the way the series has gone so far with no real... Like, it's not like every time Venom's been left open, it's banned in round 2 or something. In fact, sometimes we just don't ban. So very unusual, I have to say. I'm not fully understanding where that's come from, but I suppose looking back at the previous map, maybe that is now an overcompensation. They went 2 maps without addressing how impactful the what do you call it, the Adam Warlock was. But then Irmo comes in, shows a good thing, but shows a very good Venom as well, and they go, I don't think we can match him pound for pound on the Venom. Let's just take it out, make sure there's a little bit less comfort. But you'd imagine then Irmo's just coming in on the thing and doing damage in the same old way. And for now, it's going to be Doctor Strange, but who knows when those doors open.
Well, yeah, especially it might not necessarily be for this map anyway. Obviously, the way that it works when it comes to dominating the site is you are going to have 3 different maps, so they might have had an idea that, okay, on map number 2 specifically, we want to pick out that Venom, so I'll have to wait and see. For Old Man, it is actually a very different look to what we've seen so far. The Psylocke coming into play. Obviously, again, you're going to have that early bait of it, expecting there to be a rocket, but it is just to get those shields and, in some cases, the jump boost.
Okay, well, the game is on. Irmo is going to be sticking with the Doctor Strange. Oh, sorry. Hold on now. He's portaling. And they're going in. Well, he'll stick with it for the first. Still a chance to build up old points to 50 and do a switch a little bit later on. We'll see what the decision is, what the identity looks like. Doctor Strange, definitely not a low-impact tank. Anyways, the Vanguards in this game, I think you can play almost anyone. That is a massive pickup. Immediately eliminating the Bucky on one side and seeing the value the Bucky can bring on the other. As Old Man come in with a triple opening, despite losing Psylocke, there's no way that these players can sustain themselves all by themselves. In fact, Irmo just sends himself off the edge for the reset.
Oh, we now get to wait these few seconds to see if he is going to swap on this map. I have a feeling no, but that's the problem. We're already witnessing the value that can be had out from this group. Just being able to be disruptive, slowing them, and an immediate response is to try and bring in that Wolverine to just get rid of him. Like that's literally the main counter, is to bring in the tank destroyer. I have to wait and see if it works. For now, it's not looking fantastic. Already taking an awful lot of damage. And while we haven't seen much of the Psylocke throughout this series so far, but that is one way to start.
Well, we're seeing ultimates come online, but there's not much you can do from Old Watch's current position. They'll have to fight back through this choke point, maybe even expand some ultis to do so. Massive performance from Psylocke, and that's got the Dance the Butterflies online. 5, in fact, for Old Man in play. And Old Watch will push forward alongside the grand finale. A big dance popped by Luna Snow, but even through it, they're going to be finding picks as Blue goes down. Invisible Woman's gone, and it's a big bubble able to keep them in this fight. But the Kraken's impact coming in from Old Watch. It's recovered too. That's not enough with big responses. And again, that Dance of the Butterfly popped right at the end. CQB maybe not even needed to send in the fate of both worlds on the Luna Snow, but better safe than sorry, I suppose. 85%. Old Watch are going to send Psylocke to touch point just to try to bring them back off that high ground.
Yeah, I think a shout out needs to give it to Use Ult, please, as well, for his usage of the Trooper's Fist. just being able to maneuver them out of spot with the Eye of Agamotto. Right back into the fray we go, however. Looking for a little bit more. Invisible Boundary is going to give them what they needed on 99%. They're going to get things over the line, and we have seen switch-ups of this sort before. Some of those initial takes, if they can get the deep ground, can make it very difficult to get back in, but they still have to deal with this Psylocke before any of that can really come into fruition.
Yeah, see, the whole time Old Man have just been waiting. They gave up the point. They spread out. They look to just pepper them, pick them off, build up those ult orbs or ult percentage charges. Roundcat with Invisible Boundary gives them a safe spot to fight in. But even behind that, it's Use Ult Please shredding through these players. It will be claimed back by Old Man, and the overtime not even going to be close. I don't think Old Watch can even get halfway there in time. Can't even start to form a portal. This one is over, and we are getting close to the end of the game.
Yeah, 1 foot in lower round 11 for the squad of Old Man. There are still 2 more to go. I find it very interesting as well that throughout the early stages of this matchup, we saw Use Ult Please consistently having that Hela protected, and then ever since, I feel like he's moved away from the Hela, like be it on some maps playing the Mantis, or in this case, with that Winter Soldier. I think he might have actually been one of, if not the most impactful player in the entire game. So I almost wonder if going forward in the tournament, there might be a question of, wait, do we even need you on Hela anymore? Because he is so good at just playing some of these other roles.
Which is a really good problem to have, I have to say.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they ban, we've still got something that's basically our primary pick. And I think as well, Old Man, they win that one dominantly, but I will say CQB wasted their ult. There was, at least from my perspective, there was no need. And that's just how far ahead they were. Being able to commit, I think, 5 ultimates to 1 fight. But Old Watch more or less had to do the same. So I don't mind it so much that they traded it back and forth. But the point is that they could have had more for the final fight to make it even more convincing. So for Old Watch, they're definitely in times of desperation, as their opposition are looking to have really come into form. The current picks and bans leave them with a lot more options. Ultimate online for Use Ult Please, Groot, and Magneto, all online for Old Man. And this fight up top is where we're going to see them use. Groot pulls them all in, and it's an easy pickup. Use Ult Please shredding them with the Kraken's impact. The battle of Psylocke, well, it's interrupted. It's interrupted again. And Use Ult Please. Well, this last one's just going to be for Flare. There's no one else to kill.
Yeah, the usage of the Thornlash Wall again from Groot, like just the amount of damage that you get in combination with the Strangling Prison. That ultimate could do so much damage if set up correctly. And well, you can see so far it has definitely been set up correctly. Nonetheless, it's this battle for the high ground, wanting to try and force the point holders back towards the point itself, and a solid usage of the Fate of Both Worlds. I think from either side, yeah, it's going to be kept in place. So a lot of any ultimates, it will be denied. Even still, though, Use Ult Please. Again, it looks like aim lock with how much damage he's able to do.
That's the butterfly comes in, but there's tanks nearby to absorb some of that damage. Groot just now farming up the ultimate again, waiting to see if there's going to be players grouped up, but there's not players anywhere. I guess they're grouped up in their spawn. That's about the only thing. 35% on the clock for Old Man, and Old Watch, their opposition, are really, the thing is, it's not like this is a swing fight that just about edges in the other direction. They are being dominated in every group fight.
Yeah, the group does seem like a ban that they needed. It's something that throughout the day, I think they had the realization, and the second it wasn't the first ban, it was protected by the Old Man squad, and you can definitely see why. Use Ult Please getting tagged low, but still not taken out because of Kraken's impact again. You might be able to survive for a second or two longer, but it is once more a full team wipe. The 3rd full team wipe in this map already.
75%. Old Watch yet to even put a dent into Old Man's defense, attack, whatever you want to call it, into their decimation. up top firing squad, and they are laying down lead into the point. An attempt from the Star Lord of Old Watch, 96%. Almost there, and the ultimate just seconds away, and it's going to be activated right away. Surely they need these picks. That's the butterfly put in. CQB, though, just about gets ulti online, but they're not going to commit it. Too many picks have gone the other way. Old Watch do very well, to be honest. The second that Star-Lord got ult, I thought they would just panic pop it, try to get the eliminations and win the point, but they save it, and that was very necessary because it's going to be needed. 2 big heal ults online for Old Man on the retake. And a swap up from Use Ult Please, actually.
Finally managed to break through. Straight away, it's going to be that galactic impact utilized, dragging away Irmo. He picked up that Groot over on the other side, and he is dealt with within a matter of seconds. That Vanguard down, both sides again. We're going to see the utilization of the ultimates, but it is meaningless. There is only one Groot in this server, and he is an Old Man.
Yeah, this is looking done and dusted. The hard work's been done, and the housekeeping just finished. Overtime, not going to even allow Old Watch to step on. A big Groot ult at the end. It caught a lot of them, but it didn't matter. They couldn't close the distance. 2-0 is how we finish our final map of the series. 3-2 in favor of Old Man, and the squad that made it to the top 32 in season 0. They progressed past the top 16 here. Hard work pays off. Meanwhile, Old Watch, well, they've stepped up from top 64, but this is where their journey ends. An impressive performance nonetheless, though. At least they can go out with their head held high that they didn't get dominated on every map. There was a bit of competition here.
No, for sure. I think in the early game, they definitely showed that they have some talented players. I think Erno especially was someone that really proved that he can do a lot, especially if the thing is on the board, and his Venom was great as well. And I was impressed that, they basically were able to sort of fly with their opponents. I think when they were able to get the picks that they wanted, like the Loki, for example, Blue did fantastically well. But I think that is actually where a lot of this game ended up going to Old Man was, okay, they were much better in that veto process. So being able to choose what they needed, choose what they saved. And I think you see it at the end there. It's like, okay, you're going to target Adam Warlock. We're going to make sure that we play the Groot. And with the Groot, they were phenomenal. I can understand why earlier in the game, that Groot was insta-banned, because the second it was on the board, we had the most dominant map of the game.
Yeah, the Groot Bucky combo was disgusting, and at no point did it feel like they had a chance to fight back against it. Once that first ultimate went down, the round, or at least the battle, was very much one in the other direction. This was one hell of a display, though. I think looking at the veto process, like you said, seeing such a deep running list of compositions, because again, it was very strong when it came to the Adam Warlock trio, very strong then when we look at later on what was left in. The only gap, I guess, was Loki, Luna, Snow, but hey, I'm all right with a team not being that good at Loki, Luna, Snow. You know, there's other things to practice out there. We can leave that calm to the wind. But what a game. 3-2 in the BO5s. Not going to be the clean sweep, and that's a great sign as well for what's coming as the tournament progresses. The skill level is already looking very close in the top 16, which I think, especially in open qualifiers days, that's definitely not how things always go. So that is round 10, but we have another round to get into. Round 11 will be coming up next. But before that, let's take a look back at the highlights of the game we just saw.
tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Grab the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you! Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, folks. It's the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia, and we have made it deep into the bracket past the top 16. That was round 10, and now we're into round number 11, Tom. This is going to be exciting. Round 11 doesn't have an upper bracket, so we are talking about elimination, and I have to say goodbye to some teams at the end of this round, but also at the start of it, Tom, because in round 10 there were some teams eliminated. We got to see Old Watch. They claimed 2 maps, and actually everyone else got pretty much trounced. It was just 0 maps across
Yeah.
the board. We lost Mr. Donuts and Fatty Yam, and both of these teams made a pretty big impression on me. They also happened to choose the same logo in game, so it's pretty cool that the two of them made it the same distance. It's poetic, but they fall together, and that's quite sad, I have to say, because, you know, looking back at those guys, it was a lot of fun seeing Madiaf and Homunculus on the Wolverine. But speaking of the agents and heroes within the game, we can't go on without mentioning Moon Knight and Black Panther. You can attain glory by any means necessary. And you know our competitors here today are doing just that. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Fist of Vengeance and Black Panther's Thrice Cursed King costumes. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. These skins have been out since March 28th at 2 UTC, so you can get them in your shop right now. The power of the Knight will shred your opponents if you're lucky. I don't know. I've seen Moon Knight in Tom's hands, and it could use some work.
Oh, trust me, my Black Panther's worse, but with the skin looking that cool, it's possible that I'd take that one.
Well, the streets of Marvel Rivals are also about to get loud as Iron Man's Steam Power and Spider-Man's Spider-Punk 2099 suits are bringing two majestic visions of alternate timelines to you. An innovative past and a raw, unfiltered future. In the fight for the past and future, who will you stand with? These skins are in the store right now, so make sure to get them while you can. And look, Spider-Man Spider-Punk 2099, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, I'm in love with the skin. I have been trying to learn to play Spider-Man at a high level just so that I can use this skin, and it's not going well, if I'm being honest. I have a lot still to learn, but luckily here at the competition we get to see some examples of some very strong Spider-Man players. We got one yesterday early on in the round, so I hope that we get to see a little bit more of that Spider-Man action, Tom, because it's so much fun to watch him just swinging around the place on his webs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think that it was basically that spawn camp that I was sort of really enjoying, like just being able to deny so much space. Haven't seen much Iron Man. I think after obviously they changed the way the beam works. It's no longer buffed, although it did get a slight damage increase itself, but it seems like teams haven't been going in that direction anywhere near as much. But I also think that when you have such powerful hit scan heroes in the game, playing an Iron Man it's sort of like when you play Storm, except Storm buffs all of your team's damage and has an ultimate that is a lot more difficult to avoid. So there's other perks that you kind of look at, and you have the team up alongside other characters as well. So I think that maybe Iron Man needs to be shifted a little bit if we're going to see it back, or maybe someone like Hela needs to take a bit of a hit, otherwise you're going to get picked out of the sky in 1 or 2 shots.
I mean, even then, we've seen that Bucky, especially if you've got a rocket and that infinite ammo that comes along with it, it's just as good for sniping people out. Hell, at this point, the Thing has been a big counter to a lot of Star-Lord players, and Doctor Strange is trying to play up above the battlefield. So there really is no easy solution, I suppose, to getting your Iron Man out there. But when he's deployed nicely, especially that ultimate, I mean, we talk about the value of Groot alongside Kraken's impact. Well, you know, you'll be taking them all out instantly with Iron Man. But yeah, Spider-Man definitely had that bigger footprint when it came to the game, and I think that's one of the more exciting elements of gameplay that we don't get to see too much. Like Spider-Man playing in the spawn, picking off a rocket as they're desperately trying to scurry back to their team was good to see. But one element that's being left largely underappreciated, underutilized, Tom, is the Jeff, and genuinely in dive comps and playing into the healers. Don't make that face, Tom. It's a valid strategy. I gotta tell you this every time we play ranked, but it's a valid strategy, and we haven't seen anyone so much as try it. And the only person that would have tried it and would have done it with success was Damn Kit Kat. And Damn Kit Kat, every time they play, everyone's first banning Jeff because it's so strong. But it's only, much like Spider-Man, it's only strong when you know how to play them, and not many people know how to play Jeff. What can I say?
I think the cool thing, to bring it back to some slight normality, is that in this game, being a specialist in something can be viable. It doesn't, like, the fact is, if you had 10 teams that tried to run Jeff, probably one of them is going to do it well enough to win. Like that will be someone who has actually made it their thing. Like maybe like one of the like top 5 Jeff players. And I think that's something we've seen with a lot of them. Like there's people who are experts in playing the Penny, who had lineups that could go over the top of spawns and take people out before they even get out of the spawn. Like there are people finding niches all over the place, and I think it makes the game so much more exciting when you don't have that. You might have a meta, but that doesn't mean you can't find gaps in it, and you can't find these heroes that will actually almost anti a lot of the stuff you're doing. And I think like with how strong we've seen Groot being, for example, it's like having someone who's a great Wolverine. I think we saw Alone like switch to it earlier in the day and basically win his team a game because he was able to go, okay, I'm normally playing maybe like a Psylocke or playing a Winter Soldier, which is very much more within the meta, but if we need this Wolverine, I could do that. And so having that flexibility is so important. And it's the same thing with your favorite Damp Kit Kat. Thankfully, they were able to play other characters when their normal pick was banned.
Yeah, well, of course, and that's one of the most important things that I think what we saw win out the game in the previous matchup for Old Man was just the fact that they had this immense amount of depth to their agent comps or the hero comps. They could come in and, okay, you're going to ban out this one. Well, I've got 3 more that I can fall back on. It didn't matter. We saw players very proficient on the Thing, on Venom. We saw a Venom Protect as well, which I think is the first time that we've seen that come through in... Was it the same series or was it? I think it was the series before. There was a Doctor Strange ban as well. So you talk about specialists, and I think that there are definitely on almost any hero in this game, there are people that you'll come up against that you think, okay, this guy is so good at whoever it is that we need to get rid of it just so he's like brought back to a human level. So he's at least manageable. And yeah, I'm curious to see if there's going to be more of that sort of as we go throughout the day. The left field picks. As we get towards the higher level, though, we haven't seen a ton of like Squirrel Girl, for example. That was someone that popped up here and there as like first round picks, not someone to fill in and solve a problem. We're back in with Eternity Era. We've actually seen both of these teams. So yeah, you were talking about Alone. We got him. We've seen Legit L earlier on, November 24. We know to be a very strong Psylocke. So this is great. We're for you and I coming into some real familiarity. Now, Rose fans and NTTA, you're playing with my heart here, guys. Let's see where this one goes. I'm quietly / loudly optimistic here, Tom, but NTTA was doing this to me all day yesterday.
Yeah, I would stick to being quietly optimistic. I don't I don't know if that's going to be happening. The bans and saves so far have been fairly standard. Hela, obviously one of the best hit scan DPS in the game. You've got the ban of the Adam Warlock. They don't want to be playing against that triple strategist composition that allows you to consistently bring back multiple players. Strange has been such a fantastic well, especially for Ripasuko, we mentioned it. They had a bit of a struggle versus JT3. You mentioned the flexibility and, well, maybe not wanting to risk being countered in certain aspects by a lone Phil. So I mentioned literal moments ago, they've also got rid of the Wolverine. And I don't know, yeah, whoever banned that, Eternity Era, you are currently my favorite team. Thank you for letting me have one game without a Luna Snow.
Yeah, the Loki and Luna Snow gets a little bit redonkulous. I think you're already seeing a preview of what is going to be coming into play with the Invisible Woman double up in that department if they decide to still run the Loki. Again, there's other options out there, but with Adam Warlock removed, you're not going to see the same Star-Lord Mantis combo that has been so very strong in some of the previous games. Alone Phils seems to be moving towards the Bucky. This is somewhere that, again, we've seen the very strong performances from a Rocket when it comes to bringing back a player, when it comes to giving that infinite ammo to a Bucky. If your Bucky is hitting, that is going to quickly turn a fight in your favor. So I'm curious to see where we end up by the time we leave spawn. Alone Phil's obviously, well, this is sort of indicating to us we're not going to see a Rocket, that your player who is likely going to be on that duelist is just taking Rocket early on to give the armor and the little jump packs and all that, all the shenanigans.
Well, of course, chance to make it further into the tournament, move themselves up into that extra prize pool. And for the loser, This is elimination on the line. Of course, we've already witnessed a loss from either side. Obviously, we've seen Eternity Era sort of battle in, but here is that portal right back to where we were just about 30 minutes ago. That high ground is ever impactful.
Yeah, already taken by Legit L. In terms of those healer ults, quite a bit to work with when they come online for both squads. But a little bit more for Eternity Era, having the triple healer brought to bear. Legit L, therefore, looking for those early picks and very much finding them. Huge amounts of success here. And again, if you weren't with us earlier, November 24 on the Psylocke, this is something that haunted me coming in. As soon as I saw that name pop up on my screen, no other hero came to mind but the Psylocke. And obviously, if it's banned out, he has the ability to fall back to other roles. But this is somewhere that I think is just that little bit more special. The impact huge early on, already 20% on the board for Legit L.
And of course, this was the squad that in the Invitational was playing under the name of Reject, the Japanese organization, and one of their players since has been taken out to Genji Academy at least. For now, though, a solid start by Legit L, already getting themselves up to that 40% marker. You can see the combination of those strategist ultimates, a lot of damage being done. Alone feels well. We mentioned him in that pre, this time not playing any of those characters, even a little bit of moonwalking just for style points in the middle of it, but ultimately Alone Fields is just going ham. The ultimate may have run out, but his damage is not.
Not at all. Yeah, they've managed to land themselves the point and stopping at 59%, just under 60 for Legit L. That's a good amount of ground claimed and a team fighter 2 away from claiming this map. But for now, it's Eternity Era's time to hold the line as much as they can, build up all of that charge in their favor. And it's mainly then looking at the ultimates that are online for Legit L. You know, they burned up a lot for that previous fight. They're left just with Psylocke, Magneto. Definitely a lot more for Eternity Era to fall back onto. Eye of Agamotto not catching the players. The shielding was perfect from Legit L, from Ripasuko. Been playing a phenomenal game all day long. Meteor M put into play, big targets, but the bubble from Magneto will keep them alive, perfectly countering this out. Although it still lands onto Mantis in the background, and Meteor M comes online for Legit L as they answer back with a quick double and a destruction of the Dance of the Butterfly. That keeps Eternity Era in with a shot as Invisible Boundaries even going to be put into this fight. Eye of Agamotto alongside the Kraken's impact, and this should turn the fight firmly into Legit L's favor. Big build up by Eternity Era though.
Yeah, it was 1% difference for literal seconds. While BB is trying to hold that line, portal now going to be used along the other side again, hunting for that high ground. They need to get back onto the point. 77%. Winning the team fight would be ideal if they could get there first, but they are taking a lot of chip damage on the way back into the site. Definitely looking a little bit more problematic, but they're going to do a similar thing. See the usage of that invisible boundary just to claim a little bit of ground within the site. Also heard in the meantime that Loki ultimate go off, and Alone feels already kicking things off with the picks. This is looking a little bit problematic now for Legito, even though they're at 99%. Holding that point seems unlikely, especially with the loss of their Magneto. And now you can see the immediate response from Eternity Era. Get deep into their spawn, try and disrupt the respawns. That's exactly what they've done. Seong-hun gone.
Eternity Era are ahead as well. They've got themselves a really nice position to play from ult-wise with Meteor M, Eye of Agamotto all coming online, and they did just commit both healer ults to win out that point, but that was to save the game. And Legit L, well, they're not going to have too much, at least. Although just coming online with Invisible Boundary, they still need to make it towards the point, and that could be difficult. It might even be needed to be used shallow as they're now at 90%. It's time to make it onto the point itself. Eye of Agamotto to try and delay. They almost got Rose fans down, almost took her out, but just in time able to get the Invisible Boundary down. That's buying them at least a small amount of space to fight from, getting them into an overtime still with bodies on the point. The bubble keeping Magneto alive even through the Kraken's impact. but Legit L are steamrolling down below, winning all their fights and pushing this to 100. There'll be no stopping them now as they claim the first point of 3.
Yeah, I think I've liked seeing just some of the clever little combos that we had there. One of the real benefits of that invisible boundary is if you pop an ult within it, obviously your opponents cannot see you if they are on the outside, so even the Meteor M can come flying out of absolutely nowhere. I also think they did very well with sort of their decision making of who to target. Like there was some solid bubble usage coming out from the Magneto, so you have to have it in your mind that, okay, I'm targeting this guy, but at the last second I might have to switch where I'm aiming for. And I think even though I think it was multiple times Seong-Hun got caught right at the end, the rest of the team was still able to hold on towards that very latter stage.
Glad to help.
Well handled indeed. They'll bring themselves 1 point up. And Legit L moving into this next one, though, with no ultimates to fall back on, while Eternity Era, they got a Kraken's Impact. That could help out in the first fight in NTTA. Pretty close to Invisible Boundary as well. So Legit L at somewhat of a disadvantage moving to the first engagement. 20 seconds till point unlocks, and that early charge could make all the difference. Ultimately for Eternity Era, they were constantly playing catch-up last game. Once Legit L got up to 60, they followed them neck and neck, brought it up again in OT, but all was Legit L able to bounce back in that extra fight just in time. And I'm just waiting for Kraken's Impact to be put through, but Legit L are quite spread out at the moment, so there's no real easy opportunity to put that into play. Invisible Boundary instead to claim the space, and now here we go. Seeing the low HP, that's a victim for free. One found. A little bit awkward with the roof blocking in most of the path. That's slowed down the impact of that. Well, alongside Loki being picked off, this could get dangerous real quick. November 24 is running riot in the back lines, but lit down low, has to look for heals, disengage a moment, and it gives Eternity Era a chance. Lumi will be coming in with ultimate. Is staggered by quite a bit, not able to counter out the Invisible Boundary, giving space and time for this play. And Alone Fills picked off. The damage is gone. A triple piece. The Dancer, the Butterfly, will be the difference maker in this duel.
I guess the one saving grace for Eternity Era is the fact that the point wasn't taken. Like, that wasn't them having a team fight with the point already counting in their favor. This was a very long fought out beginning to the map, and you can already see the same sort of idea as we saw in the last. You want to get deep in towards those spawns. You want to delay as much as possible, not fight within the point. Aya Vagabondo is pretty decent, it seems, but they haven't really been able to capitalize on any of the damage. Meteor M also used, but it's used on either side. A trade out, a healer for your DPS, but hey, the DPS has gone down too.
Yeah, the follow-up definitely making it worthwhile. Another for Legit L.
Isolated.
This is perhaps a chance. Yeah, a little overextension, but the same might be said for Doctor Strange, having to try to escape, but he's got a Strange of his own right on his back. November 24 looking for a safe space, but there is none to be found. Ray Momo finding that pick sends Mantis over the edge just to reset with the team, and Legit L concede. But again, they have that early start, and last time they were able to bat Eternity Era back down before they could be overtaken. We'll see if the same is true this time. They are coming back in with some decent ults, but Aya Vagamoto and Kraken's Impact for Eternity Era could be huge if used correctly.
Yeah, it kind of has to be. You're only having that solo duelist player. If those ults go astray, it can be a problem. Aya Vagamoto didn't really have the impact that they maybe desired. In fact, it's actually going to be that lurk play from November 24 that has removed one of their vanguards. In fact, both vanguards are gone. It's only the squishies remaining. It should be a huge problem now for the blue side of Eternity Era, because there is no one left to defend them, no one left to stand in their way. Again, they get close to their opponent's scoreline, their percentage, but not close enough.
Last time it was 1%, this time it was 2%. It doesn't matter. Either way, the advantage sits with Legit L as they continue to push up closer to closing out this map. A BO5, of course, so plenty more to come. Oh, it's a big sleep, but November 24, look at the movement. Escaping around the back, being chased down, but they need the whole team on November 24 just to have that impact. The problem is there's no response from Legit L on the other side. being picked apart and pushed back, and the chances here surely fading. Magneto's so low on the point, and so much is being done. The credit going to Ray Momo for just how aggressive he's been on this Strange. Every time there's a player out of position, there's a player getting within arm's reach, he is punishing them hard.
It's a bit of a questionable ult from Ripasuko, though. Like, they'd already lost, I think, 3 players from that initial battle. Uses the Eye of Agamotto, catches some players, but then can't capitalize. There was no one else there to help him in that fight, and basically had to make the decision of, okay, I basically need to just shield to try and keep myself alive. It's meant that ult is now out of position. November 24 is struggling a little bit more with those additional suns available. The switch away and onto the Hulk has definitely made a difference thus far. Ace being able to get right up in their face. The Venom really wasn't having the same level of impact. Even still, though, he's getting shredded.
Coming up to 90%. This is it for Legit L. It's time to push, and that pick might be what spurs them forward. That's the Kraken impact out of the game. Eye of Agamotto comes in, shield there, and a big play from Ripasuko. Able to find another, and that's the Hulk down. You're losing a lot of your front line, and your back line in heavy danger. November 24, hot on their tail as they attempt to create space, and the duplicated. Oh, Mantis is gone and out of here. This should be the end of the game. 95%. The Hulk has to run it down to get anywhere close, and he'll touch down just in time. Gets them to overtime. In comes Kraken's impact. Finds a hit, but no follow-up, and in fact the picks are going towards Legit L. That's got Meteor M online. Hulk is out of the game, and Meteor M was soon to come crashing down, just as this map has for their side. I think at this point, Legit L looking incredibly strong, but it was those early leads that led to success. Eternity Era, well, they've got a little bit of recovery to do, but like I said, luckily, this is a best of 5, so they have got time to bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. An impressive display, and as you said, it was those first fights in most cases going the way of Legit L that definitely helped them out quite a bit. Ripasuko, he topped the majority of the stat line, so you can understand why he's ended up at the top. Most damage blocked as well at the same time. Slightly beaten out by the final hits, but hey, when you got November 24, a BB on your team, I'll say as well, I feel like from watching BB in that scenario, he's so good at the combos. Like a lot of the time, it's not just the Roddeston pistol that's doing the damage, it's the Trooper's fist. Like every single time, it just seemed like he was able to do so much additional damage and always had the perfect timing to go, okay, that's enough, now I have the insta-kill. And just finishing off those remaining players was so impressive.
Yeah, there was a really big pick as well, though, in terms of disrupting the momentum, because Legit L, like we said, they take the point first, and on both points, it ended up being 1% or 2% behind. Legit L come back. You catch up, they go ahead. You catch up, they go ahead. But that leads to them pushing across the 100% mark before you can get close to it, or as you get close to it, which is even more frustrating. And I think you got to give credit to the fact that they managed to find alone fills in that last fight. The Kraken's impact alongside Eye of Agamotto would have been a powerful combo, and I think that's what they were relying on the side of Eternity Era to turn the tide back in their favor as soon as alone fills goes down. And it's unclear to me if maybe there was a communication issue or if it was used as a recovery, but the Eye of Agamotto was used literal seconds from when alone fills was eliminated, and at that point, you know, the ult also didn't really land because of the shielding from Doctor Strange. Good reaction on the other side from Ripasuko, a very well earned MVP. But that ultimately put them out of whack. That then when we did see Kraken's impact come in for the recovery at the very last minute in overtime, they weren't able to follow up on it because the players weren't stunned. It wasn't an easy pick off with a reset. It was instead them desperately trying to hunt down a pick, which was clearly harder to do than they imagined. So it was an interesting situation, I think, towards the end, just seeing how these little decisions, little decisions alongside with little mistakes, I suppose, ended up having a butterfly effect into the end of the game. But Tom, for now, we're 1-0 up in favor of Legit L. They're looking strong with a 2-0 claim, a 10-minute map, starting it out on domination on Idrisil's. But now, it's time to go to the post-match highlights. It's not over yet, though. When we come back, the BO5 will continue.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has folly and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your prize, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift winters ahead. The unravel till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are right.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia. We're here in round number 11, and we've just had the first game go down. It was Legit L taking it 1-0, and now we're ready to get into our second part of this game. And what's exciting about this, Tom, you know, we just saw a very dominant performance in terms of a 2-0, in terms of one team taking the lead and basically maintaining it until it ends. That doesn't always make us think it's going to be a competitive series, but the reality is there was a constant fight back. Their opponents were hot on their heels every step of the way, just couldn't quite jump ahead. Now we'll switch up presumably to a new mode, and wherever we end up, a fresh start for pardon me, for this squad, and hopefully for Eternity Era that will result in a different outcome.
Well, yeah, I think this for me is where most of these series will really get going. I don't think a lot of teams are coming in directly looking to counter too much. We've seen like a few things here and there, like, oh, this guy's really good at Groot, let's ban this, or this guy is really good at Jeff, even, let's ban this. But I think when you've actually played against an opponent, you can start to realize, okay, this is where their strengths lie. This was something we weren't able to deal with, and we saw it in the last best of 5. Like, sometimes it takes a map or two for that to really be hammered home, but I'm hoping after the first map we might see, like, okay, let's change this up, let's bring this in, and maybe try and revert some of the issues that we had in the last.
Well, we had the ban onto Hela and Adam Warlock to start out our previous game. We'll see if the same line of thought is going to be carried through into this one. It was let's start Adam Warlock. Okay, everything's making sense, everything's adding up. This is where we'll see the... Wait, are they switched? Before, wasn't it? No, it was Hela from Ripasuko's side. So that makes sense. It's exactly the same as before. And now we go on to the protection phase. And of course, it is Psylocke who is kept in the game. And that's because November 24, this is the comfort zone. And this is a high impact zone as well.
If I remember correctly, back to the Invitational, the AV7 was absolutely insane on Adam Warlock. So I do wonder if that might be why we're seeing that potentially, but then that's removed by their own side. So it is a very sort of peculiar banning phase. I think the same was said for the Hela. So I think they're just getting rid of some of the hit scan, and I don't know if there'll be someone who can match up to November 24 when it comes to that Psylocke. So completely understandable why they're keeping that in play. I think his positioning has been primed. And already, but the major change going into this next one is that Doctor Strange ban, because that was something that was so effective. Obviously, an MVP performance from Ripasoko on the last map. So understandable that you go, okay, we're going to get this one out of there. And it has to be said, if you look back to the series earlier in the day, JT3 versus Ripasoko when it came to Magneto was a very one-way street. But I kind of put that down to JT3 being unbelievable rather than Ripasoko not being able to play the hero.
Well, we've also allowed both the Loki and the Luna Snow through, Tom. You're thrilled to see it. Your favorite combo back on the server. What a day. What a day indeed. I also, it's a small point, but I really like the fact that we've gone from the Royal Palace to Idrisil's Path. We're really keeping it lore-wise. The first battle is to distract Loki. The second is to take down his tapping device. I wonder if that'll be continued throughout the day. We'll be only on the preceding maps, keeping the lore accurate. I'll see who the good guys and bad guys are. Obviously, for us, the attack side starting out will be Eternity Era. So the baddies are Legit L, trying to stop them in their tracks. November 24 on the Psylocke, always going to be where my eye goes. But Ray Momo, he's brought in the thing. I'm always a big fan of that. And early on, Scarlet Witch swap up from Lumi just to give the buff to Magneto for that initial fight around the corner.
Lumi's great. Lumi started off as the Rocket to give them the shields and the boost, then switched over to the Scarlet Witch to give a teammate a boost, and then has gone back to the Loki. Like, honestly, that is a team player willing to literally just switch up to give buffs to your team. November 24 had started things off well, but immediate looks to trade alone feels, though, again, this is where we can see some mass value coming out of their composition. You got AV7 now switching it up to bring in that Winter Soldier, and they are the ones that have that nasty combo that continuously has the fate of both worlds.
Now claiming all of this space on the side of Eternity Era. They'll get to set up with quite an aggressive Namor squid setup, which you can see as soon as you go through the choke points, you're going to be hit by absolutely everything. The whistles as the squids claim you as a target, and then the immediate desolation the second that you see that spear thrown out. This stopped any form of retake, any form of delay from Legit L. They're forced back, first checkpoint taken. And when it comes to this first corner, Eternity Era are in with a big advantage. I was going to talk about ultimates, but even bigger advantage now is they're just picking them apart.
Yeah, no, it really has felt like Alone Fields is just having a great time. Utilization will be there from the other side for the Dance of the Butterfly, but the fact is, it is the Horn that ends up finishing off both players. This is not the start that was being looked for the side of Legit L. Eternity Era are not stopping. They're on an absolute tear through the map.
Yeah, NTTA having to use the Fate of Both Worlds to keep the squad in it after the Dance of the Butterfly was activated. The Steel coming in. Which ult is it going to be? I mean, it tends to be fairly similar. Magneto ult, Meteor M thrown into play, and the invisible boundary from Lumi, of course, stealing the Invisible Woman's ult on the other side. We give them an easy counter to it. Nicely done by November 24, though. That's a pickoff onto NTTA. Losing a healer and forced back, you would think. Although Magneto seems to be thinning out the herd all by himself. Down, picked out of the skies, Alone Fills, though, and eventually, yeah, the lack of backline is going to come back to bite Legit L. They're going to be forced right the way. Sorry, come back to bite Eternity Era. They're forced right the way back.
Yeah, it's a long walk back now with the point already being so deep, but the thing is they've managed to do that with relatively quick time. The thing is, it's basically like starting from scratch just because of where your opponents are going to play. You need to win this team fight, and they're going to play as far forward as humanly possible. Ready though. Early space taken, an attempt to try and remove a strategist or two, almost gets the double, and well, eventually it will be there. The ultimate with one, but this is a very quick cleanup from Legit L. They are going to remove every member for a second time, and that will buy them at least another 20 to 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, that clock is now running down low. They didn't manage to hold too much on the first checkpoint, not being able to interrupt before it managed to make it all the way to the doors, but this is making up for it for sure. 2 minutes 40 on the clock as it continues to run down. Fate of Both Worlds online for Rose fans. As far as Eternity Era, they're not far away. It should be online fairly soon, and I think that will be what gets them out and onto the payload, but they're looking for a response in the other direction. Clobbering time just now available. Legit L having a wealth of choice as to where they put this in. It's clobbering time for Ray Momo alongside the Kraken's impact that's coming down, raining death from above. You'd imagine quick response Rose fans, once she can, activates Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to keep them on even through the Horn. Nice and safe inside this with Invisible Boundary on its way. It could come through for Legit L if needed, but it doesn't look like it will be. They have cleaned up those fights and put a minute 50 on the clock with a big delay for Eternity Era. Big reset.
Looking like they found their form, found their footing. Dreamer, obviously someone who we have seen ourselves before, a big part of that rival esports squad. But we know this team fought back on that heavy vanguard of the thing. Doing a fantastic job at it. They had about 4 minutes when they initially pushed the point, but look how far back it's gone. Another decent find for November 24, but there is that Fate of Both Worlds looking to just sort of get them back onto the point, get them back into position. Also, the isolation, at least of Namor, and the finish as well. BB is gone.
playing Psylocke into the Moor is normally so annoying because those squids just keep on lighting you up, but using the thing to dive first and then Psylocke following up for the damage has been working out really well for Legit L when they need to claim that little bit of space. Now the dance of the butterfly put through, but the immortality fields keep them on, dodging the hook that was sent out, but now caught with the whole building, all the cover taken out of play. November 24 retreats and looks for that backline dive with a free pickup onto Lumi, and now that's going to make it very difficult. Solo heals coming out from Luna Snow and all the focus on that front line. There's no choice but to fall back. No, Meteor M will be put into play, but it's used on both sides and diving in the back. Rosefans falls. That's at least something right after the ultimate had faded. And with no healer ultimates to fall back on and Rosefans out of the game, this is a very tough time for the Invisible Woman to keep Legit L alive, but the heals seem to be enough and certainly outweighed on that defensive side as they are picking up pick after pick, KO after KO. And it looks undeniable that a reset is on the way for Eternity Era, and a reset in OT means the end of the game.
Yeah, they're just being slaughtered. November 21 just looking for some style points towards the end as they push them back. And what was a blitz? Like, think about that, how far they got. They almost got in one foul swoop. There was no brakes on the initial train that came through, but it seemed like there was just a turning point. Alone Fills initially for Eternity Era was just dominating. And then we see the step up of November 24, Dreamer as well over on the thing, doing fantastic work. All right, it seems like maybe Ray Momo wants a piece of that pie, as it seems like at least initially we might get that lock.
I'm curious to see when they leave spawn. Of course, things can always change up, but in terms of how far they need to go, I think this is a pretty obtainable goal for Legit L. It can be hard to get around those corners. I mean, I think making it to the first, you have that one big corner that we'll see coming up, and then a straight line to the gate that tends to be fairly easy, and certainly was for Eternity Era. But those two massive curves around second checkpoint, always difficult. You've got to save your ults up to properly break through those defenses. Now we're going to see Legit L off rip is taking the rocket. But that is, as we've said before, likely and indeed certainly going to change. The same thing as before. We're going to have the extra ability for Riposuko and the chance to build up ult charge and dish out that damage. It hasn't landed. And so the swap up now to a much... I like this comp. There's a lot of dive possibility. You can get that Namor set up nicely. The main thing being that Psylocke is going to be a terror to your backline, the backline of Eternity Era. Well, unless she's just picked straight up.
A really nice start to that fight. The regeneration domain is going to hold them in position for now, and this is exactly how it began initially. Alone Fills just landing every single trident onto the face of an opponent. They have not managed to get that point particularly far in this early phase, but you have to bear in mind it's that second point that's going to be interesting. Normally one that once you win a fight, you can get that little bit further, and holding this deep ground, definitely not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, no, especially when those ults come on. Like I said, getting around that corner, it's usually going to rely on your ult economy being dumped in. Unless mistakes are made by Eternity Era, unless picks are given. We're getting close to Namor's horn sounding out for Legit L. Never mind, we're not getting close at all because Alone Fills has done it again. That's a huge double pickup. You're losing every bit of space taking on the Venom, and of course, a big amount of your DPS eliminated with BB-Yak down. And a stagger onto November 24's swap up. That is just wonderful play from Alone Fills. And that wasn't even mostly the squids. That's just the tridents. Like you said, they are pinpoint accurate.
Yeah, the squids definitely help. They help with the chip damage, but when you can land those headshots with the tridents 9 times out of 10, it's definitely going to make things tough. Haven't seen much of a response, and in fact, there's not really been anybody falling at all over on this Eternity Era side. Look at the ultimates. We're almost about to have all 12 online, but Alone fails to make sure that doesn't happen. His is utilized immediately. And again, the left click into the right click. 2 dropped and more stagger. There is only a minute and a half left, and it's not getting any better. AV7 mentioned it. He is basically just a glorified DPS. We've spoken before about the concept of what you can do with this Mantis. When you see a Mantis alongside 2 other healers, the Mantis is not a healer.
And given that damage boost over to Alone Fills as well, like, he can just tear straight through your lines, and we saw it there. And even the squids put down to finish off Magneto in the end. 5 ultis though for Legit L. We say, look, if you're struggling, it comes down to how you use your ults to clear this out, to get around that corner. Fate of Both Worlds is online, so we need to be selective about how this is being deployed. And here it is. Kraken's impact activated immediately. They'll pull in the Fate of Both Worlds. November 24 still gets one, and it's AV7. A lot of healing and a lot of damage removed from the equation now as a result. Great healing for November 24. He's got no struggles whatsoever with Invisible Boundary coming online just after the Fate of Both Worlds for Legit L. That is a huge take from them. What should be them pushing forward around the corner. Alone Phil stands as one of the only players that can stop this. Desperately looking for heals and finds them, throws in some squids. Venom, the new target, but the shields go up and he's ready to, well, I would say get out of there. Stays up, stays involved. This is creating so much space for his team alongside Magneto. They've pushed them back. They've rounded the corner, and now it's just a couple meters straight to the end, and it looks like they'll be making it. That's huge. November 24 in with the double, and more to be found. Rifasuko following through. There's no way back for Eternity Era. Nothing short of a miracle could get them back into this point, back into this payload, and that's it. Overtime soon to come to an end.
Yeah, they're going to get deep within the control, and that will allow them to get this point over the line. Fantastic work from November 24. We've talked about his ability on that Psylocke, but that was all about the Winter Soldier. It didn't even seem to need that much support, but now they have a couple of minutes. Their second point proved to be impossible for their opponents. That doesn't necessarily mean that will stay true for them.
Lone Phil's, oh, it looked like he was in trouble. You know, you see a Star-Lord that close, you certainly think someone is. Now the Venom getting in, that's going to turn the tide a little bit. Legit L have their pick, and they've definitely got the quicker respawns. Big dive down, and in comes Wolverine, pulling them apart, but Invisible Boundary is going to keep Legit L out of harm's way. Ultimate available for Venom, so again, the concern not that high at the moment. Even being picked off like that, the ulti can just be popped, and it's not needed. The heals are huge alongside the Fate of Both Worlds. Legit L confident in continuing that push. Alone Phil's though managing to take down November 24, and that Fate of Both Worlds soon to come to an end. In fact, now it's Eternity Eras that's online, so they're sending them right back towards their spawn. Venom tries to get above the building, but he cannot get out of there. And the picks right back. This is a minute on the clock and some distance still to go.
That Fate of Both Worlds was maybe the biggest thought of the entire fight. The fact that there was a combination utilized to try and throw in not only the Impact Kraken, but also the Venom Ultimate at the same time, and they got nothing for it. That home from Ace could be a turning point, being able to steal away at least one of those support players. Even still, they need to get this point moving. About halfway to where their opponents got to. 30 seconds left on the clock, but Ray Momo is still fighting strong, utilizing the amount of damage that you can put out while playing that Magneto, still having themselves at least a bit in terms of the Soul Resurgence. And of course, on the other side, the Invisible Boundary. These healing ults and where they're placed are important. But I say that AB7's gone down.
Maybe 7 out, and it looks like the rest following. Eternity Era in a lot of trouble now. The ult online for the Mantis, but will they even be here in time? There needs to be a delay. The payload pushing ever closer to the end of the line. And there it is. Mantis makes it in just in time, activates ult. We're in OT. We're 3.5 meters away from that final checkpoint, and Eternity Era have one last stand. The horn, it pipes up now, and it's huge. The shield is barely keeping them alive. In comes Jeff for the damage, boosted up by Luna Snow, and it's working. Eternity Era, they look to have it all, but then there's a resurgence. Legidel with a few picks still to deal with a lone Phils, single-handedly claiming the payload. Eternity Era, they were in trouble, but they push it across the line. What a phenomenal display right at the end. Credit to AB7 for getting back in there, for buying them time, but a lone Phils, oh, he held on. He's not quite Wolverine, but he had his last stand.
Yeah, no, it really was an impressive display. And if there was anybody else coming up as that MVP at the end of the map, I would have had words to say, because 20 final hits is what you're looking at. 28,000 damage. It really did just feel like a lot of their composition, especially as you mentioned those damage buffs coming up from AV7, was based around this man and his ability to thrive. Well, luckily for them, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's what they needed, and it's what they got. That is a 1-1 scoreline now between these two. The reality is, it's anyone's game. We saw the first, we knew that 2-0, it looks dominant, and the fact that they, again, had the lead the whole time, it's not a huge sign, but we knew that they were hot on each other's tails. Eternity Era had what it takes, and a lone Phils, apparently, is what it takes. I'm also going to point out, Tom, they switched to Jeff and they win the game. I mean,
I think in the commentary there was a moment you said, and it's all come down to him, talking about a lone Phils. So are you now going back on what you said?
Well, you know,
Curious.
At the end of the day, in order to stand tall, sometimes you must stand on the shoulders of giants. And in this case, I think, you know, genuinely, we see it a lot. Jeff being picked up. It's kind of sad to see him relegated to this role, but that he's picked up at the very end when you need to rush back to point, because not only do the bubbles give you a speed boost, they also give your teammates a speed boost. So you'll just see Jeff fire, and he'll get to the point, 0 bubbles left for the heals, because he's just laying them into his teammates, rushing them back. So that genuinely could be a reason why AV7 got back so quickly. So who knows? You know, Jeff MVP, it should be, but robbed here today because someone got 20 final hits. You know, whatever. It's cool. Anyone can throw a spear, you know, except the little shark probably wouldn't really be very good at it. But yeah,
but you wouldn't be able to then either. Trident probably a bit too heavy, right?
Okay, well, yeah, there's no need. There's no need. They call me the Punisher with these guns. I'm sorry.
Maybe a fork.
But yeah,
you could just throw a fork.
Thanks a lot, Tom. You know, always building up my confidence. With that, Tom, we got to see a Jeff. That's my highlight of the day, having some impact. But I want to see all of the highlights. Let's take a look at them.
saving all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Laying down, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say good night. Tremble before fast!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia. I'm Mitch, with me is Tom, and we're ready to jump back into our series, Legit L versus Eternity Era. Tom, it's been a back and forth battle, trading out their maps and showing a close competition every step of the way. We came down to overtime, and I think they were separated by 3.64 meters. So a pretty impressive display from these squads. Now we're moving into round 3, the Spider Islands, where we're going to be seeing a convoy take place. They're escorting the payload to the end, and already, Tom, when we look at the bans in play, it's looking pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think even it seems like they're racing through the picks. I like the strange save, though. I think in the last map, Ripasoko not having that strange definitely seemed like more of a hindrance. So realistically, I think them bringing that through is important for them going forward. Also protecting the Loki as well. So I guess they're still not wanting to have the Adam Warlock, but the Loki was very impactful, being able to sort of steal those ultimates away. So yeah, I think that again, and there you go. That's when you know the respect is there. November 24 causing them enough issues that they have just decided to completely remove that hero from action.
Fair play. I think it's probably the right call. You know, again, just peppering up those back lines, constantly being able to make it up behind them. And, well, to be honest, the kind of surprise for me is that we don't have a Namor ban. Alone Phils was doing work when it came to that first half, or the last map, I should say, especially the second half. I think single-handedly took them across the line, not just surviving, but taking down practically the whole team in the process. For Legit L, and they're going to be starting out on the attack here, having to push that payload all the way to the end. Eternity Era on the defense, and here you get a little bit more of a glimpse into what we were talking about earlier, the fact that you're going to have your rocket just giving those little buffs in the spawn, and then swapping over, playing that Namor Luna. It's surprising this comp has been allowed to exist in so many of our games, Tom, because it really is such an impactful combination. Those squids getting powered up. And obviously, Luna Snow also buffs Jeff, as we saw last map.
Yeah, for those 3 seconds that Jeff was in play, there was the buff. But yeah, this is where you get that sort of double Vanguard that we've seen become so popular, the ability to shield out a lot of those ultimates. Already it seems like Ace is coming a little angry. November 24 dropped immediately, one of the bigger threats in the last, and that's the thing, when they did have good opportunities, it was him over on that Winter Soldier being able to do so much. So any sort of clear of him is always going to be valuable.
Oh, very aggressive stance from Eternity Era, but they're not being punished for it just yet, as Legit L come out of the spawn and have this intense scrap. Loki's absolutely everywhere, and somehow a Magneto up top, having made it all the way around, is the one to pick off a lone Phils. Once he falls, well, it seems like everything else is following like a domino in line. It shall be only a matter of seconds before that payload begins to move, and it is in fact Invisible Woman finding all of those picks. Ultimates online for the next fight. It's Kraken's impact that can be oh so dangerous. Now we'll see it in the hands of November 24.
Already an immediate usage of a portal. We're going to try and go in from behind. A bit of a surprise attempt as that Fate of Both Worlds is used by the invisible boundary, is immediately into counter. Not going to allow them to get any free hits while they are in their healing. Or Eye of Agamotto also utilized. Meteor M thrown in. It's November 24 to take the hit, but can they do the same on the other side? Yes, they can. A double pickup onto NTTA, and of course your man alone. This is now becoming that little bit more problematic. This fight that started so strong with a full reset onto that defending side has now come back to a much more problematic brawl as they look to get back in.
They even blocked out the Eye of Agamotto, yet still the pick goes to Ray Momo. Well done in this choke point. It's just the timing between putting up the shields to block that incoming damage from the laneway, to block some of the heals as well that are coming through. It's stopping them from really extending too far over on that Legit L side, and getting through this choke point comes at a heavy cost. Magneto shield up, half HP already, getting healed up so quickly from the back. Alone Phils almost gets picked, gets a second lease of life, and look at his reward. He could have been down and out, and instead leading to the desolation of the remaining Legit L players. They have to reset inside their spawn, and even then, it's hard to get out of here.
Yeah, I genuinely think that Ray Momo portal might actually be the difference maker. Just being able to get them back into position, have these multitude of fights where they would have at least got themselves up the stairs. And right now, with less than a minute on the clock, they haven't even really got out of the spawn area. They've moved it a matter of meters. Eye of Agamotto is going to give them an opportunity, but the invisible boundary has denied. Once again, we come through with that Meteor M. So much impact for the defense, continuing to hold the line. Alone Phils then is picking off the strays. Oh, again, they have to fall back towards that spawn area, not wanting that 10-second reset. But because of that, they may only get one more shot at this.
One more shot, but at least they've got the ultis locked and loaded to do so. The problem is Eternity Era, invisible boundary online available. And they're going to try to counter that out over on Legit L's side, but the problem is AV7 can easily pop the Fate of Both Worlds, really getting rid of the dangers that are in play. All that damage being out-healed, but hold on, a big grab! Oh, Wolverine in overtime when they need a hero. He has stepped up to the plate. Legit L, they're going to gain a lot of ground now. Big staggers in play too. And that will bring them right up to the checkpoint, but there's one more fight before they cross the line.
Yeah, I was going to say the question remains is that portal back online? And the answer to that question is a resounding yes. That means that they can once again just jump on their opponents. They did this last time. Aya Agamotto was prepared, but the problem is they've still managed to block it. The other issue, though, is this Wolverine swaps might be the swap of the game, already giving them that first opportunity with the last stand, now doing the same again. A chance here for Alone to find another pick. He's been so good in these moments as they swing that whip to try and remove everybody. Ripasoko, they saved this for a reason. They wanted to give him that opportunity, and it seems like in overtime they might be able to drag this. But at the last second, I believe that was the Loki that's been brought through of Lumi, stealing that fate of both worlds.
Yeah, the Meteor M was brought online as a result of that extra time. The problem is they couldn't find a pick with it. OT fading away, but Legit L are not stepping off the payload. In fact, they're pulling Eternity Era off it. It looks like there's no stopping this from going the distance with Lumi down. It is a formality. The checkpoint will be reached any moment now, and they've bought themselves a bit of extra time.
So ridiculously close to going in the other direction. Again, I think these strange portals that have been coming out from Ray Momo have really changed the tide, so much so that Eternity Era are actually going to make some mass changes to their comp. The same going to be said for the other side, like bringing in that Wolverine, basically stop them from losing before getting to even point number one. And Ace has decided, you know what, anything you can do, I can do better, and is going to try and steal it away. But what a fantastic bubble coming out from BB to keep that opponent alive.
I feel like myself again.
So much to lean on here for Legit L. 2 minutes 30 built up. They can afford to go for a reset if they need to, and after that double pickup, they just might have to back off. Give this one a little bit of time for the reset. November 24 is not a big fan of that plan. Sticking around, firing into them. Rose fans buying them a lot of extra time and space, and the dive in from Wolverine just being followed. Rose fans doing an excellent job of keeping the squad alive throughout this, and now the same's going to come in for Loki on their side. The ult online, and presumably Fate of Both Worlds will be the target. We see that almost every time. For Legit L, that means a huge amount of space, and they're not using it just yet, although maybe they should have. A pick off onto Invisible Woman before it eventually gets played. It is Legit L's Loki to buy them that space, but November 24 isolated and taken down outside the ulti. Even despite using it, this is defensive. They just back off. Big pickup for Eternity Era, getting this to a reset. This could be one more team fight to stop them for good.
The best thing about it is I'm sure that Ray Momo had the thought of maybe throwing in that Meteor M, but because they've managed to force their opponents back without it, he can now save this for the next fight. It will likely be a trade of Meteors to potentially try and get rid. And while Ripasuko almost ends up just losing the fight directly, bear in mind last stand is just 1% away.
Yeah, it's online now. Now all he needs to do is dive in and grab someone, and it's huge! The bubble quickly put onto Strange, but oh, I was going to say, can he get away? He can. He grabs the pick, but the problem is they're too far away. Not able to put boots on the ground of the point itself, and so the payload sits idle. One checkpoint and a half, I suppose, we'll give them. It's at least some distance, but this first point hold needs to be solid for Legit L.
Well, that was the thing. I feel like there was a stage in this matchup where I felt like they were almost lucky to get the first point, like, with how little amount of overtime there was. So anything else seems like a bonus, but it's definitely not the greatest of runs when it comes to the Spider Islands convoy. Now going in to that second half, as you mentioned, it needs to be a pretty solid going from them. I'll be interested to see if we are going to get the usage of that Wolverine again. It definitely seemed like a turning point with both Ace and Ray Momo doing a fantastic job in that area. But again, my main worry is the fact that Alone Fills within the first, like, I don't know, minute or two of a game seems to just be an unstoppable force. It happened on both halves of the last map, and if it happens again here, that might be a surefire way to getting towards that first point.
Yeah, it's all about time. It's so much. You get 2 minutes 30 by making it to the end of this path to the first checkpoint. It's a lot of time, 6.5 to make it that distance for Eternity Era. Felt like they had a lot of control in that previous map. The previous half, I should say. I suppose the previous map as well, they played pretty well. And for this initial fight, seems like less trouble to get out of that, out of the spawn, onto the payload, get it moving. Legit L having a bit more trouble actually getting on top of them. But the Groot in play, it could have huge impact, just blocking off some of these players if they do overextend. For now, though, the only player going low is instantly able to get out of there. And the heals coming in fast as Eternity Era claimed the picks. This is looking bad. We needed a strong hold. Was waiting for that moment that the scales would tip in Legit L's favor as they needed to. But that has not happened. And instead, 3 minutes on the clock. And it looks like by 2, we may be at the checkpoint. One fight for Legit L, and they've got a portal to get back in.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this one before. The exact way that their opponents got back into the map last time. Similarly to that first, but they didn't have to deal with Alone Phil's already taking down his doppelganger of Namor on the other side. It has to be that fate of both worlds, an attempt with the Meteor, and again, Ace! He seems good for 2 every single time. Portal or not, they are not making it back to this site.
Yeah, listen, if you're relying on Loki coming in to pop you heals without the immortality fields, it's already over. A second that Meteor M slams down onto Rose fans, this round was, well, it was uncontestable. Will they even get, they got kind of close. On the wall, they're walled off, they're pushed back by Invisible Woman as well. That's beautiful. Invisible Woman literally just got them the checkpoint, the wall initially, and then just nope, back you go.
Well, that was their own wall.
Oh yeah, why did they do that? I guess that, well, they did it to block damage and then canceled it afterwards.
Yeah.
So that's actually fine. But the second it went down, Invisible Woman reacted. That's wonderful.
Oh, this is already like a lot of fights that seem like they're going to be so much damage. Again, you're going to see the usage of that regeneration domain initially to keep the players up. Eye of Agamotto, I believe, partly shielded, but not shielded enough. So much damage created by Ray Momo. It was sort of saved in the last. We talked about Ripper at the beginning of the map not being able to play that Doctor Strange in the last one and it being an issue for the squad. Well, this time they decided, let's shield that Doctor Strange. Well, guess what? The other Doctor Strange might just be getting the MVP if this continues. They only need 1 meter to take this map.
And it comes in immediately. Yeah, try as you might to put on a show. The show was already over, 2-1. And this is a strong setting for Eternity Era. They've come in, lost the first map of the series 2-0, but there was some serious signs of life. They were hot on their opponent's heels. And as a result, they come back in 2-1, besting what their opponents can do each step of the way. This is a beautiful display. And now they are just 1 away with 2 chances to claim victory in this round. Again, round 11, we're in best of 5s, and most importantly, Tom, we're in the lower bracket. Whoever falls here will not be getting back up in round 12.
You could look at that. It is Ray Momo and actually Ace, the 2 players with the highest final hits in this map. It was a map all about the Vanguards. Alone Phil's definitely had his moments, but that was, as I said, it was literally the other team that decided to shield Doctor Strange to make sure that Ripper would have that character in play, and Ray Momo has just gone into the game and absolutely diffed him on it.
He has stolen the show, hasn't he? 12 final hits compared to anyone else on the server. He is on top. So, and we've seen this before from the Doctor Strange. I think this is kind of what we were talking about earlier when we saw the ban come in. It's like, okay, it's a little bit weird to ban Strange. It's not the normal play, but if someone is incredibly strong on it, you'd normally expect, maybe we can ban it out. Or I guess in this case, we can just do one better. to show them how strong we are. That's 2 lords. When you look at now, actually, you can also see the level increasing across the board as we get deeper in the tournament. And it's like before it was like there's 1 lord player. Oh, there's one over there. Now it's like the whole team is lord, even when they're swapping comps as well. So the hours have been put in, and I think here we saw the reward as well. Ripasuko being diffed is something I guess we weren't really expecting. When we look back on earlier, his previous teammate JT3 did it when it came to the Magneto. Now he's met a Strange who we can go toe-to-toe with. This series just got interesting. Well, it is. Yeah.
Something to mention is November 24. Something I'll always highlight is the amount of picks and the lack of, well, KOs against November 24. It was 11-11 that game. So clearly had a much rougher time when that Psylocke was removed. So although it may not be the perfect pick ban with not being able to remove some of those heroes, that removal of Psylocke was well worth its weight in gold.
Well, 18-5, 27-10, and then finishing at the last one 11-11, right? One of these is not like the other, and you can definitely see it. So then that throws into question, moving into the next map, are we going to see the same bans? Is there going to be variation on that again? Like we've seen this evolve over time. Maybe now is the time to allow the Hela through. Maybe now's the time to allow the Adam Warlock through. Probably not. It's a little too strong.
Don't do that.
We got a 2 out of 3 ban Warlock and Mantis. It just goes to show how incredibly strong that composition can be. We will be finding out how the picks and the bans go, how the series ends up in a little bit. For now, let's take a look at the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Coming up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say good night. Tremble before fast!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia. Tom, we've just seen a 2-1. If it was a BO3, a reverse sweep from Eternity Era as they managed to take back the last two maps in a row. It's a strong bit of momentum and wind in their sails. And to be honest, considering we started it out with a very close and contentious first map and then two in a row relatively cleanly on the other side, it's starting to look a little spooky. I think we need to see some change ups in terms of bans, or we might. Let's see what's about to happen. I believe we're going to go into the game now and see these picks as they unfold.
Yeah, I think the last couple of bans have actually gone very well for the side of Eternity Era. Like, removing that Psylocke was a fantastic choice. I think that was the least impactful game we've seen so far from November 24. They even allowed the Strange to go through this time, and yeah, Ray Momo had an insane performance. I actually ended up diffing the guy who wanted to play it to begin with. Also, Loki going to be going out of there. I think that was one of the original choices for the bans from the side of Legit-L. I think they strayed away from it and then have decided to go back. The protection of the Mantis, I think something the AV7 has performed very well on. So again, not particularly surprising. Those damage boosts in tandem with Alone Fills were fantastic in the last. So maybe that might actually be a genuine opportunity for them, is to just go, okay, let's get rid of that no more completely. And interestingly, because it wasn't banned out in the first stage, they're actually going to protect that Psylocke so that November 24 can have his pick.
This is solid. Yeah, like you said, November 24 has been highly impactful in the first two. Very much fell off in the last one. A direct result, it seems, of that Psylocke not being available. Follow-up ban is going to go to Luna Snow. A huge pickup as we now see the Loki not having as much impact. Going to probably be duplicating the Invisible Woman ults. That's certainly not the same as when we see the Luna Snow. The fate of both worlds just buys so much time. Finishing it off with a Doctor Strange ban as well.
Yeah, the Loki and the Luna gone. So they're literally, and there's very limited option for the strategists. We've seen the protection over on the other side to let them have the Mantis at least, which I think actually will play nicely into the hands of Eternity Era. But yeah, and because the Hella's no longer been removed, AV7, as said, I remember specifically seeing how good he could be when it came to that pickup. So yeah, it's forced almost a complete shift in what we've seen in the game so far. Maybe a lean now towards even further towards, I should say, having that Winter Soldier in play. And I think this allows for Legit-L to somewhat remold how this matchup has gone, because this is a very, very different look to what we had on the last map.
Well, yeah, we've seen Lumi play a decent amount of Loki as well. I think this is quite a good decision in removing this from play. We'll see where Comfort ends up lying. Again, Rocket
is he just going to switch?
Means...
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to say, is he just going to switch immediately, or is he going to stick it?
Yeah, Rocket and Spawn means nothing was where I was going, and then here we are. They've left. Don't imagine we're seeing a double back from this point. That'd be a huge waste of time and for no gain. Okay, we've got Rocket on both sides. The interesting thing is Legit L not deciding to bring in a bookie alongside it. So this is going to be a Rocket heal. And that's it. That's what we're looking for. Fair enough. November 24 in the back lines, looking for the damage. And oh, they've been forced back here. Those duelists cannot sustain a fight, or at least can't take ground against vanguards like that. So a little bit of high ground control falling towards Legit L as AB7 sitting here on the Hela that's been banned out so often. The huge opportunity to bring down the pain.
I think it was Ripasoko who actually played in tandem with JT3 when they were running that combination of the Thing and Venom. Well, JT3 has left the team, but the Venom still sits. AB7 mentioned it. He is someone who is fantastic when you give him the hit scan, give him those opportunities for headshots. The res will come in onto BB at least. Neither side yet to really claim full control, but with how many players are currently dead for the side of this, Legit L is very likely to go one way and one way only.
Yeah, there's no turning back now, and I think we've seen in that initial fight AB7's danger, the fact that he's putting up so much damage, so many final hits as well on the Mantis. Well, I guess we kind of have the explanation then for why this ban on Hela has been coming in so often. Nothing but headshots being delivered in some of these fights, and for Legit L, forced back, but luckily keeping Venom alive. Big ultimates available, and it will be Mantis to try to gain them space. The amplifier goes into damage for Venom as he dives on top, and Invisible Boundary, they are putting everything in with Meteor M as well, and it's a big slam down for Legit L, but the trades are coming back. AB7 still alive, has just found the ultimate, and the Goddess of Death will be trying to deal out some death, but unfortunately that damage is not landing. It's all for Legit L, and they've claimed the point as a result.
Yeah, the difference in these two compositions is one running that double Vanguard and relying on November 24 to basically clear out those additional strategists, because it's going to be more difficult to do that with those sort of lower damage Vanguards, and then on the other side leaning more into that DPS, so you have to rely on Alone Fills and AB7 to really be picking up that additional damage. Otherwise those Vanguards are going to stay healthy the whole time. And well, speak of the devil, and the devil may appear, the Goddess of Death herself being able to clear out November 24, but very quickly brought back by the res.
Oh, nice slam down from Alone Fills. It's going to be right back online, looking to take down Venom now to reset the Kraken impact, and it will happen just in time. Again, the ultimate comes in. Huge damage with the background lurk from Ace, picking up the healers, and that will leave you with nothing to keep your Magneto alive down below. Wow, this is a huge stagger too. At least November 24 will be quickly back in the action, and not usually a member of the pack, but for Eternity Era, 2-1 up in maps. A victory here will send Legit L out of the tournament, and well, they are building up percentage, close to getting one map across the line.
You have to bear in mind this is a pretty big change of role for Ace. Normally that secondary Vanguard, but has filled the gap now to give that space over to AB7, and it seems worthwhile. A huge initial grapple has already removed that Magneto. A good response at least. Ace goes down. Again, there's a res in play, but it's too little, too late. The dance of the butterfly has done so much in this battle. Raymomo, though, still standing. And actually, that blue side has been able to bring the majority of their squad back into the action for the moment, but with Raymomo going down, the rest may just have to retreat rather than be isolated. It seems, though, that isolation will eventually come through.
Great tracking as well. Yeah, there you go. Legit L right back on the board, but they were the ones that were leading the charge on domination before. They were the ones who had Eternity Era hot on their heels, but never able to catch up fully. And now they may experience exactly what that's like. Invisible Boundary put in, Kraken's impact available, and Venom already having used the shield. That could be where Kraken's impact comes in, and indeed it is going to be fired through. A huge pickup. AB7 from the top rope leaves November 24 going back for the respawn. Another going in for Legit L, though. This could bring tied back in their favor, at least already getting an early res out of the Rocket. So both sides not having that fallback anymore. Big pull, November 24 barely avoiding death, 8 HP, and will just about hold on, getting the health back and returning to try to deal enough damage to get his team back into this point. Eternity Era, it's looking good till a lot of ultimates are committed by Legit L. They've got the booster, they've got Mantis ult as well, keeping them in the fight, but now fading, and they need the picks to follow through. They're running out of time. Legit L claiming it halfway, but again, where are the picks? It's down to Rocket to find one. It's down to a meteor to land. That might be what they needed.
Yeah, they've just about got it over the line in the last milliseconds to make sure that they are going to have another chance to fight for this. The problem as well is that Rocket is just dancing, needs to survive, needs to stay alive, otherwise will not be involved in that final fight, and that's a problem. November 24 clearing out Lumi means it's very likely that this is going to end up being a 5 versus 6 on that final point. Spider-Man brought in with Venom just for that extra little bit of pace to try and get onto the point, but I think Legit L in this case have done enough.
They have just about managed to take it across the line, one under their belt, and at a crucial time too. Remember, for Eternity Era, claiming this will end the series. It will put 3-1 on the board, and it will send Legit L packing. But instead, and indeed it was very close to happening, we've now seen Eternity Era pushed 1-0 down in the domination. For them, I mean, Rocket presumably going to be sticking around, but you notice at that last point, like you said, Tom, you had Rocket running around down below, desperately trying to make it back to the point, and that's some of the most fun gameplay, I feel like, when you are Rocket, when you're just being chased by the whole team, running along walls, popping your little heals, and making it so hard to hit you, but they found him just in the end. That's a big spanner in the works. Take a look at Eternity Era's swap up. I was waiting to see if Alone Fills was going to be changing, but it looks like full commitment towards this, indeed, towards the Wolverine. So, I mean, you're not going to be taking Venom, are you? He's going to quickly get out of there. So either it's Magneto or any of these healers in a lot of trouble.
That's the problem. The last game, they had themselves the difference between having 2 Vanguards versus the 2 DPS. That was the difference maker. So now that second DPS has ended up as a direct counter to those Vanguards, looking to try and steal them away and shred them as they go through. A little bit of a cheeky position from Ripasoko. He's always been a very strong performer when it comes to the usage of that Venom. But now, though, a lot of early damage, and it's already going to be Ray Momo again. That solo Vanguard down.
Yeah, luckily, Lumi playing that Rocket, not in the Loki anymore thanks to the bans, is able to revive and bring Magneto back into the fight for Eternity Era. Alone Fills, who we're on board with, looking for an opportunity, dealing damage for now, but soon someone's going to get pulled on out. Huge damage buff with Lumi's ultimate online. This should be very difficult for Legit L to match, and you can see them backing off, but not backed off far enough. A huge performance, not just from Alone Fills on the Wolverine, but NTTA's Invisible Woman putting out those heals and damage dealing at the same time. And as a result, Eternity Era start to claim the point.
This is where this map in particular can become very, very difficult. Normally, you might see a strange portal or something to bring you back from the fray, but instead, the opponents are able to push deep into this position. Of course, Doctor Strange has been banned in this matchup, so no ability once you lose that fight other than to run straight through your opponents. The patient play again from Ace to try and find something here. He's been one of the major switch-ups in this. AV7 has gone back to that all-important Mantis. And for now, at least, they've been able to hold them back, forcing them back towards their spawn. But in the meantime, well, just about, I was going to say, the potential survival of that Magneto who was grabbed.
Rocket on Legit L, ult online. Kraken's impact available This is where things get dangerous. Last stand, though, perhaps about to be put in. Big slam down. Magneto's out, and indeed, couldn't get the full distance with the stairs getting in the way, but still, it sent them running. They're scared of what Eternity Era we're packing, and understandably so.
Oh, no.
You've been sniffed out, and out of the round you go. A big delay onto a healer, the res at least to be used, but that is a margin for error now a little bit thin with November 24 down. They'll wish they still had a res to work with. Another pick for Eternity Era here could end it, and Kraken's Impact and Meteor M have come online. Invisible Boundary 2 with 90% already there. Although Kraken's Impact, again, the stairs end up being a big problem. Still able to claim at least one elim. The response from Magneto, but he's desperately low. Seems like Legit L might still have something to say, but the res onto Ace will be back in the fight in no time, and there's no one on the point. 1-1. We're going the distance.
It really does seem like Alone just is so good at switching up and completely turning the tide of maps. And this one in particular, if you could isolate just Stellar Spaceport as a map for an MVP, I think it has to be Alone Fields. Like just being able to catch off not only, of course, those Vanguards who have that extra health and take that extra damage from him, but more importantly, like finding the likes of BB completely isolated at times, it has been an issue. And I want to see if they actually stick out the continuation of the thing, because as said, like when it was the previous roster rejects, which the majority of Legit L came from, you saw Ripasoko play it alongside GT3. He was the Venom, and JT3 was the one that was picking up the thing. Well, now they don't have JT3. It seems like Ripasoko's going to try and fill his ex-teammates' boots.
Oh, those are big boots to fill indeed. See if he can match up to that. Already coming into this first fight with Clobbering Time, with Meteor M, probably with Invisible Boundary on Legit L. But Meteor M and Invisible Boundary most definitely online for Eternity Era coming out of spawn. It's going to be invasion of the high ground. Ripasuko, the one to lead the charge up there. But it was only a bit of posturing. He's actually hiding just beside them. He's trying to dive into the back lines while the rest of the squad pushes forward. That's a Clobbering Time from behind to try to catch them all. And he's away! A big pickup from Alone Phils. Dunks Magneto off the edge. And that pick, not going to be easy to recover on.
This map is nightmare fuel. Is that going to be the response to the other Magneto? Yeah, the other Magneto's got off the map as well. It's ridiculous the way that this has started, but the fact is, what looked like a potential early take for Eternity Era has instead gone the way of Legit L, a quick response to their Vanguard being removed. But I guess that works when you have a second Vanguard.
Well, this is an interesting start. It's not often that you see two players flung off the edge. That Wolverine tech is nice, though, just dropping them right on the very edge of the map, so there's nowhere else to go. Again, we've seen this before. Just take a look up top. The Thing hiding in the corner, just annoying them with the haymakers as they come out and charging up those heal ults. Infinite ammo goes in, but so too does the Dance of the Butterfly, an attempt from November 24 to shut them down up on the high ground. Big ults, 4 ults have been put through on the side of Eternity Era. And we just saw Kraken's Impact come back online, but Ripasuko shut him down, taking out Ace before that could be a real problem with a refreshed Kraken's Impact. That could have swung the fight into Eternity Era's favor. And instead, without that damage output, there's no chance but to reset as all the players get picked off, and 50% now on the point. This is the final point of this domination, and for Legit L, tournament life hangs in the balance.
They are not in the best of spots. 60%. And actually, Ace, anybody I've seen tried to challenge November 24 on this specific hero has failed miserably. But there has to be the first. Nonetheless, they are struggling facing off against Ripasoko. Clobbering Time is available and online, and it seems like it has worked wonders. Phoebe managing to clear out a couple. Alone will be brought back from the fray, but to be honest, they may even have to try and go for this with a man down. They are on 86%, yet to get a single number on the board.
93. It's getting desperately close indeed. Legit L with control and Ace on the swap up to Psylocke gets picked off immediately. November 24 showing us how it's done. The haymakers from Ripasuko, they've really managed to put a dent in the side of Eternity Era on this map. And it looks like this could be the beginning of the end. Overtime in play, and the dance of the butterflies takes them all down. The healers on the high ground, no more. And all that's left is to pick off the final points of health. The Rocket running riot, and Ace swapped to a Jeff to desperately get back and keep his squad alive. But it couldn't happen this time. 2-2. This best of 5 is gonna go the distance all the way to the final map of the series. What an incredible performance by Eternity Era, and it really is anyone's game at this point. The Legit L, they came in at the last minute. They managed to claim it on the last domination, and I think what's going to be even more interesting, Tom, is seeing where these picks and bans go, because I feel like the world is their oyster. There's so many choices, and maybe we'll even get the thing taken out after that from Ripasuko.
Yeah, well, as I said, it was big boots to fill. I think they were filled. It was a very solid performance. I'll be honest, I think there may be an even more likelihood of that Psylocke going out again. Every single time, it is not the first ban. It is just decimation. 17 final hits, nobody particularly close. And while we even saw an attempt from Ace to try and match November 24 on his own hero, I think you've lost the plot if that's your plan. And I think the best case realistically is that for a first ban, because there's still opportunities that you can remove one of the others afterwards. But I think if you allow them the opportunity to protect that Psylocke, it is going to be protected, and for a very good reason.
Absolutely, yeah. November 24 on Psylocke versus off Psylocke, night and day. And I guess the idea here was that perhaps by removing, you know, the Loki in the first place over on their team, that maybe your opposition, maybe Lumi would feel uncomfortable. That didn't really seem like the case, though. I think the Rockets actually played out pretty well for both sides, which was interesting to see. But man, what an incredible performance this has been. I feel like we've seen so much depth. Ripasuko all day long. It didn't matter whether it was, we're seeing him on Mag, we're seeing him on, he was picking up the Doctor Strange earlier, right? Definitely the Venom, and now the Thing. And one of the interesting things about the Thing here for Ripasuko, because he was up on that high ground and fighting them, they'd let like 2 people out. It'd be like Wolverine and maybe a tank walking out, and then Ripasuko would come in behind, interrupt the rest of the squad, right, with the haymakers, keep them back, and November 24 comes behind, and it's just a field day shredding through them. It's so much fun to see these ideas in practice. And well, what else will we do but take a look at them one more time, Tom? Let's run the highlights and watch back what just happened.
silently trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your prize, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you! Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you! Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into the last map of this best of 5. We have gone the distance indeed, Tom. I can't even remember back to the first one. I can't actually. It was the double Idrisil, but it was a lot of fun to see these teams sort of evolve as we've gone on. We've had bans starting out, and the identity of these teams has shifted as well. But coming into the final map, you think Psylocke is the sort of expected first ban? And any other predictions you're going to throw out?
Ooh, I think we've seen Adam Warlock every single time, so I would assume that that's going to be gone. It would be a weird time to change it now. I think it'd be a huge gamble as well, especially because, as I said, I think I remember AV7, basically AV7 with any hit scan has been fantastic. Like, we've seen it throughout, so I wouldn't want to risk giving that over to the other side. So that would be my guess of what's going to be banned. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, no, we'll have to see, Tom. There's no waiting around here. Time to dive straight in to the picks and bans. And as you said, Adam Warlock right off rip, just too damn strong with the self-res, with the team res, and with the self-res that applied to some other teammates. Loki as a follow-up ban, though, and this is leaving a lot of doors open.
It leaves the Psylocke. Yeah, no surprise. An immediate shield on the Psylocke. It's basically been one of their, if not their most impactful. And the shield, I wouldn't be surprised if the next ban for legit L is maybe the Namor, especially with that was one of the characters really causing them issues. So I think if you could get that out of opposing hands, potentially. But at the same time, Alone was incredible with that character. So maybe we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I think I said this going into the last map or maybe coming out of it, but I didn't actually expect to see a thing ban pulled through. So very interesting from Eternity Era. And I think, again, just looking at the impact that Ripasuko had last map with the MVP, obviously, but also in how it was disrupting Eternity Era. Because it's one thing if you just have a really good game, then that's annoying and maybe we should get rid of it. But if you have a really good game planned and it works super well and it's enabling November 24 to be coming up behind and doing all this damage, yeah, 100% the right play. Ripasuko, though, it's not as if he's going to be moving into an uncomfortable zone playing Doctor Strange.
No, for sure. Well, that was the ban on the last attempt because of how good that Ripasoko Strange was. So it's kind of been a back and forth, choosing the lesser of evils. I think it was definitely a necessity to stop alone being able to go back to that Namor. Had an incredible map number 3, just basically dominating. So could definitely understand why that final ban went in that direction and allowing still to have that Luna. So I think that, well, you look at it, it's the bans that basically deny the composition that has the Luna buffs, like, or the Luna dupe, if you're going to be seeing the Loki. So they are basically just trying to stop that from coming about, and I guess not having the Namor was a big part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially on the defense, just the annoyance that can come with that. Now, when we saw this map of Midtown earlier, it was quite interesting. Usually we see a decent bit of distance picked up, but both teams struggled in making it past that first checkpoint, any sort of considerable distance. So let's see if that's going to be the same thing this, or even, no, they struggled to get to the first checkpoint, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it's the same this time around, because I didn't think that's how this map was playing, but there are a lot of corners to break through, a bit more gentle, and there's high ground to claim usually. And in the other game we saw everybody fighting for high ground. Eternity Era have a much more direct approach with this composition, the Groot giving them a lot more space stealing abilities and trapping in players who are brave enough to dive down onto them. We just saw that with the loss of the Magneto, your Rocket down, and your Luna. Legit L are forced to go and save, and in fact there is no retreat for Ripasuko. That's a big stagger.
I was about to say, one of the only still surviving was November 24 in the backlines, but they've managed to clear out. And yeah, there's still going to be another 6 seconds on BB while the rest of the team are trying to make their way back in. It's either going to have to be the complete sacrifice of this point, or they're going to have to run it right at the last few seconds.
Oh, Ray Momo getting away with that onto November 24. It's going to be the res at least from Rocket, but now there's no fallback. There's no safety net. Alone Phil's picking up the first, and he's got a nice little angle behind the bus to avoid any further damage. Now in goes the Luna Snow ultimate. The dance has begun on the point, and Legit L not close to having theirs online. So this is a big stalled out fight, but they are managing to sustain their players all throughout that big damage dump. But now in comes the Kraken's impact, and it's huge. 4, make it 5. He'll take them all. A hexa kill, and that puts to bed any resistance. Well, no problem getting to the checkpoint this time, Tom.
Yeah, I think as well that there needs to be some visual added to the feed to say the assists, because I think Ray Momo has just pulled off a fantastic use of that strangling prison just to give over those initial eliminations for that Kraken's impact. We've seen it throughout the day, how many different teams have been banning this Groot, and we really are starting to see the reasons for it. The isolation with the usage of that Thornlash wall just causing so many problems. That is a unreal ult for Ripasoko, though. The Eye of Agamotto, I don't know if we've seen a better one than that today.
That should have completely turned the tide of this battle. Like, not should have, that there's no alternative. Realistically, Ace is sent back towards the spawn, and now the rest of the squad going in for the respawns, but full control from Legit L as they continue to push forward to look for this extra battle. Ray Momo, okay, he's fighting his way back through. He's claimed a little bit of space for the squad. It's a messy battle, though, with November 24 constantly being a threat to that backline. For now, at least, it will be Eternity Era coming ahead in those picks, and the ults online give them a lot to fight back against. The Dance of the Butterflies, the Meteor M not having the impact. These are great responses from Eternity Era, and now a Meteor M of their own. Full control again to the attacking side, and this payload, Tom, it's barely stopping. It's just nothing but go.
It was the big ult from Ripasuko that at least had it held for a moment, but well, they're going to be held for more than a moment. Just an attempt to try and slow them down with the walls from the group. But if they do get close, just going to start swinging those vines into the opponent's faces. That delay has meant that they are mere millimeters from getting this one over the line, getting a boost to that timer. But the defense, I was going to say, have done well. They did well for a second. The wraparound from AV7 has caused them even more problems. And you can see again, it's left mainly onto Ripasuko to try and stop this, and he will not be able to.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, that's a nice performance yet again. Eternity Era burned up a lot of ultimates, but that is very much worthwhile. They have 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to make this final push to the checkpoint. And granted, closer they get to it, the harder it's going to be, with Legit L respawning that little bit closer. But so far, the main dangers like November 24 haven't really been there. Ripasuko had that big ultimate, but for the most part, it's looked relatively easy for Eternity Era. November 24, good with a double pickup. Little more on the cards as well. That triple puts a lot of problems up for Eternity Era. Players will respawn relatively close, so it's time to back off if you're Legit L. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Giving up the space, falling back. November 24 will come to join the squad, and they get another fight. That's good delay from the defense.
Yeah, we've seen the switch up as well, adding the Hulk into the mix. I think having real struggles in the close range vicinity, down to how much Groot has been able to do. The thing that gets quite scary though is when it's the Groot Magneto combo alongside, well, the potential ult from Winter Soldier. There's the Magneto coming out, but it doesn't get anywhere near as much as maybe they would have hoped. Ripasuko, this might be the third time he looks to wipe this squad almost individually. Been doing so much for the team. Wow. This Doctor Strange from him has been unreal. And while now a little bit of help from his friend in the form of November 24, who mentioned he'd been a little bit quiet. I think he heard you.
Yeah, it seems like it. This is what was missing, like we said. And Ripasuko, the fact that he came in with the ultimate for the initial fight way back when the big impact, when the big stop was put up, that's one thing. But hitting a good ultimate, it's not reliable. You're only going to get one every so often, and one fight here or there won't do much. But now we're seeing him step up as an individual, and he's got his ultimate online. Fired through here for, well, actually not that much effect. Instead, it's going to be the push forward by Eternity Era as they begin to claim space. Hulk desperately trying to fight through the backline, managing to pick off a healer, and they are getting everything going their way. November 24 in with another, and that is another big stop from Legit L.
But the thing is here, is like you talked about the usage of that Eye of Agamotto. That was bait. That was just used to get rid of one of those strategist ults. And then they waited. You could see November 24 was sat in the backlines, ready with the ult online, just watching. The second that ult was popped, a few seconds later, goes in with the Dance of the Butterfly and helps wipe out the whole team. This time, though, back in contention. Invisible Boundary utilized almost immediately in an attempt to try and clear this squad. Already getting rid of the Hulk. Again, that's that close range fodder that is going to be so much more troublesome if that group can get close. They've spotted November 24 still lurking behind them. They are very much aware of the potential of that man.
Oh, that is not someone or something that you can leave unchecked at all. Ultimate going into play for Legit L. They've grabbed themselves the Invisible Boundary, and that'll be some space. Hard to fight through that. A big play, though, for Alone Fills to be able to take down November 24. The backline's feeling that little bit safer. And now Eternity Era can start to build up some pace. That's huge from Groot. Ray Momo in at the last second with big pickups, and that doesn't look like he's stopping. Continuing forward as they dominate the duels and push the payload to the end of the line. a much different face to Midtown than what we saw earlier on today, Tom.
Side you're on.
I know it's so ridiculously impressive that we're just seeing the depth of so many different players. Ripasoko, I think, like, there's no doubt in my mind who the SVP was, but it is whether or not the MVP will come their way if they can get it all the way to the end and take it to OT. Ray Momo, though, is also got to be up there. I've spoken about it many a time. There is a reason that teams are looking to try and just get rid of the Groot straight away. It's why we've seen so many teams that haven't actually then opt to run a Wolverine, just to try and deny this Vanguard from being able to isolate players, remove them from their healers. But I feel like maybe one of the most impactful ultimates in the game right now is that Strangling Prism, whether it's doing the damage itself in combination with the Thornlash Wall, or whether it's in combination with another ultimate, be it Winter Soldier's Crack and Impact, or I think even earlier in the map we saw it combined with a Meteor to great effect.
Well, now look at the distance that Legit L need to make up. I think this swap up, though, is going to favor them here on the attack. The obviously that we saw in the first half, where they moved over to the Hulk. Being able to have this dive, it didn't work very well in the defense, as Eternity Era responded very well to every little piece of aggression. Alone Fills was popping off, but November 24, Viviac and the Hulk able to dive deep into your backlines, able to cause a lot of problems on whatever your setup is. We'll see if they will indeed be able to do that, or if the response from Eternity Era will continue. I mean, Alone Fills has been playing a pretty good game so far. It looks like AB7 is looking to claim his title.
Yeah, that was utter filth. Ray Momo still, however, a threat at every single corner, every single angle. Of course, if this doesn't go all the way to the end, that would set up Eternity Era for victory, making it that entire distance, sitting at 3-0 right now. And for Legit L, it has been a hard-fought match, but it is only going to get harder from this point onwards. The shielding sublime that has saved November 24, given him the opportunity. And while the invisible boundary is going to go through on that other side, Eye of Agamotto again catches so many players. The shield helped for only a second, but it wasn't enough.
No, still able to cut through, and the attack side claims a ton of space. I mean, after the ult is gone, surely it's just going to be an easy cleanup. That's exactly what we're seeing. Your one healer can't sustain all that damage, and your two Vanguards can't stop them from diving straight into Luna Snow. But it did buy a little bit more time. Granted, though, it also staggered that defense quite a bit, and Luna Snow used the ultimate.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Already, I think November 24 had a decent idea that they were going to be winning this fight. Started pushing forward to try and catch players as they move, but they were all patiently waiting for that portal. Might mean that they have a slight advantage for a second, but already that Dance of the Butterfly is looking to try and deny. Not going to be able to do too much damage with that healing ultimate available. This spam into the background seemingly not doing anywhere near enough, but I'm looking at a few high damage potential plays, and that was one of them. Eye of Agamotto has also been put into position. This blue side of Legit L have taken a mass advantage in this fight, and you have to bear in mind that with the portal already used, there is not an easy return.
Yeah, I mean, as well, the first picks being Luna Snow and Invisible Woman. You're leaving Mantis to do it all alone. And you see, actually, Alone Fills is one of the first to follow up after those healers. Again, the same sort of scenario, just your instant target for the whole squad. Eliminate that damage, and there's nothing to bring that health right back up. Looks like we're going to be pushing the distance. The checkpoint already crossed. 3:35 on the clock as that happens. And Eternity Era, well, they are... Although they were rushing forward, they don't necessarily need to push past this choke. The payload is coming to them. Oh, and so is Hulk.
As early. Yeah, the Hulk. Again, looking to try and get in that close vicinity. This time, the Dance is doing damage. Already looking like another squad wipe. The third of the lot for this Legit L side. They are moving at a hefty pace.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Eternity Era did pretty well on their attack, but if this keeps up, Legit L will maybe even have a bit more time on the clock. You'll see that holding up that top of the ramp ain't gonna last forever. Eternity Era start to break through, and in terms of ultimates, 2 healers and about to be 3. And this is the key thing. When do they use that Luna Snow ultimate? When does Invisible Boundary go down? It has to be the response to an ult on the other side, and indeed, that could be it. Gross fans puts down Invisible Boundary. NCTA does the same. Eye of Agamotto caught everybody. Oh, what? 6 in the Eye of Agamotto, and they go down quickly. That is like blowing out candles. This looks. Oh no. No, we're not going to be doing this. Expecting a portal out of the other side. I think it's a little bit too late. In fact, it's just put down just in case anybody decides to go for it. And yeah, indeed, the spawn doorway completely blocked out. They have to just run to the hills, and indeed, they take the reset of respawns as the checkpoint is taken.
Yeah, that was all it was. Just try and slow them down so that they're comfortably able to get over the point. Nobody able to dash into position. November 24, we know this. Likes to get in behind, wanting to try and disrupt this fight before it even begins. Legit L have been moving at an incredible pace, but it is something that's constantly going to be in the back of the minds of Eternity Era, that this is someone they have to try and deal with. In fact, it's going to be that dance once again. Immediately pulling out one of the ults, then Groot has looked to do the same almost immediately. That Fate of Both Worlds having to be used, and a decent pull from Alone will give them a slight advantage.
Yeah, the Fate of Both Worlds already running out for Legit L, while Eternity Era have it to just push forward, claim this space, and deal the damage from within. Even as it fades, that's when the picks come through, and or the final picks, I suppose, ultimately resetting them. Hulk will be able to get up and aggressive, but he won't be sustaining that fight for all too long. 2:20 left on the clock. Still not that much of a distance needed, but thanks to them obviously pushing towards the spawn of Eternity Era, there should be at least 2 team fights for Eternity Era to stagger out, and the Eye of Agamotto is going to be used, but indeed the shield completely blocking it, and a return from Ripasuko. The wolf may have caused
so good.
Out some, but Ripasuko still cuts through them like a hot knife through butter. This point, right back on the move.
He genuinely, he's having an MVP performance. He has been incredible. I think even in the first half where they were struggling, his Eye of Agamotto has had effect every single time. I genuinely think this guy's going to be on like 20 final hits while playing the Vanguard. And now, again, they have that Dance of the Butterfly looking to try and clear out the backline. It's doing a hell of a lot of damage, already removing one of those 3 healers. The counter being attempted by the group, but the shield has kept November 24 alive just long enough to get back into the action. OT right now is looking inevitable, trying to get back in, trying to use that Mantis ult for extra space, but it has not worked. It will be 3-3 and just deserved. It will be an overtime.
But Tom, it's a bit of an imbalanced scale that we're looking at. It will be 2 minutes and 8 on the clock versus 1. This push needs to be perfect from Eternity Era, as even despite what looked like a solid opening half, they were one-upped by Legit L in the end. Eternity Era fighting their way back into this series just to have it potentially snatched out from under them in the very end. I'm curious to see where we end up when it comes to these hero picks. Alone Phil's currently hovering over, I think, committing to the Wolverine. We'll see as they leave.
Good choice. Genuinely, I think it's needed. Ripasoko is destroying them. Like, it has been so many plays where this guy has just ruined their day. And sure, I think Hulk as well, just being in that front line, has allowed for extra distractions, has also denied any of their own ultimates by just using that quick thinking of the shields, obviously catching anybody around. This is such a nasty thing to have to try and deal with.
There's just no need. We're going to see the portal into the spawn. We're going to see this squad potentially trapped. But in fact, they will just, well, at least at the start, walk around it. Wolverine's able to make it, drag one down below. This could be a big pickup. Somehow still alive, but eventually, as expected, will meet their demise. So the push on. The payload from Eternity Era shouldn't really be touched at this point. Legit L backing up, giving them a little bit of space. It's 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to hit OT very soon, and then it's just one team fight to wipe them off. This all comes down to just farming ultimates for Legit L.
Yeah, you have to remember that you might still see the points on the map for each segment, but you do not get extra time for it. AV7 back on the trusty Hela, back on the old faithful, and it has been working out. The thing is, though, November 24 already looking for that clear. 7 seconds until they're already going to be hitting overtime. There is that dance of the butterfly again. That's already one down. AV7 has done well. They'll at least keep the point for now.
Oh, big pickup as well coming in from Legit L's Mantis. That's what we needed. There was a lack of damage on the point, but made up for by that healer quasi-duelist that we see here and there. Ultimate activated by Lumi, but this is desperation just to try to keep them alive and keep that payload moving. Ripasuko starts to close in the distance. Hulk has ultimate online with Eye of Agamotto. This could be very dangerous. Eye of Agamotto goes in, and the Hulk diving to help out. They're going to be battering them all over the payload. This is OT. Eternity Era can't afford to be sent flying, but they're being controlled, at least to start out with in this fight. Legit L, pick after pick going their way. November 24 and the switch up to the Star-Lord looking good to close this out as overtime drains on. There's no sign of life from Eternity Era. Nothing that seems to point to victory for this squad as the final members are falling, and it looks like the Goddess of Death from above will not be able to have the impact because they're not on the point. That's a 65-meter push. And with 2 minutes on the clock, Tom, it's looking like Legit L might be able to take this after all.
Yeah, I definitely favor them to at this stage. I think at the right time, they've had those members step up when needed. The Hulk choice definitely paid dividends towards the end of that one. And I think as well, just further pressure being put through by Ripasuko, sorry, and November 24. It all comes down to this. Whether or not there's anything to be had from the side of Eternity Era. Ray Momo going to look to try and play that doppelganger of Ripasuko, but I have to say, I don't know if anybody will be able to match up with what we've seen so far in this map.
No, this is it, man. You just think about like November 24's impact. One big team wipe like that, and you've already got the distance to the point. Like the wrap back from Eternity Era is going to take so long, and that was the difference, right? Legit L were very smart in how they approached that. They gave up space, they lost a pick or two, and they backed off, saying, okay, you can take your space, but time's going to run out real soon, and that's when we'll win our fight. And it's exactly what they did. A well planned out and well played start to this for Eternity Era. They have to hold strong for 2 minutes. Not an easy task. These portals are hilarious.
Yeah, they've been kept back by the portal. That will buy an extra 20 seconds or so. Yeah. And well, anybody who has been able to get out the edge of it has been taken out.
Much better.
Of course, that might level the playing field a little bit in terms of the clock, but I still think there's going to be more time for Legit L to try and make this move.
Well, yeah, 130 still. Payload slowly moving forward. For Eternity Era, you can see they're taking their time. They're waiting for a fight that seems favorable. You can't just throw this away. You can't be the one to give picks, and they're waiting for a pick of their own. November 24. Oh, he's being caught! Ooh. It's a big pull by Alone Fills. That's what they need. Wiping out the damage early on. That would be the player to turn the tide, and now slowing down the ult gain. Legit L, back off, concede some space. This couldn't have started any better. Well played by Alone Fills.
Yeah, now down to the same time that their opponent had. A minute left on that clock to try and get something working. November 24 hasn't been able to build too much up from the ult, and you can see on that defensive side a lot of those healer ultimates are coming online. They'll be able to deny pretty much everything available. Ripasuko, a man to watch in these sort of moments. His Eyes of Agamotto have been absolute difference makers, but it's all about that timing. One single wipe could be enough for them to take it over the line. There goes the Eye of Agamotto in combination with the Meteor M, but still they are standing, and instead it's Alone who's able to do the damage, finds that first pick. A second one coming up onto November 24. There's only 15 seconds, and they are yet to move the point.
November 24 going down is huge. Dance the Butterfly needs to be expanded almost immediately. But the whole squad wiped. They're on their way back. Time to touch the point, and they will make it to the payload at least. That's something to start with. Invisible Boundary, though, exactly like you said, it's online. November 24 eliminated and not able to pull this ult into play. The difference maker off the server for now in the respawn. An Eternity Era. Well, they seem to be doing a wonderful job of holding on. 2 minutes and 8 seconds. It seemed like it would be way too much, but with November 24 coming back, it might still be. That's a double. November 24 is not stopping. Damage across the board, and they've won the fight. They are just meters away from pushing this across the line. Eternity Era need to be quick. They've already got a Strange. They can't portal. He's dead. And that's it. They've made it the full distance. The 4-3 in OT. What a game.
That literally couldn't be closer. It's not possible for a match to come closer than that, and a real valiant effort in the end. And no doubt, your MVP. 52 eliminations for Ripper. Don't get me wrong, towards the end, maybe the most clutch player of the game came out from the Dance of the Butterfly, and I am sure, November 24 is going to be up there. But when you have a Strange with 25 final hits, 78,000 damage blocked, and 45,000 or almost 46,000 damage, there is no one who can match up. And well, him and November 24, I think, are going to be smiling after that victory because they were impeccable.
Yeah, that's the victory that saves tournament life. And again, you look at players like Ace had a phenomenal game here on the Magneto, thinking about the last couple of fights, very heavily involved in picking off some of those squishies. Alone Phil's pulling November 24 up and dealing with him twice. That reset and pushed us to the point that it was mere seconds for that Dance of the Butterfly to be activated, but he managed to get behind them, isolate the healers with it, and from that point forward, the story was done. An unbelievable turnaround, though, Tom. When we saw that hit overtime, the Hulk dove down onto the point with 1 second left. Those big green feet got within range of pushing them to OT, and that small margin is ultimately what got them across the line. Like, I can't believe this series, this BO5, this elimination matchup has managed. Because look, we set out at the very start, it was 2-0 to start with, but it was close the whole way. They were battling back and forth. We thought, well, maybe we'll get a close series out of this as a result. Couldn't have imagined that we'd be OT on the map 5 and close the whole way. What a treat this has been. Let's take another look at all of this action in the highlights. Wow, it looked even better the second time around as well. Just knowing the stakes in that matchup and seeing November 24 be able to sneak in the back lines at the final hour with OT ticking, Tom. It really just mind-blowing performance from him as well. And I think from here on out, we've seen Damn KitKat face a Jeff ban in every single game. I think we need to see November 24 face a Psylocke ban right off rip.
Yeah, you kind of have to feel bad for the opponent because they were so ridiculously close. But the thing that has been the bane of their life the entire day, like all the way through that best of 5, which went on for well over an hour, that ended the exact way they lost the other maps, with November 24 behind them using an ultimate. Like it's got to be something that they're probably not going to sleep well tonight thinking about. But maybe in the future, if they see that name on the server, there'll be a ban for the Psylocke.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lesson learned for a lot of people out there. You got to respect it because the guy is doing damage. And even though we saw like the thing, which was a big part of why on the map before he had so much impact, being the thing, being that wall that stood in front of you, and then you're trapped with November 24 behind you. And it's not looking pretty in that kind of scenario. So this was I guess an expected outcome in one way, but also they almost dealt with it. That's the most heartbreaking thing. The fact that Bookie was so close to taking November 24 down a third time and closing it out. Now look at this beautiful graphic. The Marvel Rivals Championship Asia is far from over. Our upper bracket teams who've cruised through, and we got to see some of these. Genji Academy looked unbelievable. So good luck to anybody facing that squad. These matches will be going on next week, so make sure you tune in. And of course, if you've been watching the whole way, Influenza G, Legit L, these are teams we touched base with. Obviously, just here we had Legit L. Influenza G was yesterday, and Kanga Esports we've talked a big game about. And honestly, we haven't watched their games because barring the one in the upper bracket, Kanga have just been dominating, and I expect it to continue like that. So next week should be super interesting seeing these teams battle off head to head. And Tom, for you, I guess I'm going to ask you now, is there a favorite to take it from the teams we've seen, right? Like that lower bracket run from Legit L, Influenza G, but, Genji Academy looked hella strong.
Yeah, I think you have to go with Genji Academy. I think Zun G as well were both fantastic. And I think that they are going to be the team to beat. Like, you don't end up this early on in a game's life cycle being the academy of one of the biggest organizations over in Korea without some real caliber behind you. I'm excited for the Legit L lower bracket run, though. I think today Ripasuko has definitely made me a even bigger fan than I was when we watched him previously. So, and obviously, I think November 24 is someone that is just a joy to watch on a character we see a bit, but not as much as I would like. I think it just has that down to a T. So.
You understand now, though, Tom, when we were looking at the brackets, looking at the teams earlier, sort of getting a sense of who's playing, I just started like Winter Soldier repeating like November 24, November 24, November 24. That guy, he scarred me with how well he played. No doubt he scarred some of these. Where is he? Like the thing is, now everybody knows, right? And like that's a lesson learned for all y'all out there. You see November 24 in your ranked games, it could be a fake account, could be someone imitating. Just ban Psylocke just in case. Let's play it safe on this one. Unbelievable display from them today. Now let's take a look at something we've seen earlier on today, some of the skins that have come out. Of course, we're talking about Moon Knight and Black Panther. You can attain glory by any means necessary. They will, and November 24 did. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Fist of Vengeance and the Black Panther's Thrice Cursed King costume. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. Skins have been out since March 28th, so they're in your shop right now. And the power of the night will shred through your opponents. Like I said, that Black Panther skin, I ain't got the skills for it, but I might have to try to acquire them because it looks fire. And of course, these aren't the only ones floating around right now. We've got a new set for you as the streets of Marvel Rivals get loud. Iron Man Steam Power and Spider-Man Spider-Punk 2099 suits are bringing two majestic visions of alternate timelines, an innovative past and a raw, unfiltered future. In the fight for the past and future, who will you stand for? And you've been able to decide since March 21st. You've seen these skins floating around when you launched the game. Now might be the time to take them. I'm excited for the future of this game. game, seeing Spider-Man evolve as well, because we've seen a player or two pick them up to great success within a team environment, Tom, but I can't help but feel like there's a little bit more around the corner, especially with this outfit floating around. I need the costume. The ult sounds so cool.
Hey, you've also got the orange Venom, so a perfect little team up as well. I think
man.
We've already seen Venom be quite viable, so I don't know. I think that we're going to see more and more of that as people master everything in the end. So the thing is, every time we come on one of these shows, things develop massively. So can't wait for next time.
Yeah. Last time it was off a big meta shift, the actual patch that changed a lot. This time it's people figuring out how to apply that patch as we went on. Always fun to see what the gamers out there come up with within Marvel Rivals. For now, though, folks, that is the end of our show. Remember, we'll be back next week with more of the Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia. So make sure to follow the channel and stay tuned. There's plenty more action across all the other regions as well. But for now, that is it from myself and Tom. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a lot of fun taking you through the action. We'll see you next time.